What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku had wind quirk and got a harem. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Karintendo09 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 2. Third person Pav. As the sun began to set, the whole class Wana walked back together. Iida suddenly went in front and bowed to them with tears flowing down his cheeks as the whole class stopped to see what he'll do. I'm sorry everyone. I wasn't paying attention to the enemy that Midoriya-kun ended up like that, he said with a tone filled with regret. No, it was my fault for not advising to evacuate earlier, before the enemies even noticed. Momo replied with tears just barely contained. It was my fault too, if only I used my quirk properly and kept a close eye on the villains, I could have warned Iida and Pretty Boy wouldn't have had to take the blow. Kyoka added as she tried to wipe her tears, but they just kept coming no funnel. Shoto was cut off by someone behind him. Then suddenly, the least expected person spoke up. No, you meatheads. Bakugo said as everybody turned their attention to him. I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. The nerd realized that we couldn't take on that black mess of crap, even if we all worked together, so he planned to take a hit from the start to buy us time to alert the teachers for backup, so don't go blaming your stupid asses and just work on improving. As much as I hate to say it, we slowed him down. Mention this to the nerd and you're a dead man. Bakugo added as he began to walk towards the dorm again. Baku bro is right. We won't get anywhere if we just stand around, we'd just end up hiding behind Aizu bro forever. We have to get stronger too. Kirishima said as he stood in front of his classmate so everyone could hear. I look at Aizu bro like the little brother of the class, and I want to be the one to protect him, not the other way around, so let's get stronger while we wait for him. He added. Then everybody's face turned from sulking into faces brimming with determination. Yeah. Aizu's very innocent and pure, I can't bear to see him get hurt like that, while I stand around doing nothing, and I know you feel the same, am I right or am I right? Mina said as she pumped her fists with a determined look in her face. Yeah. Everyone screamed as their voice resonated pure drive to protect their so-called little brother of the class, then they continued to walk again with eyes that gleamed with hope. At the nurse's office. Ijira began to wake up as soon as the whole class left, she slowly sat up and yawned while rubbing her eyes. That was a good nap. Now why am I here again? She asked. You were outnumbered by the villains and got knocked out in the middle of the fight. Recovery Girl answered. Why am I alive then? Why didn't the villains finish me off? Did All Might and the teachers save us? Where is Izuku? I want to hug him right now. She asked at rapid fire. I better lay down the details slowly or she'll break. Recovery Girl thought as she began to speak. Nijira dear, prepare your heart first before I tell you. She said, and when Nijira heard that line, her heart sank, she was drowned in worry. Tell me, all of it. She answered with tears already threatening to fall. If you say so. Recovery Girl said and continued to the explanation. You and Izawa were knocked out when we found you, and we were told that Izuku had brought you all to safety and bought time for the teachers to arrive by making him the focus of the enemy. She added. I don't understand, where is he then? If he was able to buy time for the teachers, then where is he? Nijira asked. I'm going to have to get straightforward with this child for her to understand, this isn't going to feel good later. Recovery Girl thought as she let out a sigh and continued to explain. Dear. Izuku sacrificed himself for your safety, he was pierced by an enemy quirk and was overusing his own quirks in the process. Recovery Girl answered with a hint of guilt that she had to be that blunt on the explanation. The moment those words exited Recovery Girl's mouth and entered Nijira's ears, tears began to flow, her mind felt numb, she didn't know what to do, and for the first time in her life, she didn't have the curiosity to know how it happened, she was terrified. Where is he? Now? Nijira asked with a shaky voice, then Recovery Girl pointed to the bed beside hers which was covered by a divider, she moved the covers so she could see inside, what she saw broke her heart. Izuku was hooked up to a ventilator, life support machine used for breathing, and a bunch of other life support equipments. Nijira hesitantly approached him with her left arm covering her mouth to muffle screams and her right arm reaching towards him as she slowly walked. When she reached him, she ran her hand through his face as if she was memorizing it, then she knelt down and held his left hand and cried on it. You finally remembered me. But you had to go. What kind of cruel joke is that? She said with a tone full of sorrow. When will he wake up? Nijira asked as she wiped her tears. We don't know dear. But he will, you'll just have to wait. Recovery Girl answered with a comforting and sympathetic smile on her face, then Nijira turned to Izuku again. You better wake up, I promise I'll be a good girl from now on, so don't walk into the light or anything. I'll even stop drinking milk until you wake up. So you better wake up soon, I get cranky without milk. she said as she stood up and gave him a kiss in the forehead. Now? Najira said as she turned towards the door with a cold look in her eyes. To teach those villains a lesson never to mess with my Izuku. She added as she began walking towards the door. What? You don't need to do that. Recovery Girl said, but Najira wouldn't stop until she was raked around in a grey scarf before she could reach the door. Let me go. Najira said calmly, then tears began to fall again. Let me go. She screamed as she fell on her knees. She felt useless being protected by someone she cared about. My student didn't save you so you could get a chance at revenge and throw your life away. Aizawa said with a slight trace of tears in his eyes and regretful anger in his face. I feel guilty I wasn't able to protect them properly, that he had to go and throw his body to buy time, so I know how you feel, but revenge isn't the answer, Najira. Izuku wouldn't even think of harming anyone, much less think about someone dying out of revenge because of his conditions. Aizawa added as he began to loosen up Najira's bindings. But he was all Najira could say as she cried, letting all the frustration, sadness, and guilt out of her system, but it was a deep barrel, and she didn't know if it would ever be emptied. She cried for hours, and at one point she went over to Izuku and slept beside him. Aizawa and Recovery Girl tried to tell her she shouldn't, but Najira just threatened them. Move me and I'll cry again. She said as she hugged Izuku tightly. I understand why she cried. But to tell you the truth, I'd rather leave her there until she's satisfied than force her and hear her cry for 3 hours straight again. My ears nearly bled due to the sheer loudness of it. Aizawa said as Recovery Girl just nodded in agreement. Najira dear. Recovery Girl said to call her attention, then Najira looked at them with an annoyed pout. You better not try to move me. I can get feisty, plus I wasn't able to drink milk earlier because of Mirio and Tamaki, so I'm a bit edgy. She warned. Yes, we won't try to move you, but you have to promise you'd leave as soon as school hours hit. Recovery Girl said, then Najira smiled and nodded repeatedly. If you want, I can bring you your milk too. She offered, but Najira declined. I won't drink milk until Izuku wakes up, I promise I'll be good. She said as she buried her head in Izuku's chest again. Alright dear, we'll be leaving now. Recovery Girl said as she and Aizawa walked towards the door. You better not do anything crazy tonight, he's unconscious you know. It can end up pretty badly. Aizawa added before he closed the door. Then Najira started to fall asleep. Good night Izuku, you better wake up already. To be honest, even a month without milk would be hell for me. So a little rushing won't hurt. She said as her consciousness leapt away. Class 1 at dorms. Everyone was doing the usual, Kirishima, Mina, Ejiro, and Hagakure hanging out on the sofa as couples. Amanari and Mineta trying to sneak a peek on the Class 1 girls, while Zero tries to contain them. The Kugo, however, was somehow forced by the guys to cook for them because no one knew how and the girls already ate. That nerd better wake up already and cook these idiots some food, or I'm gonna blow that hospital bed of his until he does. He said as he cooked with the best he's got. While that was happening, Momo, Echako, and Kyoka were in Momo's room discussing their ground rules. For when Izuku regains his consciousness. Okay ladies, even though Najira senpai isn't here, we're still gonna talk about what we can do and what we can't when we're with Pretty Boy. Kyoka said as the other two sat in front of her. Yeah. That way Izuku-kun will see us as good girls and love us more. Echako said as she punched the air with determination on her face. I agree, we must tell Najira senpai about what we discuss here. Even though she annoys me when she clings to Izuku every time. Momo said with an annoyed pout filled with pure jealousy. And Midnight Sensei too. It's not like she's the only one with great body proportions. She added while standing up to show her body to the other two as they stared at her in awe. She's got some firepower. They both thought. Anyway. Kyoka said while still looking at Momo's body filled with envy. Let's start the meeting for Operation Surprise Izuku by acting like good girls when he wakes up. She added as she stood up and clenched her fist with a determined face as the other two followed her, then they all sat back down. So as you all know, we're still not legally bound to Pretty Boy. So no sexual intercourse until we're married. Kyoka said as they all blush at the thought. Kisses are allowed though. She added as they all agreed with more intensified blushes drawn over their faces. Then Momo reached a sudden revelation. Wait. What if He's the one too? Ask. She asked with a crazy blush breaking out. Pretty Boy. W wouldn't do that. Right. Kyoka said with a hint of nervousness in her voice. What if he does? I won't be able to say no. She thought. He's kind. But he is a b-boy after all, I'd see could happen. Echako added. I'd like it if he did, but it would be wrong to take advantage of his urges. I don't know what to do. She thought. We really should have just waited for Fayumi-san or Najira senpai when deciding these things. Momo said as the other two nodded their heads while they blushed intensely. I'm going back to my room. This talk never happened. Kyoka said as she ran outside with a reddish face. Me too, good night Momo. I'm going to sleep and forget this ever happened. It wouldn't be right as a lady to think of him like that when we're not. Am married. Ochako added as she followed Kyoka's example and dashed out of Momo's room, leaving Momo behind. Just go to sleep Momo, Izuku would never do that. She said to herself as she closed the door and lights, then walked to her bed while blushing. Though it wouldn't hurt if it happens at least once. She added as she plumped down on her bed, face first, and blushing intensely at what she was just imagining, then her consciousness slowly slipped away. Nijire's Pav. The next morning, I woke up at 4 AM. I really have to adjust my body clock and it only gets worse. I can't even drink milk. I said with an annoyed pout as I pulled away from Izuku and slowly sat up while rubbing my eyes. Well goodbye for now Izuku, I don't know when you'll wake up but make sure you do. You only kept one of your promises, you protected me. Now focus on waking up so we can play together again and marry me too. I added as I leaned in, gave him a kiss on the forehead and flew outside through the window and towards my dorm to get ready for school. Yes, I'll drink coffee for now, good thing I didn't promise to stop drinking coffee too. I thought with a triumphant grin on my face. All night's Pav. I was up all night writing a letter to send out early in the morning. It was a letter to my old sensei. I have come to realize that my lack of supervision on my students has proven me unworthy of teaching young Izuku and the others on my own. Greetings sensei. It has been a while, and it feels like summer is just around the corner. I hope you have been doing well these past couple years. As you might already know, I have been teaching at UA High School since spring and have taken on the task of guiding the new generation. I thought to find someone worthy to inherit my power among the most promising students aiming to become heroes. However, before I took up my post at UA, I met an intriguing young man. He had incredible potential that even he himself couldn't see. He felt hopeless, in the middle of nowhere, but he still had the strength to smile. He reminded me so much of Nana-sensei. That's why I told him. You can be a hero. Then trained him for 3 months. He finished first in the UA entrance exam, and at the last villain attack on USJ, he sacrificed his body to buy time for me and the other teachers to respond. That is when I knew he will be the one, someone with the heart of a hero. However, I am still inexperienced as a teacher. The day may come when I trouble you, my old teacher. I am counting on you when that time comes. Please take care of yourself as the seasons change. I will continue to keep you updated on my circumstances. Sincerely yours. Toshinori Yagi. Third person Pav. Everyone at Class 1A's dorm were woken up by their resident hothead and his loud explosions. What the hell is that guy up to now? Kirishima asked himself as he got up and ran towards the kitchen where it came from, only to find his classmates doing the same. When they reached the kitchen, they saw Bakugo cooking and acting like the explosion never happened. Bakugo-kun, what was that explosion all about? Iida asked. I was experimenting on my quirk alright. I'll have you know that my explosions aren't the best stove lighters. He answered as he continued cooking. Just sit down and get the table ready you extras. Since none of you know how to cook, I'll do it for you since I'm the best. He added as he grinned, thinking that he's better than his classmates who has to depend on Izuku to cook. Yeah sure, thanks for doing this Bakugo. Kaminari said as they all nodded in agreement, which made Bakugo blush a little. Shut up and just get the tables ready. He screamed as he tried to hide his blush. They just followed and set the table. While they were eating, Kyoka said something interesting. Hey, by the way, I read this article about coma patients sometimes being able to hear what's going on outside. What if we all visit Pretty Boy later and see what happens? She said as all the faces around the table smiled and nodded in agreement. We must hurry, we wouldn't want to be late. Momo added as they all hurried up eating, prepared for school, and walked together towards the main building. When they arrived, they all sat in their respective seats and quietly waited for their teacher to enter. Then 5 minutes later, Aizawa enters the room with a cast on his left arm that was damaged on the attack. Shouldn't you be resting today, sensei? Iida asked with a concerned face. No, a broken arm is nothing when you're dealing with hero work. He answered as Iida sat back down. Anyway, I have an announcement for you, and I'm sure you're going to like it. He added. Is Izuku awake already? They all thought as they waited for him to say it. The school will be holding a sports festival in 3 months. Aizawa said, but no one reacted. Instead he saw his students' faces filled with disappointment and he knew what caused it. He let out a sigh. This will be a great time to improve yourselves so next time Izuku won't have to do what he did, understood? He added and finally saw their faces brimming with determination, which made him smile genuinely. Let's just hope our problem child gets up to at least watch what he protected. He thought. But a sudden revelation hits Ochako. Isn't it going to be awkward? A major attack happens and UA throws a sports fest. She asked as all the students realized it too. No. Aizawa answers as all their attention shifted to him. Principal Nezu said it himself, we need to show that UA won't be shaken up by a single attack, so the villains won't have the guts to do it again. The security will also be tighter than the previous years, so rest assured. He added, which actually made sense for the students. Will the school allow us to train sensei? Momo asked. Yes, of course, the next 3 months will be solely for training. Does anyone know why we're putting extra effort into getting you all prepared? Aizawa asked and Kyoka raised her arm to call his attention. Is it because it'll serve as basis for pro heroes? I heard that hero work studies where pro heroes pick from the students for someone to work under them and learn begin at this times of the year. She said as Aizawa nodded in agreement. Yeah, so you better show them what you've got. This will be a big step towards becoming a hero, not only for training purposes, but for additional boost in the fame department. Aizawa said. Heroes do need to be flashy. Kaminari agreed. And manly too, bro. Don't forget about the manliness. Kirishima added as all of them broke into laughter. Then the whole day continued normally as all the teachers came in, teach, and go to the next class. As they all packed their things, Iida suddenly went in front. Everyone, do you still remember Jiro-san's suggestion earlier? He asked as the whole class gave off huge smiles on their faces except for Bakugo. Of course we do. They all said. Then they all exited the classroom and headed to Recovery Girl's office to visit Izuku. When they got there, Recovery Girl said to go in one by one because it could get incredibly dangerous if a whole crowd approached him with all that delicate equipment attached to him. I will go in first if I may. Iida asked and all of his classmates nodded in response, then he went inside the nurse's office. He slowly approached Izuku with tears threatening to fall because of the state he was in, he felt guilt. Midoriya-kun, I'm sorry that you had to protect me back then, I was too slow to react. I promise when you wake up, I will be there to welcome you with a smile like you told us to, so make sure to come back. He said as he bowed apologetically and went outside for the next student to enter. I'll go next, bros. Kirishima said as he stood up and walked inside. He walked towards Izuku trying to force a smile that quickly melted as he saw him with little signs of life remaining. Hey, Aizu bro. He said as he tried to smile while wiping away his tears, but it kept flowing. You were very manly back there, thank you and sorry that I couldn't help you, but that will change now. I'll get stronger, strong enough that I'll be the one to protect you too, so you better wake up, give me chance, okay? He added as he gave him a genuine smile and walked out the room. I'll go next then. Kaminari said as he proceeded to walk inside. He approached Izuku with an awkward grin. Hey Midoriya, you don't look too good. He joked as he fakes a laugh, but tears fell anyway. Come back and cook me food, man. Bakugo's cooking is a little on the crappy side, and I miss your pure smile already, we're waiting. He added then lifted Izuku's left hand and gave him a fist bump and walked out. Even Kaminari cried. I'll go next then. Shiro said. Shut up. My own speech moved me, okay? Kaminari answered as Shiro entered the room and approached Izuku. Hey Midoriya, how you holdin'? Up? He asked as he smiled when he heard himself ask someone who was unconscious. Anyway, the girls were a wreck when you did that, and Mineta didn't even have the energy to peek on anybody because of how he felt when he saw you give ENG away your life for us, so come back soon, you're the glue holding us together right now, buddy. He added as tears began to fall even if he was trying his best to smile for the man. My speech really did move me. He said as he tried to wipe his tears and went out. You cried too, huh? Then I'll be next. Sato said as he began walking towards the door. My speech was awesome. Shiro replied with tears still rolling down his face as Sato entered the room. He approached Izuku with a fake smile, as tears threatened to fall any moment. You look so peaceful there Midoriya, but I'm gonna have to ask you to hurry back. He said as his tears began to flow now. That pancake you made us that morning tasted heavenly, so it really hurt us when you did that. We're all thankful and sorry that we just stood there doing nothing. I'll make you a gigantic cake when you wake up. You'll have to eat it all, so be sure to wake up with an appetite. He added as he regained his smile and walked out the door. When Sato walked through the door in tears, Kota mustered up all his courage and entered with a bouquet of fresh roses he had gathered earlier for this visit his class was planning. He walked towards him with tears already dropping to the ground as he sets the flowers beside him, then gathered everything he had to say something. He saved us, I have to Atlas thank him. He thought as he closed his eyes shut and poured everything into one word. Thank you. Then he began to walk out the door because he had nothing more to say. Kota came running out of the door while rubbing his eyes trying to wipe the tears away. I shall go next and witness the darkness clouding Midoriya's head. Tokoyami said with a stern look as he entered the room, but when he saw him, his tough guy act shattered immediately as he approached with tears rolling down his eyes. Midoriya, you were heroic, and I must thank you for what you did. He said as he wiped his tears. The darkness was deep, but you shined brighter than the sun that moment. We shall all await the day we witness your light again. he added as he regained his tough guy act and proceeded towards the door to make way for the next visitor. "I'll go next," Shoji said plainly with the mouth he had on one of his left arms as he walked in. He approached Izuku with no tears in his eyes, he had admiration. "Midoriya, the class hasn't known each other for that long, but to be able to make this much impact on everybody just goes to show how great of a person you are," he said, then he bowed. "I wish the outcome was different, but there is nothing we can do about it, so I'll only pray for your well-being and await your return for now," he added as he walked off calmly. "I shall go next," and sparkle in front of his eyes to wake him up. Aoyama said as he saw Shoji walk out. He walked in and approached Izuku with his usual smile. He stared at him blankly for about a minute, then finally said something. "What we saw from you wasn't stylish at all, but I wonder why I was drawn to someone like you, Midoriya-kun," he said as he observed Izuku closely. "I cannot figure it out, there must be something special about you, you simply must wake up so I can watch you live your life again and see how you sparkle," he added as he turned around with the same smile he wears every time and exits the door. "Me? I'm next," Ejiro said as he raised his arm, stood up, and entered the nurse's office. He approached Izuku as calmly as possible, but midway, tears starts to fall and he ran. "Hey. Would you have to go and do that, bro? I wanted to hang out with Kirishima, you and the others like we did at the mall, it was fun to say the least," he said as he wiped off his tears. "You better come back quick, bro, the food in the dorm is a little explosive if you know what I mean, and the girls are worried sick about you, and we're all trying our hardest to become stronger, so when you wake up, you're going to fall behind, so wake up sooner if you don't want to miss the action that much," he added as his tears intensified. He sat there beside Izuku for about a minute to calm down, watching how peaceful he looks, then walked out the door for the next visitor. "Guess it's my turn now," Mineta said, already crying as he entered the room. He ran immediately towards Izuku and stood on the chair beside his bed so he can see him properly. "Damn you, Midoriya. I've lost my appetite for peeking when I saw what you did for us," he said as he clenched his fist. "And I'm telling you to wake up because the change you caused me ain't good in my book. This man has to peak, alright? So wake up," he added as he began walking out the door crying his eyes out. "I'll go next," Shoto said as he walked up to the door and slowly opening it, he walked up to Izuku with a blank expression. "Hey brother Izuku. I haven't had that much fun without you around, and I haven't told Fuyumi ni about this, I'll tell her slowly later, don't worry," he said, and for the second time, genuine tears fell from his eyes because of his future brother-in-law and current best friend. "I'm not crying, you know, I had ice in my eyes, and I melted it with my body heat, so it might look like I'm crying, but I'm not bad at lying, just hurry and wake up, alright? You're missing a lot, the sports festival is coming up, and I know how much you wanted to become a hero, sorry for not being able to do anything back then, it won't happen again," he added as he turned around, wiped his tears and walked out. "I'm next, you extras," Bakugo said as he walked to the door with everyone staring at him. He sighed. "I'm not gonna blow him up while he's unconscious. I'm not weak to use those underhanded tricks," he said, putting almost everyone at ease. He closed the door behind him and walked towards Izuku. "Hey nerd, you look pathetic right now," he said, surprisingly calm. "I heard from that spiky-haired chick you have that you don't have a family. I'm only gonna say this once, and you're not even gonna hear it anyway, so. You do have a family, these idiots couldn't live without you ever since they met you, and it's bugging me, so wake up already. I'm not going to be kind to you, but I ain't gonna be trashy anymore," he added as he walked away in probably the most calm manner he'd ever had. "You're not crying. Did you kill him?" Mina asked as Bakugo went out of the room. "No, you idiot. Who'd cry for a nerd like that? I'm outta here," he answered as he walked away. Guess I'm next," Mina added as she entered the nurse's office. She approached Izuku with the biggest fake smile she had. "Hey Izu. I miss your pretty face already." Then right when she said that line, tears began to break her fake smile, and she fell on her knees holding his left hand. "I missed hanging out with you already. I know they said you'd wake up anytime in the future, but what if you don't? It hurts, you know. So make sure to come back if you still want to see your big sister Mina. I'll give you the best hug you'd ever felt," she said as she slowly regained her smile, stood up, kissed him on the forehead and walked out the door. Me. I want to be next," Hagakure said as she ran towards the door and entered as swiftly as possible. She ran towards Izuku and gave him a hug immediately. "When will you wake up, Izuku? The girls are really missing that greatest ally of women. Vibe you give off," she said as she pulled away from the hug. "Well anyways, just hurry and wake up, K. Big sister Toru just bought a lot of giant teddy bears and stuffed them into your room. You gotta see them, they are cute," she added cheerfully as she walked out the door for the next visitor to come in. "I'll gladly go next, Ribbit," Sayu said as she walked towards the door and entered. She approached Izuku as calmly as possible. Midoriya-san, I always say what's on my mind. I feel very guilty. No, we all feel very guilty that you had to do that for us when we just stood there and watched. We're all getting stronger, so when you wake up, you don't have to protect us anymore. She said with a calm demeanor, then walked out of the room. I will go next. Ochako said as she stood up and walked towards the door. She approached Izuku with tears slowly flowing down her cheeks. Greetings Izuku-kun, I'll have you know that I'm a little mad right now. You chose to risk your life instead of politely asking us to help, but… she said as she gave off the best genuine smile she has ever made. I'm grateful for what you did. Momo-san and Kyoka-san has informed me that you are a little dense, so I'll just say this now as it is less embarrassing when I know you can't hear it. I have fallen for you Izuku Midoriya, so wake up then I'll tell you again. She added as she gracefully walked out the door. I'll see pretty boy. Next. Kyoka said as Ochako went out of the room and she enters, she approached Izuku with a cool and calm face. Hey pretty boy. I see you're as handsome as ever. She said as she touched his cheek with her hand as gently as possible. You better wake up or I'll kill you again the moment I hear you're confirmed to be dead, your body will die 2 times. Nobody will like it, so I advise you wake up right away. She added as she smiled at him evilly, then turned around and went outside to make way for the next person to visit. I guess I am the last to enter. Momo said as she took a deep breath, preparing herself for what she'll see inside and opened the door. As she approached him, her tears began to fall. Hi Izuku, it's me, Momo. She said as she sat beside his head and ruffled his hair, tears trickling down her cheeks. I'll have you know that I've never stopped thinking about you last night, wondering if you'll ever wake up. It wasn't enough that recovery girl told us you'd eventually come to, we need to see it. We all feel guilty that this happened to you, so please. She was cut short, she cried so much she couldn't even speak. Instead, she just leaned in to kiss him on the forehead, got up and got out of there. Are you all done? Recovery girl asked them and they nodded still in tears. Don't worry about him and focus on preparing for the sports fest. It wouldn't be right for him to wake up only to know that his injury has caused you all to lose focus. She added to ease their minds. She's right everyone, let's all pour our souls into training. Iida saw as they all stood up and gradually wiped their tears and replacing them with determined smiles. Yeah. They all said as they walked out and towards their dorm. Little did they know, as Awa was listening to their conversation just now, he walked towards the nurse's office and approached Izuku. Hey problem child. Looks like I have 2 things to thank you for trying to protect us back there and for giving your classmates a little push, so wake up and see what you protected and what remained inside them. He said as he grinned proudly at his student, then walked out to leave him be. The 3-month training in preparation for the sports festival will begin tomorrow. The students of class 1 only had one thought in their minds. The moment he wakes up, I've got to be stronger than I was before. I'm not going to be saved again and have him bleed for me. They all thought as they enjoy their last good hours of sleep until they walk through hell, training till they drop the next 3 months. Third person Pav. Ijiro woke up in her own bedroom confused as to how she got there. That's funny, I thought I was with Izuku last night. She asked as a sudden realization struck her. Oh yeah. That was the night before yesterday. Then she quickly got out of bed. I can't let that get me down now. The sports festival is coming and as one of the big 3, I have to show them what I've got. She thought as she gave herself a determined look, took a bath, and went down to their dorm's commons area to eat breakfast. When she got there, only Mirio and Tamaki were left. We waited for you Nijire. You wouldn't wake up so we had no choice but to wait here. Tamaki said as he gestured Nijire to hurry up. Eat quickly, we're going to be late. He added as Nijire approached them. We heard about what happened with Izuku. Mirio said with a slightly regretful look. I wished we could have helped you a bit. He added as Nijire sat down with them on the table to eat. It's fine, he did it to save us and buy time for the teachers to arrive. Nijire said. Though I do wish I could have blasted those villains so he wouldn't need to. She added with a similar regretful face as Mirio. Hey guys, don't do that, you know I'm not good at comforting people. Tamaki said with an embarrassed expression as the other 2 looked at him and laughed. I think you've done a great job at that already Tamaki. Mirio said as he stood up and smiled with determination. Let's do our best in the sports festival. He added as the other 2 stood up and raised their fists and cheered. Yeah. Then after breakfast, they walked towards their training grounds to train when suddenly, Nijire remembered something. Guys. You go ahead, I have to talk to some underclassmen about ground rules. And stuff. Tell the teacher I'd be back in about 2 hours. She said she flew away to find Momo and the other 2. The ground rules. Why would she talk about ground rules with her underclassmen? Mirio asked. Forget about it and just run. We're 3 minutes late because of that woman, then she suddenly ditches us. Go. 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 Tamaki said as he began to run with Mirio on his tail heading towards the training ground assigned to their class. At Class 1A's training ground. All the students were already there in their gym clothes, but Aizawa was still nowhere to be found. Where could he be? Kaminari asked. Maybe he had urgent matters to attend to. How about we all get to stretching, so we can start training as soon as he arrives? Iida asked as all of them nodded and went to their own areas to stretch. Mina, Hagakure, Momo, Kyoka, Echako, and Tsuyu were all gathered in one place to help each other with stretching. Then suddenly Nijiara approached them and flew around them repeatedly. Hey. I wasn't there in your room the other night, what about ground rules and stuff? Did you talk about it without me? What did you agree on? Was the sister of that red and white-haired boy with you? She asked in rapid-fire mode as the girls just stared at her flying with her quirk. Ground rules? Mina asked. Yeah, we kinda decided to make some rules on what we can do and what we can't do with pretty boy. Which didn't go well the other night, so don't worry Nijiara-senpai. Kyoka answered as she grabbed Nijiara to stop her from flying around and placed her down beside her. Oh, kind of like a pact between women who share the same man, how romantic. Hagakure dreamily said as all the girls except Mina just stared at her like she was crazy to say that women sharing the same man is romantic. Anyway, since you're here senpai. Would you like to train with us? Momo asked her. I don't like the boys in your class that much. She answered bluntly, which made the others smile awkwardly because they didn't know how to respond to that. It could be just us ladies training together if you would prefer it that way. We could ask permission from sensei first. Echako added as every class 1A girls nodded in agreement. Yeah sure, I wouldn't want you to train with that creepy grape guy anyway. Nijiara answered with pure disgust in her face. Thank you. I'm glad you noticed his creepy manner too senpai. Momo exclaimed as she held Nijiara's hands with hers as she stared at her with newfound admiration. Then Aizawa finally arrived as the girls approached him. Sensei, can Nijiara-senpai train us for today? Mina asked Aizawa, who looked towards Nijiara smirking proudly because of the attention she was getting from them. He let out a sigh and agreed. That'll help me a lot Nijiara, you better train these kids seriously or I'm dragging you back to your training grounds and ask your teacher to punish you severely. He said as Nijiara nodded with a nervous smile on her face. All the boys with me. Nijiara has volunteered to train the girls herself. Aizawa said as he gestured the boys to follow him to a separate side of the field to train while the girls gathered around Nijiara. Oh boy, my sensei is gonna kill me later for not showing up for training. Wait, I have an idea. Nijiara thought as she grinned like she was some kind of genius. Hey girls, after we train you'll go with me to tell my sensei why I didn't show up for training today, alright? She said, which confused the girls, but they still agreed they needed their senpai's guidance after all. I'm glad you understand, now let's get to training you weaklings. Nijiara exclaimed as she laughed triumphantly, mostly directed at Momo, Echako, and Kyoka, her rivals in love, and even though they felt belittled, they all responded. Yes ma'am. Which pleased their periwinkle-haired senpai. Alright, let's start with Tsuyu. Come at me, you gals watch. Nijiara said as she flew to take her position as Tsuyu did the same. Start. Momo announced as Tsuyu and Nijiara started to launch themselves towards each other, meeting in midair. You shouldn't fight where your enemy is comfortable, you need to drag me down. Nijiara said as she blasted Tsuyu back to the ground with her quirk. Tsuyu tried to wrap her tongue around Nijiara to bind her, but Nijiara just flew higher, eventually out of the reach of the attack. Draw the enemy in first before launching an attack, be crafty, or else I'll just take advantage of your quirk's limits. Nijiara added as she charged at Tsuyu. Let's see how you react to a rush attack. She thought as Tsuyu attempted to grab her with her tongue, only to miss again, so it left her no choice. She jumped back as Nijiara landed to dodge her attack, but to her surprise, her senpai was expecting that. Nijiara lifted her arm and shot an energy wave at Tsuyu, who couldn't dodge because she was still airborne, which rendered her unable to stand back up. Don't let your enemies find your faults. She added as she helped Tsuyu up. Nijiara-senpai really is skilled even though she gives off that cute airhead vibe. Mina said as they all stare at her with pure admiration. Who wants to go next? Nijiara asked as a floating glove suddenly rises. I'll go. Hagakure said cheerfully as she and Nijiara takes their positions on the battlefield. Since you don't have long-range attacks as far as I know, we'll train hand-to-hand combat for now. Nijiara said as she landed and took a fighting stance. Start. Momo announced, and as soon as she said it, Hagakure began to take off her gloves and shoes, but little did she know, Nijiara was already charging her and landed a kick to Hagakure's side before she could take them off. Enemies won't wait for you to ready yourself. Nijiara said as she approached Hagakure, who stopped trying to take her gloves and shoes off and assumed a fighting stance as well. Nijiara shot an energy wave towards Hagakure's head, which she swiftly dodged by ducking, but Nijiara was waiting for it and positioned herself to knee kick her when she did, causing her to fall down groaning in pain as she clutched her stomach where she was hit. Never let your enemy manipulate you through your predictable reactions. Najire said as she helps her up. Who's next? She added as she turned to the other girls. I can see why she's one of the top 3 in UA, experience, skill, quirk, she excels at everything. How do you beat someone like that? Mina asked as they all appreciate how strong their senpai really is. I'll go next senpai. Let's see what I can do against one of the big 3. She added as she took the opposite side of the field. Acid quirk, right? A very versatile quirk, We'll fight on the ground too. Najire said as she assumed a fighting stance. Start. Momo announced as the two ran at each other and engaged in a close quarter clash. Mina tried to kick Najire on the side, but was blocked, then countered with a punch to the head which Mina dodged by ducking, followed by a sweep kick evaded by Najire, who jumped in the air as she attempted to kick Mina on the top of her head, but was blocked as well. The two moved back for a breather and to analyze each other's situations. Mina's holding her own. You go girl. Hagakure said cheerfully. Mina likes dancing, so it's no surprise that she can move so quick and precise like she did just now. Kyoka added as they all continued to watch the fight. The two rushed at each other again, but this time, it looked one-sided. Mina was on the defensive, and Najire was relying on feints to confuse Mina. She ducked and acted as if she was going for a sweep kick and made Mina jump to dodge, then she stopped the swing of her foot and threw an uppercut on her underclassman instead, which didn't feel good for sure. Mina dropped to the ground blinking as if trying to clear her hazy vision. You can't rely on one type of fighting style, it makes you predictable. That's why in our second clash, I used feints instead, so you won't be able to cope with the sudden change of fighting style and lose in the end. Najire explained as she lifted her underclassmen up and carried her over to her classmates. Who's next ladies? She added turning to the remaining 3. I'll go next, if I may. Achako asked the other two as they nodded a yes, then she took her position at the opposite end of the field as Najire did the same. Your quirk requires you to touch the target with all 5 of your fingers, right? Let's go hand to hand as well. Najire said as she and Achako assumed their fighting stances. Start. Momo announced, then Achako rushes towards Najire who was waiting for her in a defensive stance. If I'm right, she'll come at me with her hands alone and disregard the fact that she can attack with her feet too, just because her quirk is focused on her fingers. Najire thought, and it played out exactly how she predicted it. Achako fiercely tried to grab her, but she dodged easily and countered with a heavy kick to her thigh, causing her to crouch in pain. You have feet too, you know. Najire said as Achako stood up and repeated her barrage of clawing, hoping to eventually touch Najire with all of her fingers to immobilize her momentarily and land a decisive blow, but Najire kept dodging it and countering with heavy blows mainly on Achako's legs. As the battle continued, Achako's movements were getting slower because of the damage she sustained on her legs, and finally, she dropped to the ground panting hard. Phew, now that was a tiring battle, and I see you haven't realized what I told you earlier. Najire said as Achako stared up at her with a confused face. I told you that you have feet too, didn't I? You were too focused on where your quirk manifested and neglected your other body parts which could effectively be used offensively. She explained as she helped Achako up and asked the 2 remaining girls who's going next. I'll go next senpai. Kyoka said, then turned to Momo. Can you make 2 swords, ya Momo? She asked, then Momo obliged and produced 2 swords with her quirk. Kyoka handed one of them to Najire and the other was for herself. Oh, so you know how to use swords. Interesting. Najire said as 1,000 questions popped up in her head which she was surprisingly able to control to avoid blurting it all out as the 2 of them assumed their fighting stances in opposite sides of the field. Start. Momo announced as the 2 cautiously approached each other sword in hand. If I'm correct, she watched how I fought in the earlier matches and is trying to use that against me. She's waiting for me to attack, then she'll counter with a heavy blow. Let's see who does it better then. Najire thought as she inched closer to attack. She slashed downwards only to be dodged as Kyoka sidestepped to the left and prepared a strike to Najire's left side, but before she could land her counter, a sword hit her from above, causing her to be disoriented and stumbled back. Never look away from your opponent's blade. Najire mentioned as she ran towards Kyoka, preparing for the finishing blow. Kyoka on the other hand, just prepared to block it and perform another counter. Najire saw through this and deliberately continued to strike downwards, only to be blocked and to make things worse. Kyoka pushed her blocking sword upwards, causing Najire to stumble back a bit like she expected would happen. Then Kyoka assumed a piercing stance and aimed her sword at Najire's unguarded stomach. Najire noticed this and quickly regained her balance and did the fastest thing she could manage and brought down her sword hilt to knock Kyoka onto the ground. You had me there, Kyoka, but your finish wasn't quick enough and it left an obvious opening from my angle. Najire said as she helped her up. Thank you, senpai. Kyoka replied, and they both bowed at each other to show respect and for the good fight. I'll be your next opponent, Najire-senpai. Momo said as she produced a wooden staff as a weapon and proceeded to the other side of the field. You know how to use a staff? All the girls asked except Najire, who stood at the other side of the field, waiting for the match to begin. Bakujutsu, huh? As expected of someone who got in through recommendations, plus her quirk really is the most unpredictable among their class, which makes her absolutely intimidating when you're up against her. She thought. Bakujutsu? Momo knows how to use several different weapons, both offensive and defensive. Start. Kyoka announced as they both charged at each other immediately, with sword and staff clashing at a standstill. They both jumped back knowing that no one would overpower the other. She has the advantage over range, I'll get closer. Najire thought as she tried to close the distance between them, only to be stopped by Momo, who swung her staff at a wide arc, preventing Najire to get closer. Whoa, Momo's actually doing great. Mina commented as they saw Momo holding her own against their talented senpai. Najire ran around Momo looking for an opening. Momo kept a close eye on her, preventing any attempt to close distance. I won't win like this. I have to attack as well. She thought as she began to charge at Najire, who just grinned. I knew you'd break somehow, people who are eager to win leaves a lot of openings. She thought as Momo unleashed a barrage of hits from every angle which pushed Najire back and was only on the defensive. It went on for a good 5 minutes. She's pushing her back. Look. Hagakure said as they witnessed their classmate fight like she's been holding the staff since she was a child, with such accuracy, speed, and power, which can easily overpower most enemies. Then Momo saw Najire was a little worn out and her victory was right in front of her. She struck her staff down for a finishing blow, but suddenly, Najire countered with a powerful upward strike, knocking her staff back and made Momo stumble. Then Najire thrusts her wooden sword into Momo's unguarded stomach, causing her to drop on the ground, holding her stomach in pain. That was my move. Kyoka said as she saw the counter Najire performed, but it was significantly faster than hers. You really are strong, Momo-san, you just have to work on that impatient attitude of yours, it creates an opening when you think you've already won. Najire said with a genuine smile as she gave her cowhigh underclassman a hand. Thank you, senpai. Momo said as she hugged her with joy. Hahaha, of course, now I need to eat, would you like to join me? Najire asked the other girls and they nodded in agreement. Let us ask Aizawa-sensei first. Achako added as they all headed where the boys were training. When they got there, the guys were panting hard and were all on the ground as Aizawa stood in front. They approached him. Aizawa-sensei, we're done with training for the morning, can we go eat lunch? Achako asked. Did you train them properly? He asked, looking at Najire with suspicious eyes. Of course. Right, girls? She asked them as all of them nodded happily. Aizawa just let out a sigh and granted them permission to do so and got back to working the boys to the bone. The girls then proceeded to the cafeteria, which wasn't crowded today. Looks like everybody is working hard, Ribbit. Sayu said as she saw the almost empty cafeteria and assumed everyone else were all training. Don't worry. Just work on what I told you guys and you're going to be great. Najire said as the other girls beamed with joy at the statement their senpai just blurted out. They went to the counter, ordered their meals and sat down on an empty table. While they were eating, they got to talking. Hey, I was thinking, Mina and Hagakure have boyfriends, Kyoka, Achako, Momo, and me have Izuku. Najire said as they all turned their heads towards their frog girl. Do you like anyone, Sayu? Najire asked with such an innocent face which the other girls found endearing, not even noticing how blunt her question was. Najire-senpai, I like Tokoyami-kun, so do not worry, I won't steal Izuku from you, Ribbit. Sayu said with a straight face as if it wasn't a big deal. All the girls at the table except Najire had wide eyes when they heard that. It's fine then. Najire said as she returned to her food. Tokoyami? The other girls asked in unison. Yes, Tokoyami-kun, Ribbit. She answered. No way. That's awesome, Sayu has a crush on Tokoyami. We have to help her someday. They all thought. Then after lunch they went back to the field and trained again. 3 hours later. They were done with training. Thank you for today, senpai. They all said and bowed, which made Najire blush a little bit. Well then, see you girls later. Najire said as she flew away and the 6 girls started to walk towards their dorms. Then a sudden realization washed over her. She flew back towards the girls and landed in front of them. You're all coming with me first. She said as all the girls asked her. Why? You're going to tell my sensei why I wasn't present in today's training. She answered as she turned them all around and led them towards Class 2A's training grounds, not letting even one of them speak up and complain. When they got there, Najire froze in her tracks when she saw Mirio and Tamaki kneeling in front of their sensei. They're gonna kill me for sure, good thing I brought my weapons. She thought as she looked towards the girls with a grin only a madman would have, and she pulled it off perfectly, scaring the girls as she shoved them towards her sensei. Najire. Her sensei called out furiously, then the two boys who were kneeling in front of him turned around. It's her. Grab her. Grab her. Mirio said as he and Tamaki ran towards Najira and grabbed both of her arms and dragged towards their sensei, as the other girls stared in fear for what would happen to their senpai, but suddenly, she spoke. Haha. Sensei, I have brought my trump cards today. She said as she grinned as if she won some kind of competition, then she pointed towards the girls. Girls. Tell him what I did today, tell him and tell him good. She added as she laughed evilly again, then the creeped out class 1 girls walked towards the confused group. Najira senpai helped us train today, she didn't do anything wrong. Echako said as they all bowed apologetically as their senpai grinned proudly at what they just said, then Mirio, Tamaki, and their sensei stared at her. Did you bribe them or bully them into this? They all asked. What? I didn't, I really trained them. She answered with an annoyed pout at the accusation that she would bribe or bully someone to get through punishment for skipping class. No sensei, we really were trained by Najira senpai. Momo said as she stood in front of the teacher. Monsieur Oirozu. If you say so. You boys, drag Najira back to the dorms and don't give her any milk. You girls return to your dorms too. The teacher said as he walked away. Humph. I don't even want to drink milk. Najira said as Mirio and Tamaki hauled her back to the dorm. Did that teacher just call you miss? Oirozu? Kyoka asked as Momo just facepalmed in response. Well, let's head back, it's getting late and we need the energy Tomro too. Echako suggested as they all nodded and went back to their dorm. Third person Pav. At night, after the whole class ate dinner and went to their rooms earlier than usual because of training, Shoto had called Fayumi to inform her of her so-called fiancé's condition. Fayumi ni, I'm sure you have heard of the USJ incident that occurred 2 days ago. Shoto said with a voice still filled with what little sorrow that was left. Yeah, I'm glad you're fine after that, Dad and the others were worried sick about you. What about it, Sho? Nightmares bugging you or what? Fayumi answered with a playful chuckle over the phone. Shoto took a deep breath before saying what he had to say. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Izuku, he's in a coma right now and we can't tell. He was cut off. I'll visit Tomro. Was all he could hear from his sister's cold tone as she hung up the phone. Looks like she's gone back to being cold-hearted again. When she met Izuku, that was probably the warmest her heart could have been. That's why they refer to her as father's ice-cold princess. Shoto thought to himself as he let out a sigh and went to bed. The next morning, Shoto woke up early and heard a racket downstairs. Unfreeze me and let's do this properly, you damned extra. Bakugo yelled as Shoto ran down only to see his one and only sister glaring at him. Her presence alone dropped the room temperature so low, it felt like it was already winter. Fayumi ni? What are you doing? Shoto asked as he sprinted down the stairs to meet her. This is your sister half and half bastard. Bakugo asked, still frozen in Fayumi's ice. Would you do this to him? Shoto asked. He wouldn't let me in, now enough talk and start leading me to where Izuku is if you don't want me to do that to all of you here. She answered with such a cold voice that Bakugo was visibly scared for once, and Shoto couldn't even verbally say yes, so he just nodded, unfroze Bakugo, and went outside to let her sister to the nurse's office. This isn't the first time she acted like this. When they were still kids, a lot bullied him because of the scar on his face caused by an accident with his fire quirk. Fayumi always loses her patience whenever that happens to Shoto, and ends up using her quirk on everybody. That's why their father didn't allow her to be a hero, which was fine by her, but Shoto knew. There wasn't any other ice quirk user that scared him more than his sister. On their way there, she was quiet even when All Might himself greeted the two of them. Hello there Todoroki siblings, how is Enji doing? He asked but only received a glare from Fayumi, which made even the top 1 hero flinch, and only got an apologetic smile from Shoto. Sorry about that All Might sensei, she's a bit on edge right now. He explained, then continued walking towards the nurse's office. When they got there, Fayumi didn't even bother to greet or even look at Recovery Girl and went straight for Izuku's bed. What's wrong with her, child? Recovery Girl asked Shoto while they look at Fayumi kneeling down beside Izuku, and for the first time in Shoto's life, he saw her sister crying tears for someone besides herself. She arranged a marriage between herself and brother Izuku. He was the first one ever to have caught the eyes of my sister, and this happened to him. She's just releasing her emotions, sensei. Shoto answered as he watched. Recovery Girl looked at Fayumi with pity. Don't worry child, he will wake soon enough. The damages aren't that severe anymore, he just needs to recover the stamina that was lost. She said to comfort her, then she turned around to face them. What? She asked with a confused face while drying her eyes. She said the damages aren't severe anymore, so he'll wake up as soon as he regains enough stamina. Shoto repeated so her sister could understand. When Fayumi heard that, she stood up and smiled widely. Well, you should have just said that over the phone. she said as she approached Recovery Girl and bowed politely. If you had let me finish last night, I was going to say that we can't tell when he'll wake up, but they said it sometime soon, and instead of listening, you cut me mid-sentence. Shoto answered with a heavy sigh while Fayumi just scratched her head and smiled apologetically. Sorry Sho, I must have caused a commotion back at your dorm earlier for no real reason, she said. Well, you two rascals better get out of here, I'm going to run tests on young Izuku, and your brother should prepare for school. Recovery Girl said as she pushed the two out of her office. Thank you Recovery Girl-san, we'll be going now. Fayumi said as she waved goodbye and the two of them walked back to Class 1A's dorm. So he's even kind enough to able to melt the heart of Enji's ice-cold princess, huh? This child is without a doubt similar to Toshinori, I better tell him that I approve of him passing on his quirk to young Izuku. Recovery Girl thought as she watched Fayumi walked away with the biggest smile she had ever seen her making her smile as well. Hey Sho, can I meet your classmates? I need to apologize to them, and I haven't seen those three girls in a while either. Fayumi said while they walked back. Yeah sure, the three of them come from very wealthy families and are going to request a joint marriage with Izuku and you. Shoto answered. I wanted Izuku for myself though, well that's that, I'm just going to make him love me more than the other girls. Fayumi said as she laughed at the thought of taking Izuku for herself. Sure whatever, all I care about is whether Izuku could be my brother. Shoto replied. Of course you'll be brothers. Fayumi answered still with her triumphant grin as they walked towards the dorm where she'll meet arrivals. When they got there, the whole class was already eating together downstairs. Hey everyone, I'd like you to meet Fayumi Ni, she'll be marrying Izuku. Shoto said as Fayumi waved at them. What? They all stood up and asked. Yeah, so please be kind to her. She still needs to marry Izuku so we can be brothers. Shoto added. All he thinks about is himself. They all thought. Then three particular girls walked up to them. Oh boy, here we go. Mina said as she saw the girls standing face to face with Fayumi. Long time no see ladies, have you all been well? Fayumi asked with a sly grin on her face. We heard you have arranged a marriage with Izuku. Momo asked. Yes, and I also heard you were interested in a joint marriage together with us. Fayumi asked back. TCH, I'm going to call my parents for a bit. Wait here. Kyoka said as she walked out, phone in hand. Hello mom, it's me. Kyoka said. Hello sweetie, is everything okay? Mrs. Jiro asked. Yes, anyway you remember that Midoriya company asking you to promote them in your concerts? She asked. Yes, they never stop bugging us sweetheart, when we were doing a tour around America last week, their whole staff of higher-ups followed us around offering payments in return for our cooperation. Why? Mrs. Jiro asked. I want an arranged marriage with the company owner's only nephew, his name is Izuku Midoriya, could you maybe fix that up for me mom? If so, that'd be rockin'. Kyoka said as her mother squealed of joy over the phone. My daughter has fallen for a man. Don't worry, consider it done sweetie. Dear. Arrange a meeting with the Midoriya company, Kyoka wants to marry their nephew. Her mother said, which made her laugh at the amount of support they're giving her. Thanks mom. She said. Anything for you sweetie, bye now, we're getting to the negotiations already, I'll text you if it's all wrapped up. Mrs. Jiro answered as she hung up the phone, and Kyoka returned inside with everybody looking at her, wondering why she called them. Yes, I'm marrying Izuku too. Kyoka said with a huge triumphant grin in her face as she approached everyone with their jaws dropped at the news she just unfolded. What? How? Hagakure stood up and asked. Let's just say I asked his aunt and uncle for permission and they'll give the green light later on. Kyoka answered. Using your famous mom and dad I see. Fayumi said, which caught everybody's attention. Well, you arranged the marriage through your father, right? It's only fair. Kyoka said as she stood face to face with her. Unbelievable. You shouldn't just arrange a marriage like that, don't you agree Ochako-san? Momo said as they all turned to where Ochako was but found nobody. Ochako-san? She asked again but got no answer until they saw her enter the dorm with her phone on her hand. Don't tell me you did it too. Momo asked, and Ochako just nodded with an intense blush. I couldn't help it. They used their family's connections too, right? It's a good thing I ran a background check on Izuku and found out he's their nephew. She added. Hey ladies, control yourselves, Izu bro is still unconscious you know, maybe wait for him to wake up and ask him for. Kirishima tried to say but was cut off by Momo. Ooh, that's it, I'll be right back. She said as she got her phone and went out in a similar manner as the last two with everybody's jaws dropped at what's happening in front of them. Hello mother, it is I. Momo said. Hello Momo, do you need something? Her mother asked. I have decided. I want to marry Izuku Midoriya, see could you arrange it for me mother? I heard from my friend that he's the nephew of that Midoriya company's owner. Momo answered while her mother was evidently overjoyed because of what she had heard. Finally. Me and your father have been waiting for this since that night we met little Izuku, consider it done dear. Honey. Call the Midoriya company abroad, we're going to talk business. Momo heard over the phone. Thank you mom. Oh and if they ask, I'm fine with a joint marriage. She answered. I shall dear, bye for now, we're proceeding to the negotiations. Don't worry, we won't take no for an answer. Mrs. Yayoi Rozu said as she hung up the phone, making Momo chuckle a bit as she walked inside again. When Kyoka saw the smile on Momo's face, she knew how it went. Joint marriage it is. She said as the four girls stood face to face. Forgive us Aizu. Your big sisters couldn't prevent this from happening. Mina and Hagakure both said as they ran off towards the main building. Well, Izuku's gonna have a very productive honeymoon right? Ejiro forced himself to joke about the predicament their friend is in. I refuse to give Aizu bro up. The clutches of women shall not take his purity from us. Hiroshima said as all the boys except for Bakugo and Todoroki stood up with determined faces. I may be thankful for what he did but it's not fair that girls fight for that sweet-talking green-haired bastard. Fight over me too. Mineta said, but no one paid any attention to the poor grape man. Shut up and just hurry. We're going to be late. Kyoka said as all of them realized what time it is and rushed to prepare for school. I'm going back home show, call me when Izuku wakes up, I'll make a child with him to seal the deal, you know wink Fayumi said as she went out and walked towards the parking lot, leaving a stunned class 1 at their dorms. No. He should remain as pure and innocent as possible. This isn't over you hear. The Aizu Bro Purity Protection Squad will prevent it. Kirishima said as all the guys besides Bakugo and Todoroki nodded in agreement. 5 minutes later. Is everybody ready? Iida asked as they all nodded. Then let's proceed to the training grounds everyone. He added as he gestured for everyone to follow him towards the training field. 2 months and 25 days later. The school festival is only 3 days away. Najire had returned to her room after training throughout the whole day with her class, and mostly with the other members of the Big Three, which for a girl like her, could be a lot more tiring if you add the additional energy she expands on asking 1,000 questions every minute. She plumped down face first on her bed. Hey, it's been a long time since I've slept with my boyfriend, I don't think that's healthy for a relationship. She said as she stood up grinning. Haha, I may be exhausted, but I'll still go to him whether you like it or not, tired Najire's body. She added as she forced herself to stay awake by pinching her cheeks until it turned red. She then quickly took a bath, changed into her pajamas, grabbed her pillow, raped her hair around her neck like she always does when she sleeps, and quickly ran out of her room. Where are you going Najire? Don't tell me you. Mirio tried to ask, but she cut him short. Yes, don't stop me or I'll blast you. I'll be back tomorrow anyway so don't look for me. Najire answered as she continued towards the door and flew away with her quirk. She headed straight towards the main building and sneaked her way in. Students aren't allowed out of their dorms after curfew. Haha, nothing is impossible for the amazing Najire. She said to herself as she hummed some spy music you hear in movies. Then she finally reached the nurse's office. She opened the door as gently as possible and scanned the room. No signs of recovery girl, you are clear to proceed Hiro Najire. She said to herself as she continued to act like a spy and approached Izuku's bed. Hello Izuku, you're still not awake. I was hoping you could watch me kick butt at the sports festival, but it looks like you won't be able to, don't worry though, I'll show you the medal later on. She said as she slowly went under the sheets, hugged Izuku and slowly fell asleep with her head resting on his chest. Good night Izuku. Izuku's pav. Wake up call. That night, that one single night after a long slumber, I had a dream. It was a memory, probably the most precious memory I have, it was of my late mother. I saw a younger version of myself, probably 2 to 3 years old sleeping on a crib. I looked so peaceful as if nothing was on my mind, and as if no impurities have ever entered my soul. Would you look at that? Sleeping like there's nothing in the world that could hurt you in any way possible, baby me is rather unfair isn't he? My 16-year-old self thought. Then someone entered the door, a green-haired woman wearing the brightest smile I have ever witnessed, my beloved mother. She poked at little Izuku's tummy, trying to wake him up only to end up with an annoyed crying baby nibbling on her finger, which by the looks of it, she found endearing. That looked annoying, but it's ironic how I miss it so much despite of that. I thought. Then she picked him up and waved him around like a child playing with a toy plane, while little Izuku slowly stopped crying. She leaned in for an adorable kiss on the baby's cheek, which made him chuckle a bit and grabbed his mom's face with his chubby fingers. You're too pure Aizu. I wish you'd never change even when you grow up, then we can hang out with your father every day, and we'll even buy you your own car, so you'd drive us everywhere, so grow up to be a big buffed guy, and make us proud our little baby. She said with a cheerful attitude as she carried the little guy outside the room. Then it happened, I woke up in tears after the longest sleep I've ever had, I finally opened my eyes. Third person pav. Izuku woke up in the middle of the night, wondering why he was in the nurse's office and not his dorm room, then he remembered what happened. USJ, getting stabbed, and blacking out was all he could think of. He took off the life support equipments hooked up to him and felt incredible lingering pain in his stomach area. He tried to stand up, but he felt a mass holding him down from under the sheets. He did the natural thing anybody would do, he looked under the sheets, and boy did he regret it. He saw his periwinkle-haired senpai hugging him tightly. Why is she here? He thought as he panicked, not knowing what to do, so he just tried to wake her up as gently as possible. Then Nijire-senpai, wake up. He said as he poked her cheeks that suddenly inflated. Wake me up and I'll bite your whole hand off, Izuku. She said, then as she said it, a sudden realization came over her, so she opened her eyes, startling Izuku. Izuku? She asked. GG, good morning senpai. He answered with an uncomfortable smile on his face. Why are you he? He tried to ask but was cut off. He was suddenly kissed by his crying senpai. I thought you'd never wake up. I tried my best to believe that you would, but over the last 2 months I slowly lost hope. I didn't even drink milk, you idiot. She said when she pulled away from Izuku, who was still in a daze. Why do women keep doing that? Is it a new form of greeting in Japan that I didn't learn or something? He thought to himself. She continued to cry while she hugged him. Nijire-senpai, it's fine now, nobody died, right? He tried a joke so she would laugh at least, but it was no use, so he just let out a sigh and hugged her back. The night was calm, the only light was the moon and stars shining through the window, and if you drowned out Nijire's crying, it would almost seem romantic to most people. After 2 long hours of crying, Nijire finally calmed down and started hugging Izuku tightly. Nijire-senpai, it hurts. Izuku said. Let me do this, I need it, I didn't drink milk yet, you know. It was hard on me. She answered as she buried her head into Izuku's chest. Milk? What about milk? He asked with a puzzled and curious look. Nothing. She replied, much to Izuku's disappointment. Just when Izuku was starting to fall asleep, he was poked in the cheek by Nijire. What is it senpai? He asked, then Nijire just pouts and looked at him with an annoyed face. Hey. She said. What? Do you want milk or something? He suddenly decides to tease his senpai, which he immediately regrets. When Nijire heard the joke, she was pissed. You know what? She screams, suddenly scaring her beloved Kouhai. I do need milk. Cause when you were out cold, I promised to be a good girl and not bug Mirio and the others whenever I needed milk. But since you asked, let's go buy some milk later. No buts, as soon as I see Mr. Sun come up, we're taking my car and we're going to a cafe. Got that, Mr. Jockester? She added as she inched her face closer to his, scaring all the life out of him, making him nod because of the fear of being stabbed 1,000,000 times by his pissed off senpai. Now that's a good boy, wake me up when Mr. Sun rises. She said as she returned to her cute side and snuggled up to Izuku, sleeping again with her head resting on his chest. Mr. Sun. Izuku thought to himself. 2 hours later. Should I wake her up? Her Mr. Sun is up, but if I wake her up, she's going to drag me somewhere. On the other hand, if I don't wake her up, she'll wake up on her own later on and figure out that I didn't wake her up when she asked me, then she'll kill me. Izuku thought as he let out a sigh and squished his senpai's cheeks to wake her up. Then she bit his finger. Why would you do that? I was waking you up, senpai. Izuku explained as he held the finger she bit. I told you not to wake me up. She answered. But you told me earlier. When Mr. Sun comes up I should wake you up. Izuku replies. Are you making fun of what I call the sun? It's cute and I like it. And yes, I suddenly remembered asking you to do that. She said as she pulled away from Izuku and got up. Let's go, Izuku, we're buying me milk and you're paying. She added as she began walking out the door. Izuku tried to follow her, but when he lifted his feet to move out of the bed, incredible pain went through his whole body. Nijire-senpai. He called out, holding his legs. I can't walk. He said with a panicked face, then Nijire ran towards him and hugged him to calm him down. Don't worry, we'll ask recovery girl if it's permanent, calm down. She said as Izuku hugged her back as he breathes heavily, trying to calm himself down. Then as if on cue, recovery girl arrived 2 minutes later with a shocked expression when she saw Izuku sitting with Nijire on the bed. Young Izuku, are you feeling any sort of discomfort? She asked. Yeah, recovery girl, Izuku says he can't walk cause it's painful when he does. Why is that? Is it because of the stab he took? Is it permanent? If so, can it be fixed? She asked in rapid fire with a concerned face. Oh, don't worry about that. Recovery girl said as the two stared at her with confusion in their eyes. It's true that when that monster stabbed you it hit your spine, but with my quirk it healed it. You had little to no stamina left, so the healing wasn't complete, but it'll heal, so rest assured. In the meantime you may use this. She added as she rolled over a wheelchair. When Izuku heard this, he sighed in relief. I thought my dream was a goner for sure, thank you recovery girl. Izuku said as he smiled at the old lady. Okay Izuku, I'll get you on the wheelchair and we'll get my milk alright. Nejire asked as she flew behind Izuku and lifted him up and put him down on the chair. Oh yeah recovery girl, please don't mention this to class 1 at first. I'm going on a date with him and I don't want interruptions. She added. Very well, but be careful. Recovery girl replied. Wouldn't they be mad if they figure it out? Izuku asked. Oh don't worry, they still owe me for helping with their training. Nejire answered. Training for what? He asked. Sports festival, it's 2 days away from today. She answered. What? Sports festival? I won't be able to participate, no way. Izuku said with a disappointed look on his face. Don't worry Aizu, just focus on recovering. Anyway let's buy milk. She said while pushing Izuku's wheelchair out the office. Bye bye recovery girl. She waved cheerfully as they exit the room. Nejire senpai please slow down, you might hit someone. Izuku said but Nejire was caught up in her daydream about her and Izuku's date, so she didn't hear a single word, and guess what, Izuku's warning came true. When they turned left at a corner, they bumped into their one and only sensei, Aizawa who stared at them with wide eyes. What the hell are you up to now Nejire? And you're awake problem child? He asked. Problem child? Izuku thought as he smiled uncomfortably at his sensei. Me and Izuku are going to buy milk cause I didn't drink any when he was unconscious. Don't tell your class yet sensei, you don't want to distract them from their training don't you? She replied. Haha, knowing sensei he'll let this go if it has something to do with training. She thought as she grinned which she wasn't aware of. Aizawa just lets out a sigh and nodded. You better keep him safe or I'll take away all the coffee and milk I find around a 20-mile radius from here got it? He said, scaring Nejire into nodding in agreement as he walked away acting like he saw nothing. Now that he's out of the way, let's get going Izuku, I'll drive. Nejire said as she continued towards the school's parking lot. I don't think I feel too safe with you driving us senpai. Izuku said with a nervous smile directed at her. What was that? She replied with a murderous glare which scared Izuku into submission. Good, we're here. She added when they stopped in front of a blue convertible. Wow it looks just like Kyoka's but blue. Izuku said as he stared at the car with amazement. Like Kyoka-san huh? I guess I'll buy a different one tomorrow. She mutters to herself with an annoyed pout on her face. Anyway I'll help you get in first. Nejire said as she lifts Izuku off the wheelchair and into the passenger seat, she then folds the wheelchair and put it on the back of her car. Thanks, Nejire senpai. Izuku suddenly said catching Nejire off guard making her blush. It's no biggie. She said as she gets on the driver's seat and takes off. Which cafe are we going to senpai? Izuku asked while they were driving. I'm not sure. Where do you want to go? She answered. How about the cafe where I went with Momo and Kyoka? He replied back receiving another annoyed pout from Nejire. Humph. She said which made Izuku a bit uncomfortable. Did I make her mad somehow? He thought. Is there something wrong senpai? He asked with a nervous smile, but she just pouts again and avoided eye contact. You can tell me and I'll fix it. Izuku said, trying to calm her down. If she suddenly goes full on psycho on me and drops me on the side of the road, it won't be pretty. He thought. I just don't want you talking about other girls when I'm with you, okay? She answered with a slight blush and still avoiding eye contact to hide it. Oh, they must have had an argument when they were training. That's why it's uncomfortable for her when I mention their names. I get it now. He thought. Don't worry senpai. I won't mention their names when I'm with you. He replied with a bright smile on his face which made her blush more. Let's just go to the cafe you said, if Yaoi Rozu went there, their milk must be absolutely to die for. Nejire said with a crazy grin on her face. If you say so. He answered with another nervous smile over his face. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the mall's parking lot and Nejire was setting Izuku down on his temporary wheelchair. Upside daisy. She said which Izuku found a little cute and let out a slight chuckle. What's so funny? She asked innocently. Nothing senpai, you just sound very cute. He answered making her blush earlier normal compared to how she was blushing now. Shut up. By the way you're paying, I didn't get the chance to grab my wallet, much less change my clothes, I'm still wearing my PJs. She replied. You are? We should have Atlas changed clothes, well I do look normal with these hospital clothes when I'm in this wheelchair, but you. He tried to say but was cut off by a scary glare. I'm what? She asked. Arvv very cute in that pink pajama of yours. He answered with another nervous grin. I swear to God she's going to be the death of me one of these days. He thought to himself. Then they went inside the mall which wasn't crowded to say the least because they were earlier than most people. Where's that cafe you were talking about Izuku? She asked as she looks around for anything that has something to do with milk. It's over there, Najire-senpai, and please walk slower this time, okay? Izuku answered and she nodded, however reluctantly. Humph. It's a lot more fun to go fast. But oh well, I am taking care of him, and I don't want every milk and coffee products in a 20-mile radius from the school to get wiped out. She thought as she headed towards the cafe Izuku was pointing at. When they got in, Najire immediately ran towards the counter. I need all the milk you have, sir," she said, startling every staff member present. "Ma'am, we can't give you that much milk, we need it for our other products," the guy at the counter said as he bowed apologetically. Now he probably thought Najire would be mature and just accept that, but boy was he wrong. The moment Najire heard that, she cried so loud all of the staff members and Izuku had to cover their ears to not go deaf. "Ma'am, please, we're incredibly sorry about it, but if you want all the milk here you might as well just rent the whole place for the day," the guy at the counter added, and when Najire heard this, she stopped crying and turned towards Izuku with puppy eyes. "What?" he asked. "Do what he said or I'll cry again," she said, which probably would be the scariest blackmail for Izuku right now, so he just let out a sigh and Najire pushed him towards the counter. "Sir, I'll rent the whole place for today, just please give her the milk," he said, which confused the staff managing the cafe. "Sir, are you sure? You know you could just buy milk at a department store," he said. "Yes, I'm sure. You don't know what I'm dealing with here. If you don't give her the milk from here, she's just going to drag me towards all the cafes she can find and ask them to sell her their milk," Izuku answered as he brought out his credit card and handed it to the guy at the counter. "Hey. Are you making fun of me again?" Najire asked with crossed arms and an annoyed pout on her face. "And no, senpai, IIW would never. I just tried to explain why they should just sell their milk to you," he answered with yet another nervous grin. "As you wish, sir," the guy said. "Oh, would you like it delivered? It would be a hassle to load and unload this much milk," he added. "Najire-senpai, where would you like it delivered?" Izuku asked her. As UA dorms possible?" she asked, and the counter guy nodded in response. "Then class 2 a dorm, Najire-hado," she answered. "Very well, and here you go, sir," the counter guy said as he handed Izuku his credit card. "Where do you want to go next, senpai?" he asked. "How about breakfast? Then let's head back to the school. Your classmates probably noticed that you weren't in your bed and are probably looking for you. Plus I need my milk," she answered. "Yeah, I am pretty hungry," Izuku replied as she led Izuku to a family restaurant in front of the cafe. Luckily for them, they were the only customers in the restaurant because Najire was still wearing her pajamas and Izuku was still in his hospital clothes. They sat on the table farthest from the entrance. "Now we can talk in private, Izuku," she said with a seductive tone which turned him into a nervous wreck. "Why would we need to talk in PP private, senpai?" he asked with a nervous look on his face. "I want you to marry me, no questions asked. I already talked to Aunt Abby and Uncle George with my parents for the engagement. You don't have a say in this, by the way, so don't bother saying no to me," she said with a triumphant grin which terrified Izuku to the point of making him agree to an arranged marriage between him and his senpai. "I'm already marrying Fayumi, so maybe marrying Najire-senpai too wouldn't make such a difference. Plus if I actually say no, she might kill me right here right now," he thought as he nodded repeatedly. "Now that's a good boy, I love you so much," she said as she patted his head like petting a dog. Then the waiter finally came around. "What would be your orders?" she asked. "I'll have 1 serving of katsudon, please," Najire said, now with her usual cute demeanor. "I'll have the same, I guess," Izuku replied, still not taking his eyes off Najire because of the fear that she might suddenly jump on him. "Alright, we'll have it out in about 10 minutes," the waitress answered and walked back towards the counter. "Oh sweetie, why are you staring at me?" Najire asked. "Sweetie? Talk about quick progress," he thought as he turned away from her. "And no particular reason, senpai," he answered. "Call me Najire, please," she said with a bright smile that actually calmed him down a little bit. "Oh okay if you want, and Najire," he said with a slight blush on his face. "Good boy," she said as she leaned over to pat his head again. Back at class 2A's dorm, Mirio and Tamaki walked out to see a truck approaching their dorm. "What could that be?" Tamaki asked. "Dunno, let's check it out," Mirio answered as they both ran towards the truck. "Hello there boys, are you from class 2A? the truck driver asked. "Yes we are, what's this mister?" Mirio asked pointing at the truck. "Oh it's for Miss Najire-hado, she and her boyfriend bought this earlier and asked it to be delivered here," he answered, leaving the 2 boys with widely opened eyes and mouths. "What's inside?" they both asked. Milk, it's a funny story actually. She basically blackmailed her boyfriend into renting the whole cafe for the day just to buy her this. She told him that she'd cry if he didn't buy it. The truck driver said as he bursted out laughing, while the two guys just stare at the guys unloading boxes of milk into their dorm until a sudden realization washed over them. Boyfriend? They asked, startling the driver. Was he handsome? Did he have green hair? Mirio asked as the driver nodded in agreement. Why boys? Is something wrong about him? He asked. No. Thank you, mister. You can just drop the milk in the kitchen, we'll take care of it later. Mirio said as he and Tamaki ran towards Class 1A's training grounds. We better tell Izawa-sensei about this. They both said in unison. Back at the family restaurant. The waitress finally came back with their orders. Here you are. She said as she placed their meals on the table, then suddenly, she leaned over to Izuku's ear to whisper something. You're kinda cute, would you want to have some fun with me when you're healed? UA Hero Course Class 1 Izuku Midoriya. Which made Izuku's eyes widen at what he just heard. Then the waitress handed him a piece of paper with presumably her number on it, then she walked away while throwing glances at him. How did she know my name? He thought. Then suddenly Najire spoke up. What did she tell you? She asked. Oh, just something about having fun and stuff, just the usual. He answered, trying to hide the shock he got from the waitress mysteriously knowing his name, even though he didn't tell her. The usual. What does that mean? It happens all the time. She asked again. Yeah, friends always asks you to have fun with them, right? Maybe she wanted to be my friend. He answered with a straight and innocent face. Oh yeah, sure. Could you hand me the piece of paper she gave you, Izuku? She said. Then Izuku gladly gave her the paper and started eating. When Najire saw what was written on it, she knew what was up. Oh, she wanted to be more than friend, alright. Thank goodness for Izuku's innocence, or else he would have been lured in. She thought as she ripped the piece of paper without Izuku noticing and began eating her katsudon too. When they were done eating, they paid at the counter with their waiter winking at Izuku, so Najire picked up the pace and pushed Izuku away from the restaurant as quick as possible, wearing a clearly visible annoyed pout on her face. Najire? Did I make you mad again? Izuku asked with a nervous grin. Never talk to that lady again and I might forgive you. She answered. But she wants to be my friend, it wouldn't be right. He tried to say but was cut off. No, she doesn't, she wants to be more than friends, Izuku. So don't finish that sentence and just do what I say for now. Najire said. Then Izuku just stopped talking and fiddled with his fingers. Based on Izuku's reaction earlier, that lady told him something more than having fun. Maybe even something about his background information that she wasn't supposed to know yet. She knew she might be a stalker or even a villain. Najire thought as she glanced back at the family restaurant they were in, making sure no one was following them. When they got to her car, Najire moved quickly and lifted Izuku up and into his seat, folded the wheelchair and shoved it in the back seat, then she sat on the driver's seat with Izuku looking at her. What's wrong, Najire? Why are we in a hurry all of a sudden? He asked with a concerned face while Najire cranked up the car and started to drive. We're getting out of here, I knew that lady was bad for you. She said as she looked over Izuku's shoulder and saw the waitress from before, standing near the exit, staring at them as they pass her. Hey, wasn't that the waitress from earlier? Izuku asked as he looked back, watching the lady enter them all once again. Izuku. If you see her again, tell me, okay? Promise me you would. She said as she held his hand while driving. Oh okay, but why? He asked but got no answer in return. I better tell Izawa-sensei about this, that lady might be connected to that organization All Might mentioned at the meeting last time, the League of Villains that was responsible for the attack at USJ. They might be spying on Izuku, knowing that he has a potentially powerful quirk, or the fact that their ringleader might be holding a grudge against the child who ruined their plans. They might even go so far as trying to find an opening to kill him when he's alone. She thought. Then after a few minutes of silent driving, Izuku decided to break the silence. Hey Najire, would you spar with me when we get to school? I think I might have weakened a little bit because I haven't used my quirk in a while. He said while scratching the back of his neck and blushing of embarrassment. It's fine if you don't want to, you are one of the big three and having to spar with a first year like me must be a waste of time. He added. When Najire heard him say that, it made her mad, yet she didn't know why. Why would you say that? She asked, scaring Izuku as he looked down expecting to get hit. You saved me and the others. It wouldn't be a waste of time. So I'd gladly spar with you later. She added as he looked up at her with a terrified yet confused face. I'm sorry Izu, I didn't know why, but it made me a bit mad when you said you'd waste my time, so forgive me. She said with an apologetic smile. And no, you're kindy enough to spar with me, you don't need to apologize. Thank you. He said with a genuine smile at his senpai, making her blush. So sweet, simply must protect. she thought as she continued to drive towards UA. When they got there, they parked her car, set up Izuku on his wheelchair, then headed towards an empty training field to spar. "Let's go somewhere we'd be alone, you don't want to distract your classmates while they train, right?" she whispered in his ear from behind, earning herself a blushing Izuku which she finds cute. When they got there, Izuku told her to set him on the opposite side of the field. "Are you sure about this, Izuku? You can't walk right now, you know. Will you be alright? Do you want to reconsider and spar when you're healed instead?" Najira asked in rapid fire mode with a concerned face which made Izuku chuckle a bit as she stood on the opposite side of the field facing Izuku. "Don't worry, Najira, I'll be fine, I just want to try something I thought of when we were hanging out at the mall," he answered while grinning with determination. "Well, let's fight a long-range battle, close combat wouldn't work for you, would it?" she replied, making Izuku chuckle a bit again as he nodded in agreement. Then Najira flew with her quirk. "Start," she said, and as soon as she said it, the wind around the field started picking up. "Gather it all, make it revolve around you, create your personal cyclone," Izuku thought as he closed his eyes, concentrated and gathered all the wind around the area and made it all swirl around him as his hair stood up on end. The whole field was engulfed with raging winds, Najira couldn't even fly properly, much less attack. "Are you kidding? This must be really hard to do, but I have to admit it's powerful. I'm a good distance away from him, but I'm still getting thrown around this much," Najira thought as she witnessed the experimental move Izuku was performing in front of her. Najira flew away a bit more outside of his range to fire a shot. "Your eyes are closed when you're using it. That's what I'm going to use against you, Aizu," she said with a triumphant grin as she charged her right hand with an absurd amount of energy and fired it off towards Izuku, only for it to get intercepted midway. "I see." He made the wind that's closer to him a lot more denser than the ones farther away from him. "How do you beat something like this? It's the perfect move for immobilizing the enemy at a distance they can't cross and defending yourself from long-range attacks at the same time," she thought as she tried to formulate tactics to counter it. "Let's see if its durability has a limit then," she thought as she charged both her hands with energy, preparing to fire at him. Class 1A's training ground. Pick up the pace. You guys aren't going to win with half-assed power. Give it your all, you weaklings, Aizawa said as all his students ran around the field repeatedly for a stamina test. Then suddenly, Mirio and Tamaki came running towards him. "Sensei. Izuku's awake. We heard he's with Najira," Mirio shouted as he ran towards him, then Aizawa face slaps himself in response. "I knew that girl would mess up and reveal her own secret," he thought as the whole class 1A gathered around the three of them. "Aizu bro's awake?" Kirishima asked as they all looked at Aizawa waiting for an answer. He sighed and glared at Mirio and Tamaki for revealing what Najira told him to keep on the low for now. "Yes, he is," he answered, then the whole class cheered. "Where is he now?" Momo asked. "He's with Najira, she said they'll be buying her milk in." Before Aizawa could finish explaining, they all heard explosions from one of the training fields. "That field should be empty right now," Mirio said. "Who in their right mind would fight in the middle of the day?" Aizawa said with an annoyed tone as he ran towards the explosions with the whole class, Mirio and Tamaki following him. When they got there, almost all of them were swept off their feet by a sudden gust of wind. What they saw shocked them and brought tears of joy to their smiling faces as Aizawa just grinned at seeing who was in the middle of it all. "Problem child," he said. "He's on a wheelchair?" Kyoka asked. "Hey, isn't that Najira-senpai? She looks like she's in a bind though," Hagakure said as they all turned to Najira struggling to maintain her balance and firing energy blasts at the same time. "He's not even moving an inch yet, he's overpowering her," Shoto said as Bakugo just glared at Izuku, but it wasn't out of rage, it was a glare of rivalry. "Was he this strong before?" Kaminari said as he struggled to stay standing up with all the wind pushing them back. "He truly is amazing, such a bright light emanating right after he arose from the darkness," Tokoyami commented with his wisdom-filled demeanor. "Hey Aizu. It's us. Over here," Mina yelled, waving at Izuku to get his attention. Then Najira and Izuku looked towards the direction of the sound and stopped their battle. The wind died down and the class all ran towards Izuku. Hey guys, slow down. You're going to," he tried to say, but he was too late. Everybody came crashing down on him and hugged him except for Bakugo, who just stood with Mirio, Tamaki and Aizawa. "We missed you, Aizu. Give me those pancakes. You're alive, bro. We thought you'd never see the light again. Let's sleep together," they all said as they pulled away from Izuku. "Sleep together?" he thought as he heard the last statement. "And nice to see you again, everyone. I heard you've been training for the sports festival," he said as he fixed himself. "You bet. We're strong now too. If you don't hurry up and heal, we'll leave you behind, I think," Shiro said as they all wiped their tears. "Anyway, you guys should get back to tea training. wouldn't want to hold you up, let's talk together when we get back to the dorms later. Izuku said as he gave them a warm smile. I've missed that smile. Momo said as they all nodded in agreement. Thank you for considering our training, Midoriya-kun, we shall get back to it. Watch us win the sports festival. Iida said as they all made faces filled with determination. Yeah, I'll be cheering for all of you. He answered with yet another warm smile. Thank you, Izuku-kun. Ichako answered with a little hint of blush on her cheeks. Get back to training, you weaklings. You don't have time to be standing around. Aizawa said as they all turned towards him. Yes, sir. They all said as they ran back to their training field. See you later, pretty boy, we have something to tell you later and it's gonna blow your top off. Kyoka added as Momo, and Ichako blushed and nodded in agreement. What? He asked but got no answer as they ran off to join the others. Nice to see you again, problem child. Aizawa said as they walked towards him. Hey. It's the Mirio-senpai and the Tamaki-senpai. Izuku said as he saw the two of them walk towards him with Aizawa. I see you remembered us. Was Nijiire giving you any kind of trouble? Mirio asked. We heard you bought her a truck full of milk earlier. Tamaki said. Humph. I was being a good girl when he was unconscious, so he wanted to reward me. Right, Aizu? She asked with pleading eyes, begging him to say yes, so he did. Then she flew towards him and tackled him into a hug. Then Nijiire's face turned serious. Sensei, earlier at the mall I saw someone who was probably spying on Izuku. She said as Izuku just looked at her with a puzzled yet nervous look. Where? He asked. There's no use trying to hide it from me, Izuku. She probably knew your name and other information that you didn't tell her, but you didn't inform me about it when she whispered it to you. She said as Izuku just sighed in surrender and nodded a confirmation. Do you think it could be from them? Mirio asked and Nijiire nodded in response. I want someone to guard him, preferably a teacher who can handle an ambush. She said. I'll discuss it with Nezu, you're probably targeted by the villain's problem child, you were the one who ruined their plan, so it wouldn't be impossible for their ringleader to hold a grudge on you. Aizawa explained. Agreed. The big three all said. I think so too, Nijiire was right, she knew my name, and she said it as if she already ran a thorough background check on me. Izuku added. Then it's settled, someone will be guarding you from tomorrow until you fully heal enough to protect yourself. Aizawa concluded as they all nodded in agreement. For the meantime, get problem child back to his dorm and let him rest. He said, directed at Nijiire, who nodded in response. Let's go, Aizu. I'll keep you safe. Nijiire said as she hugged Izuku from behind, then started leading him back to Class 1A's dorm. Hey Nijiire, do you think they'd attack again like they did back at USJ? Izuku asked with a worried expression as they walked back. Villains don't usually launch large-scale attacks when they're only pinpointing one target, so if I have to guess, they'll probably wait for an opening and strike when they see it. Nijiire explained. Don't worry, Aizu, the school won't let you get killed. And if it comes to it, I'll blast them away myself. She added as she grinned proudly, calming Izuku down. Thank you. He replied with a very calm smile of his own as his consciousness began to slip away. When they got to their dorm, Izuku had already fallen asleep on his wheelchair. He looks so cute when she sleeps. Nijiire said as she lifted Izuku up, carried him up to his room and tucked him in. Sleep well, Izuku, I'm going to drink milk now, alright? I did promise you I wouldn't when you were unconscious, but now that you're awake, I'm allowed to. So bye for now, I enjoyed our date. She said as she leaned over and kissed Izuku's forehead, then headed towards Class 2A's dorm. When she got there, she immediately ran towards the kitchen. Muhaha, the milk is finally here. She said as she picked up one of the many boxes and opened it. But as she did, she suddenly felt tired to the bone and dropped the box on the table. On second thought, I'll go to sleep for now, but this isn't over, Milky. I'll devour you later. She said as she went up to her room and plumped down face first on her bed. Good thing I'm still wearing my PJs. She said as her consciousness slowly slipped away. 2 hours later. The whole Class 1 had returned to the dorms after another day of training. Where's Izuku? Aizawa sensei said he'd be here. Ejiro asked as they looked around the commons area only to find an empty wheelchair by the stairs. Well, I guess he's already asleep, we'll tell him about the engagements tomorrow, ladies, everyone proceed to your rooms and sleep immediately, alright. Ichako said, being the second class representative herself. Understood. They all replied and went to their respective rooms, except for a certain student with red and white hair. Fayumi. Shoto said over the phone. What is it, Sho? She asked. Brother Izuku is awake, no. He was once again cut mid-sentence by his sister. Really? I'll visit again tomorrow. Bye, I have to prepare what I wear and beauty sleep and stuff. She replied and hung up the phone. Shoto just let out a sigh and went inside. Tomorrow's going to be another long day, at least I can have fun with Izuku again. he said to himself as he walked up to his room, took a quick bath and went to bed. Third person Pav. The next morning, Shoto woke up in the same manner he did yesterday. What the hell are you two doing here? The nerd is still asleep, scram. Bakugo was screaming yet again. Not this again, I should really tell Fayumi to come here a little later. He thought as he yawned and got out of bed. When he got to the commons area, Kirishima was already awake and was looking towards the door with Bakugo. Bakugo, quiet down, the others are still sleeping, you know. Kirishima said, trying to calm him down. Midnight Sensei. I knew Fayumi was coming over today, but why are you here too? Shoto asked as all four of them turned towards him. Hey. Half and half, tell your sister to stop coming over so damn early in the morning. Bakugo said, but as usual, nobody paid attention to his occasional screaming. Hey Sho, I don't know about this woman, but is Izuku going to wake up soon? Fayumi said as she walked towards Shoto. I don't know, but even if he is awake, I doubt he'd be coming down. He can't walk temporarily. He answered. That's where I come in, Fayumi. Midnight said as she approached the two of them. What do you mean? And I thought I told you never to call me that, Kayama. She answered with a cold expression directed towards the pro hero. I've been asked to guard Izuku for the time being, the staff thinks he's being targeted by the villains out of a petty grudge. Midnight replied. You two know each other? Kirishima said as he restrained Bakugo. Yeah. Middle school, this woman couldn't even stand up to me back then, but look at her now. Fayumi said with a triumphant grin. Oh, do you want to test that now, little girl? Midnight answered with her own grin. We're both 19, you idiot, don't call me little girl. Fayumi replied. Oh, I'm not talking about the age when I talk about little. Midnight grinned yet again as they stood face to face, glaring at each other. How do you know the nerd's getting targeted? Bakugo asked as he and Kirishima walked over. Nijire saw someone that was presumably spying on Izuku yesterday at the mall. This is just safety precautions, plus I get to spend time with Izuku too. Midnight said as she smiled genuinely. Izubro has it rough, huh? Kirishima asked. No, you idiot, it's only natural that he'd be targeted after hearing their plans. It could be worse. Bakugo said as he walked over to the kitchen to cook his breakfast. Hey, can I have some food too? Mina's still asleep and I don't want to wake her up just to cook for me. Kirishima asked as he followed him. Anyway, I'll lead you to his room, but please be gentle with him today. Shoto said as he picked up Izuku's wheelchair and began walking up the stairs with the other two following him. He knocked on his door. Izuku, it's me Shoto, may I come in? He asked. Why yeah, come in. I can't really get up, so it'd be better if you brought the wheelchair with you. He answered. Then Shoto opened the door as Fayumi and Midnight ran inside and tackled Izuku into a hug on his bed. I've missed you, Izu. Did you miss me too? Fayumi asked in a seductive tone. Fayumi. Why are you here? And Midnight Sensei too. Izuku said as he panicked at what was going on. Oh honey, I just wanted to see you again. Midnight answered as she hugged him tighter. It hurts. He said. Hey, I thought I told you to take it easy on him today. Shoto added. Then the two of them got off Izuku and smiled apologetically. Sorry about that. They both said. It's fine B, but what brings the two of you here? He asked. I wanted to see you again since we're getting married and all that. Fayumi answered. Oh yeah. Izuku replied with an awkward smile. Forget crossing the bridge when we get there. The bridge is coming towards me itself. He thought. You're getting married, huh? Midnight said as she pouts disappointedly. Yeah, but I'm fine with a joint marriage if you want in. Fayumi said with a friendly smile. Really? Midnight asked with a smile of her own. Yeah, sure. The more the merrier, am I right? She answered. Why you do know that's not always true, right? And what about my opinion? Izuku asked. Don't worry Izuku, even if you marry 100 women, as long as you marry Fayumi, we can still be brothers. Shoto said. I'm not worried about that, Shoto-kun. Izuku thought as he smiled awkwardly at Shoto, who was smiling back at him genuinely. It's settled then, I'll tell my parents some other day. Midnight said, much to Izuku's surprise. I'm only 16. He said. Oh, we can wait for you, big boy. They both said in unison. Well, that was my last way out and I had hoped it'd work. All I can hope for now is when Aunt Abby and Uncle George decline for me. That's right, they won't sell me out. Izuku thought as he grinned triumphantly inside his head. Anyway, I'm your personal bodyguard, Izuku. Midnight said as she picked him up and set him on his wheelchair. Thank you, Midnight Sensei. He said. Call me Namuri, sweetie. She whispered in his ear from behind, making him blush. Why yes, ma'am. He answered. I'll be going now, honey. Mom and Dad asked me to join some kind of party earlier. Take care of my Izuku, alright? I'll freeze you if anything happens to him. Fayumi said as she leaned over and gave Izuku a kiss on the forehead. He's our Izuku. Midnight replied as Fayumi just sighed, nodded and walked out the door. Why you are really should rethink your decision, Nomuri-san, there's a lot more guys out there that are much better than me. Izuku said, trying to change her mind. No thank you, I have my heart set on you, and only you, she whispered seductively in his ear, again earning herself another blush from him. Let's head down, Midnight-sensei, the others are probably waiting for us downstairs. Shoto said as he walked out Izuku's room with Midnight following him with Izuku in his wheelchair. While they were walking down the corridor, Izuku's phone suddenly rang. Who could that be? He asked himself as he grabbed it from his pocket and answered. Hello? He asked. Call conversation. Antabi. Izuku. You're awake. We called you a million times, we were worried about you, you know. You little rascal. Izuku. I'm sorry, Auntie. A lot of things happened and. Antabi. Never mind that. As long as you're alright now. Anyway, your uncle has something to say to you. Uncle George. Hello there, sport. I see you've been striking women left and right, eh? You handsome devil. Izuku. Handsome. I never did such things, uncle. Uncle George. Oh, don't worry, it's fine by me, my nephew is good looking like me after all. Ha 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 ha. Izuku. I'm not like you, uncle, just a normal teen. Uncle George. Such a modest man you've grown into. Anyway, good news, sonny. You're going to marry not only the No. 2 hero's daughter. Izuku. Wah. Uncle George. You even caught the eyes of the daughters of the Uraraka, Jiro, Yayoi Rozu, and Hato households. All from the wealthiest and most influential families from Japan. They called us last night and worked out a deal for joint marriages between you and their daughters, and we agreed, we figured you'd love it, little buddy. So go out there and marry all my handsome nephew. The moment Izuku heard that, his face went blank and he dropped his phone. Izu, honey, you dropped your phone. Midnight said, but Izuku's mind was going haywire. They sold me out. My last line of defense, auntie and uncle, they sold me out. He thought as he cried inside, thinking about why those women would even want to marry someone like him. Izuku, are you alright? Shoto asked, snapping him back to reality. Yes, I'm fine, Shoto-kun. Just thinking about stuff. Izuku answered with a face that seemed like all the life was sucked out of him during the phone call. Then they reached the commons area where Ochako, Kyoka, Momo, Iida and Kirishima were eating together. Hey Izu bro, you're Awa. What happened to your face? Kirishima said as he ran towards Izuku and stretched his cheeks. I'm fine, Kirishima-kun. Izuku answered with a slight giggle. Hey pretty boy, join us, we have something to tell you. Kyoka said. What's Midnight-sensei doing here? Momo asked. Hi ladies, I'm Izuku's personal bodyguard for the time being, I hope we can get along. She answered with a venomous grin on her face. Likewise, sensei. Ochako said as she stood up and bowed at her politely. Then the three of them went to join Momo and the others for breakfast. Izuku. Momo said to catch Izuku's attention. Yes. What's wrong, Momo? Your face is all red. Are you sick? Do you need medicine? If you do, I'll go get some if you want. What do you need? He asked with such a concerned face which made her blush even more. And no. I'm fine and thank you for worrying, I just need to tell you something. She said while avoiding eye contact. What is it? He asked with a nervous smile on her face. It's about the engagements. He thought as he waited. I love you. And I want you to marry me. She said with closed eyes as if she mustered up all her courage just to say that. Me as well as Izuku-kun, I wanted to wait after you wake up, but I called your guardians for permission already and they agreed last night. Ochako added with the same look as Momo. Why yeah, me too pretty boy. I know it isn't pretty rockin'. I asked them without asking you first, but I just really do. Love you alright. Kyoka said with an insane blush as she looked away from him to hide it. Everybody around the table was silent for a second, waiting for Izuku to respond. Then he finally let out a sigh as everyone's attention turned to him. May I ask why you feel that way? I mean you're all very wonderful women and I'd be lying if I didn't find you all attractive. He said, and as he did, the three of them looked at him with faces filled with shock. Did he say he finds me attractive? They all thought. But I find it hard to believe that women like you would fall for someone as plain as me, so I would like to know the reason behind it, if you'd allow me to know that is. He added as everybody stared at him with amazement and admiration. Such a manly request. You don't know how smooth you are right now, bro. Kirishima said as he cried while raising his fists. I agree, Midoriya-kun, such a humble man you are, I should really learn from you. Iida added as he patted Izuku's back. I'm proud to call you my brother. Shoto commented, still with his usual poker face. I'm going to marry him too, by the way, remember, first bite is all mine, ladies. Midnight said as she hugged Izuku, and hearing all of those made Izuku blush insanely, even rivaling how much the three girls blushed earlier. I think that's fair. Pretty boy was kind enough to let us off the hook for arranging the marriages without him, so it's only right that we explain why we did it. Kyoka said as the other two nodded with determined faces. Indeed. They both said. I'll start then, for me the only reason was. You were fun to be with. Before we went to the mall together that one time I didn't even think I'd ever talk to you. I've always hated boys that seemed like they were perfect and act stuck up. But you were different, even though you're absolutely perfect. You're not bragging about all the stuff that you have and can do, you were the kind of perfect that I liked. So that's why. Don't make me say it again or I'll kill you. Kyoka said while she looked away from Izuku again, hiding her embarrassment, but not before threatening to stab him with her earphone jack. Perfect, huh? Izubro really could be seen as someone perfect. Kirishima commented, making Izuku blush more than he already was. I'll go next. Ochako said to get everyone's attention. The reason I love you is. I thought you were amazing, someone with power, but not the scary kind of power, it was gentle like how the wind could sweep you off your feet. When Bakugo and I fought Todoroki and you, I kind of felt useless in front of you, but after the match, your smile sort of calmed me down and when you chose me to be one of the class representatives, it really made me happy that someone as capable as you believed in me, so I started to wonder why I felt like that, if it were to be someone else to have made those actions. I am certain that I wouldn't feel happy to such extents. That is why. Ochako added as she touched her cheeks with her hands and blushed like she was born to be a tomato. Indeed, Midoriya-kun, when you and Todoroki-kun picked me as class representative, I believed in your judgment and tried my best knowing that you're one of the most amazing persons that I have ever come across. Iida said as Izuku turned to him and looked at him with a surprised look on his face. They really think I'm that amazing? Izuku, I'm going to tell you this now, you suck and will always suck. But appreciate what your friends are saying right now, it might be the last time you hear it. Izuku thought as he gave Iida a warm smile which he immediately reciprocated. I guess it's my turn now. Momo said as all the attention shifted to her. A is for me. I have felt like this for a considerably long time, from the night you had saved my little brother at the cost of your own safety. I thought you had only done it because you knew he was Yaoyorozu and would ask for something in return, but when we offered you to stay the night so we could heal your wounds, you kindly tried to decline but ended up passing out. That moment, I saw kindness in you that has never been shown to our family for who knows how long, and I guess that made me fall for you. Even my parents agreed that you were someone worthy of me to marry from that one single night. Momo said as she looked away from him in effort to hide her blush. As expected of my brother, helping others is second nature to him, and I didn't know you had a little brother Yaoyorozu. Shoto commented with a slightly amused face. Let's see who has the best brother sometime in the future. Now that I have Izuku, no other brother can beat him, I'm sure of it. I can even bet some things to add thrill to the competition. He thought. Wow, I never thought those things would seem amazing to you guys, I always thought I acted lamely at those times. Izuku said as he scratched the back of his neck and smiled awkwardly. Nonsense, Midoriya-kun. You look down on yourself too much, but it's not a bad thing that you do. I actually kind of prefer you like this. Iida said trying to cheer him up. That's so pretty boy. What's your answer? Kyoka asked with the three of them showing faces expecting to be shot down. Like I said earlier, I'd be lying if I said I didn't find you all attractive. P+I if you said all that, there's really no P point in saying and no so. He said and as he did, all three of them looked at him with surprised expressions. I guess it's right if it'd make you guys happy but only after we graduate. He continued and at that point all of them had smiles on their faces. Thank you Izuku. They all said in unison. I'm marrying him too you know. So don't act all happy just yet, wait for my parents to say yes too. Midnight said as she hugged Izuku, as if trying to keep the girls away from him. Namuri-chan, why your assets are touching me? He said as his face turned red, slowly passing out from all that just happened. Enjoy it Izuku, I'll be all yours from now on too, my heart, soul and body belongs to you, she whispered seductively into his ears, pushing him over his limit, then he passed out. Such a cute boy. Midnight added as she hugged Izuku tighter. He's passed out sensei. Please release him. Iida said as he tried to pull Izuku away from her. Try to move him and I'll lower your grades Iida. Midnight threatened, scaring Iida to the point that he let go of Izuku and allowed Midnight's behavior. That's not fair sensei. Ochako said as she stood up only to receive a glare from Midnight, making her sit back down. Let her be, we'll be sharing pretty boy. With her pretty soon. Kyoka said as she let out a surrendering sigh. You're right, but I want to hug Izuku too. Momo replied with an annoyed pout over her face as Midnight continued to snuggle up to an unconscious Izuku. Then all of them just continued eating with uncontrollable smiles on their faces. I'll be marrying him when we graduate, the three of them thought. Then 3 minutes later, Hagakure, Mina, Ejiro, Tokoyami and Sayu walked down towards the commons area to eat breakfast. Aizu. You're awake. Mina and Hagakure exclaimed as they ran towards him and hugged him from behind. GG, good morning Mina-san, Hagakure-san. He answered with slight blush because of the hug. Good morning Izuku, anyway, what's Midnight Sensei doing here? Ejiro asked as they walked towards the table to join in. I'm going to guard Izuku for the time being until he's healed enough to protect himself. Midnight answered. I think Midoriya-kun can protect himself just fine with that kind of power he used on Nijire-senpai yesterday, Ribbit. Sayu commented as they all sat down. No, Izuku still has to rest, that was reckless behavior yesterday, and besides, these villains are strong too. Midnight answered again. Then all of them continued eating while the newcomers grabbed food from the fridge, cooked, and sat down with them too. 10 minutes later. Alright, now that we're all done ladies, let's ask Nijire-senpai to train with us. Achako said as she stood up. I thought today was meant for resting for tomorrow. Kirishima asked. Oh yeah, we want to get stronger so we didn't want to rest, so we already planned to ask Nijire-senpai last night. Mina answered as she stood up and brought the girls' dishes to the sink. Indeed, we're aiming to win the sports festival after all. Momo added as she joined the girls outside. Do you want to join us? Mina asked before walking out. Yeah sure, why not, sorry Aizu bro, we'll train for now, let's talk again later. Kirishima said. See you later brother Izuku. Shoto added. We'll show you how strong we are now Izuku. Come by later and watch alright. Ejiro said. Indeed Midoriya-kun, we won't be outdone by you, we shall train harder, farewell for now. Iida said lastly as the four of them walked towards the door. I will, good luck everyone. Izuku answered. Well Izuku, where do you want to go? I am your bodyguard and all that. Midnight said as she stood behind and hugged him. You look exhausted Namuri-chan. Izuku said as he got a glimpse of Midnight's face over his shoulder. Yeah, I went straight to your dorm after finishing some files about the Sports Fest security hirings, I guess I didn't get any sleep. She answered as she yawned and rested her head on his shoulder from behind. You can sleep in my room if you want, I won't be going anywhere today anyway, I'll wake you up when I need anything. Izuku said as Midnight lifted her head and looked at him. Are you sure you'll be fine? She asked, then Izuku smiled and nodded in response. If you say so. Don't go anywhere alright. She said as she walked towards Izuku's room with yawns shooting out almost every step along the way. When she left, Izuku realized that he wasn't the only one left on the table. You're not going to join them train Tokoyami-kun? He asked as Tokoyami looked at him. No. He answered plainly and kept his eyes on Izuku. Is there something wrong Tokoyami-kun? Izuku asked with a nervous expression. Midoriya, I require your assistance for something, will you lend me a hand? Tokoyami asked as he looked down as if he was ashamed that he asked Izuku for assistance. Izuku looked at him with a shocked expression that quickly turned into a warm smile. Of course. What do you need me for Tokoyami-kun? He asked happily to be able to be of some assistance to his friend. I have been feeling rather shy and vulnerable around Asuitsuyu these past couple days and it is distracting my training. I had talked it over with Siro, and he concluded that it is what you call a crush. I do not have any experience in the matter, and I wanted to ask you, someone who has swooned an absurd amount of lovely maidens to your side, for some advice on how to deal with it. He answered. Silence. SS swoon? Izuku asked while blushing madly about what he had said. Indeed, will you lend me your assistance? Tokoyami answered as if there was nothing wrong about what he said. Tokoyami-kun needs my help. As a hero in training and most of all, as a friend I can't let him down. He thought as he smiled with determination. Leave it to me Tokoyami-kun, I may be inexperienced when it comes to love and stuff, but I can still help you some way. He said as Tokoyami stood up and bowed gratefully. But first, I need to tell Namuri-chan that I'm going somewhere or she'll be worried when she wakes up and I'm nowhere to be found. He added. Very well, I shall take you to your room Midoriya. Tokoyami said as he walked behind Izuku and pushed his wheelchair towards his room. When they got there, Tokoyami opened the door and entered the room with Izuku. They went over to the bed and Izuku poked Midnight's cheek to wake her up, then leaned over to whisper gently into her ear. Namuri-chan, I'll be going out for a bit with Tokoyami-kun. He said, then Midnight suddenly raked her arm around his neck. I can't move, help me Tokoi. But before he could finish the sentence, Midnight went in and kissed him for a good 15 seconds before pulling away, leaving a shocked Izuku looking at her. Did you enjoy that Aizu? She asked seductively but got no response. Anyway, please take care of him, Tokoyami. She added as she kissed Izuku on the forehead and began to sleep again. As expected of you, Midoriya, even the lovely Midnight Sensei has her eyes set on you. Tokoyami commented as he pushed Izuku out of the room, knocking him back into reality. I really have to look that up, it must be some kind of greeting I haven't been introduced to yet. Izuku thought as they exit his room. Where shall we proceed to now, Midoriya? Tokoyami asked. Shiro-kun was able to determine that it was a crush that you were dealing with, so he must be knowledgeable about this. How about we pay him a visit? Izuku answered and Tokoyami just nodded in response, then started heading down the halls towards Shiro's room. When they got there, Tokoyami knocked on the door. Shiro, it is I, Tokoyami, and I am with Midoriya, he said. Izuku. Wait up. Shiro answered and the door flung open as Shiro tackled Izuku and lifting him up. Man. You've gotten lighter, Izuku. He said as he put Izuku back down on his wheelchair. So anything I can help you guys with? He asked. Yes, Shiro-kun. You know about Tokoyami-kun's crush, right? Izuku asked and Shiro nods in agreement. Well, we kind of need help as to what to do. He added with an awkward grin. Shiro puts his finger on his chin as he thinks of what they should do. The only thing I could think of is asking her out on a date, but I don't know how to make it a special thing with a good mood, you know. He said. Good mood, that is indeed a Herculean task for teens these days. Tokoyami said in agreement. I have an idea. Izuku said as both of them turned their attention to him. What is it, dude? Shiro asked. If it's mood that we need, Sato-kun would be the most knowledgeable, he's the sweet guy of the class after all. Izuku explained as the other two thought about it for a second. You are right indeed, Midoriya, shall we ask Sato for assistance? Tokoyami asked as the other two nodded, then they began heading towards Sato's room. When they got there, Shiro immediately knocked on the door. Dude. Izuku and the gang need your help right now, are you free? He asked, then the door opened. Midoriya. Eat this, I tried your recipe over and over until I perfected it. Sato said as he stuffed a whole pancake inside Izuku's mouth, then his eyes lit up from what he tasted. Amazing, Sato-kun. This is simply amazing. He commented, making Sato blush. Thanks, Midoriya. Anyway, what can I help you guys with? Sato asked, going back to the topic at hand. We need to create a sweet atmosphere cause Tokoyami's gonna ask Sayu out on a date. Shiro answered. Seriously? He asked as they all nodded. Whoa, I got your back, dude. If you want a sweet atmosphere, you just got to add flowers to the mix. Sato answered. Flowers? Where can I attain such materials on short notice? Tokoyami asked as they all put their heads together, thinking of an answer. I got it. Sato said to get their attention. Who's the nature guy of the class? He asked, making them guess what his idea is, then their faces all lit up. Kota. They all said in unison, then rushed towards Kota's room. When they got there, Sato knocked on the door with such enthusiasm, he nearly broke it. Kota buddy. We need your help, please come out for a bit. He said as the door slowly crept open, revealing a startled Kota on the other side. Kota, do you have flowers? Roses would be good. Shiro exclaimed, and as soon as he said flowers, Kota's face broke into a huge smile as he ran around his room looking for something, then finally came back out with 2 large baskets of roses in his hands. That's a lot. They all said. Now we just need to think of a way to make a flashy entrance. Shiro said. You're right, it wouldn't work if you simply just walk towards her plainly, it needs to be flashy to make an impact. Sato added. I am darkness itself, how could I possibly be flashy? Tokoyami asked. They all thought of a solution to the predicament they are faced with, then suddenly Izuku's light bulb flashes. How about Aoyama-kun? He should be able to make it flashy enough. Izuku suggested. That's true, the dude's basically made to sparkle so it might not be a bad idea. Shiro agreed. Yeah, he can definitely find a way to make Tokoyami stand out. Sato added. Do we proceed to Aoyama's room then? Tokoyami asked, waiting for their approval, then they all nodded a yes, and all 5 of them went towards Aoyama's room. When they got there, Shiro accidentally banged on the door harder than he needed to. Shiro. That's a bit too hard, dude. Sato complained. It became harder than I expected it to be. He answered, then the door opened. Is there anything wrong? Are MIS Sparkles in trouble? Aoyama asked from behind a slightly open door. No, Aoyama, I'm sorry, I accidentally knocked on your door a bit harder than I expected to. Shiro answered as he bowed apologetically. Oh. Silly boy, you should always be careful when you're knocking on heavenly doors. Aoyama answered as he flung the door open, revealing what seems to be the most amount of sparkle a room can have, blinding the other 5. Aoyama-kun. We need a way to make Tokoyami-kun stand out, do you have any ideas? Izuku asked as they covered their eyes to not go blind. Simple. The sun shines brightest because it stands above all. Aoyama answered, giving the other 5 an idea. So we just have to make Tokoyami shine bright? Shiro asked as the other 5 face-lapped themselves. What? He asked. He meant we get Tokoyami where he'd be seen by everybody, somewhere high. Sato answered. Oh, that makes sense. Shiro answered with an embarrassed smile. Now, let's get to planning, I have an idea guys. Izuku said, gaining all of their attention. Let's go to the commons area and discuss it. Sato suggested and they all agreed, then headed towards the common area. Others? Training. Come on people. I controlled my urges to cuddle my Izuku the moment I woke up just cause you asked me nicely to train you. Pick yourselves up and let's get back to training. I should be resting right now too, plus I didn't get to drink milk, not to mention I'm still wearing my PJs. Nijire complained. Forgive us Hato-senpai. Iida apologized as he got up and assumed a fighting stance. He isn't yours senpai. He's mine too, and there's nothing you can do about it. Momo argues as he followed Iida and picked up her staff. Aren't you forgetting about us here Momo? Kyoka added as she and Ochako groggily stood up, preparing for another round of beating from their senpai. My sister wants to marry him too, and he should be my brother. I'm not letting you get away with claiming the man my sister loves to be yours alone. Shoto commented as he put on his game face with both his ice and fire ready to attack. Izubro has you guys fired up huh? Well we can't go falling behind right everyone? Kirishima asked as he, Mina, Hagakure, Ejiro, and Tsuyu followed their lead and prepared to charge at Nijire. Yeah? Well whatever. I'm going to marry him anyway, and no matter how you look at it, he likes me more than you mean ladies. Nijire answered with an annoyed pout as he flew up with her quirk, waiting for the battle to resume. Oh you're going to regret saying that, senpai. The 3 girls replied, each with a determined grin as they all charged at her. Ochako used her quirk on Momo to make her lighter to be able to reach Nijire up in the air. Nijire shot an energy wave at Momo to bring her back to the ground, but Shoto erupted an iceberg intercepting the shot, and at the same time, Mina, Iida, Ejiro, and Kirishima used it as a platform to reach Nijire. Hitting 2 birds with 1 stone in a battle helps with staying ahead of your enemy. I have to say Todoroki did well on that. Nijire thought to herself as she dodged Sayu's tongue trying to capture her from the side, as well as Kyoka's sound waves. Momo and the others used the opportunity to attack Nijire while she was distracted by Kyoka and Sayu's attacks. They tried to attack her in midair, using Shoto's ice to jump towards her, but little do they know, Nijire was waiting for them. Naive. Nijire said as she aimed her hands at the 5 coming at her from the side. You won't be able to dodge in midair. She added as she blasted her Kouhai, who could do nothing but look at her with surprised expressions and drop to the ground. How many times do I have to tell you never to fight someone who could fly in an airborne battle? Nijire asked as she let out a sigh and landed next to them. You should have just restrained me first and give me a beating. She scolded as her Kouhai slowly stood up. Forgive us again Hato-senpai. We lacked proper judgment. Iida said as he bowed apologetically. Yeah, can we get another shot senpai? I think we can do better this time. Kyoka asked as she and the others approached them. Please. They all said. It's fine by me, as long as you all make me milk later at my dorm. Mirio and Tamaki wouldn't let me touch the boxes of milk Izuku bought me cause they say it'll make my tummy hurt again if I drink too much, which is actually not true. My body is basically 70% milk, so getting a tummy ache because of it is unthinkable. Nijire explained with an annoyed pout yet again. May I ask why you like milk so much, senpai? Ochako asked. No you may not, you won't understand the greatness of milk until you've tasted it little girl. Nijire answered as she patted Ochako's head. If anything, she's the little girl here. They all thought. Hey anyway, get into your positions everyone. Nijire senpai is giving us another chance. Momo said as they all walked towards the opposite side of the field. We'll blow you away this time, Hato senpai. Kirishima said as they all took their fighting stances and regained their determination. Yeah sure, but remember the milk you're all going to make me later. Nijire reminded them as she flew up in the air again, preparing for another round. Class 1 at dorms. That's a great plan Midoriya. Shiro said as he stood up and beamed with excitement at what they're about to do. I agree, I'll be sure to play my part to the best of my abilities. Tokoyami said with his usual wisdom-filled demeanor. You got this Tokoyami. We got your back, there's no way we can suck at this, even though we all don't have girlfriends. Sato commented as they all sulked about not having the guts to ask a girl out themselves. Hey anyway, just remember how you're going to as her Tokoyami-kun and we'll handle the rest. Izuku said as they all gave Tokoyami faces filled with determination. I must first thank you for your support everyone. Tokoyami said as he bowed gratefully at his friends trying to help him to the best of their abilities. Now let's head out, set the plan up and get Tokoyami his woman. Sato said as all 6 of them cheered. Yeah. in unison with their fists held high as they walked out the dorm to prepare. Where do you think they're training? Shiro asked as they all looked around for their classmates. Over there. Sato answered as he pointed out a barely visible but very real tip of Shoto's iceberg. Well then let's get moving. Shiro said. But think about it, by the end of today, Tokoyami's gonna be a man. On the other hand, we're stuck as lame boys for who knows how long. Shiro added as they began to walk towards the field where the others are training. Don't worry about that, Shiro-kun, what matters most is that we help Tokoyami-kun now, then next time it could be our turn to ask for help regarding the same problem. Izuku said with an awkward smile. I know I have my share of problems, but sadly they can't be solved whatsoever. He thought with matching crying noises inside his head. When they got to a certain distance from the training ground they entered the building beside it and climbed up to the top floor. Are you ready, Tokoyami-kun? Izuku asked as they looked at their classmates training at the field below them. Man up and just do it, Tokoyami, we're right with you here, bud. Shiro said as they all nodded and looked at Tokoyami, waiting for his response. I shall carry your hopes with me as I journey through the dark path of manhood, my companions. Tokoyami said. Guess that's a yes. They all thought with a confused expression on their faces. Alright. Places everyone. Sato announced as they all got into positions. Tokoyami stood near the edge of the building rooftop, with his arms spread wide open, as if declaring his existence to the whole world, while the others stood behind him. Hey, isn't that Tokoyami? Ejiro asked as he pointed towards the top of the building right beside their training ground. What's he doing up there? Don't tell me he's gonna jump. Kirishima added as they all stopped their battle and stared at Tokoyami. He's not backing up, and it doesn't look like he's just enjoying the view, guys. Mina said with a panicked voice. If he jumps, catch him and I'll give him a beating later as a punishment. Hagakure commented with a hint of annoyance in her voice. Tokoyami-kun probably just needed a place to concentrate and align his thoughts for tomorrow. Iida said. Indeed. Achako and Momo said in unison. Then, Tokoyami's arms went from spread wide open to a nuzzle facing upwards, as if preparing for a nosedive down the building. I don't know about you guys, but that doesn't look like he's concentrating to me. Kyoka said with the same panicked tone as Mina. Stand back, I'll catch him with my ice. Shoto said as he readied his right side. Is the crowman training how to fly? Is that his quirk? Is he powerful? Does he just want to splatter on the ground? Did he leave a note? Are you worried? Najira asked in rapid fire mode as she went and joined the others watch everything unfold. Then it happened, he jumped headfirst down the 5 feet floor of the building. Tokoyami. All the class 1A students at the training field said as they saw it. He jumped. Najira added nonchalantly as if just watching a boring movie. All of them rushed towards him to try and catch him, but before he hit the ground, he flew. He can fly? They all asked. Now Shiro-kun, Sato-kun. Izuku said, then Sato and Shiro threw what seems like 4 balls of tape towards the flying Tokoyami in front of them. Aoyama-kun. Izuku said again, then Aoyama fired his lasers at the tape balls and they erupted into a rain of roses. Kota-kun, it's your turn. Izuku added. Crows of the area. Surround Tokoyami-kun as he soars the sky. Kota said using his quirk, then a bunch of crows followed Tokoyami as he flew around the training field. Now for the last touch. Izuku thought as he raised his arm towards the falling roses, while he kept the other arm glued on Tokoyami to guide his flying with his wind. Wasn't that Aoyama's lasers? And I'm pretty sure Tokoyami can't just summon crows to his side. Kirishima said while they watched Tokoyami fly around with crows. Then the roses that were previously falling aimlessly towards the ground now revolved around Tokoyami like a cyclone with him as the eye. Wind. Izuku. Momo asked. What are they up to now? Achako added. Izuku. Sayu's over there. Shiro said as he pointed out Sayu on the field. Right. I got it. Izuku answered as he willed the wind to lower Tokoyami and the flower cyclone's descent towards Sayu. Tokoyami. What the hell are you doing? Kyoka asked as Tokoyami lowered into earshot. I shall ask Asui Sayu on a date. Midoriya and the others have my back. He answered. They do? The girls asked. You will? The guys asked, then they heard familiar voices from the top of the building. Do it now. Tokoyami. They all said. I really do have your back. Well, we'll stay clear for now, go get yourself your own Sayu over here. Mina said, then Tokoyami nodded. Sayu Asui. Would you go on a date with me? Tokoyami asked as all of them looked at Sayu and waited for an answer. Silence. Yes. Sayu answered plainly, but the impact of the word was astronomically high. Tokoyami dropped to the ground with the roses, and the crows dispersed, leaving him with a bucket of flowers in his hands. Let's go down there and watch it happen, boys. We at least earned the right to watch our friend turn into a man. Shiro said as he grabbed Izuku, then attached one of his tape to Kirishima. Hold the line, dude. Literally. Zero added as Kirishima hardened himself and Zero jumped down the building and retracted his tape to land beside Kirishima and the others safely, while Sato used his quirk, grabbed Aoyama and Kota, then jumped down the building and land a hero landing so great, Deadpool would be proud. Then the three of them joined the group. Was this your idea, Izuku? Momo asked. And no, it's all of our ideas put together. He answered. And for a bunch of guys who don't have girlfriends, I think we did pretty good. Sato said as he and the other guys exchanged high fives. Actually, Izuku has 5 fiancés and one more that will join later on. Momo explained and Iida, Kirishima, Ejiro, Echako, Kyoka, Mina, Shoto, and Hagakure nodded in agreement while Nijira flew towards Izuku and hugged him from behind. Hey Izu. Aunt Abi and Uncle George approved of me last night. Did you miss me last night? I wasn't able to sleep next to you because I wanted to drink milk, but I ended up getting knocked out cold on my bed instead, forgive me. She said as he hugged him tighter. It's fine Nijire, and more importantly, your BB breasts are touching me. Izuku said, but Nijire wouldn't pay attention and continued to hug him while the 4 boys stared at them. I feel so betrayed. Zero said as the 4 of them distanced themselves from Izuku. Hey guys, it's not lick. He tried to explain but was cut off by Hagakure. Tokoyami's on the move. She said as all of their attention shifted to Tokoyami. He was now walking towards Tsuyu with a shy look on his face while he held the bucket of roses outwards to give it to her. So sweet. Why can't you be like that, Kirishima? Mina scolded him. I try my best, babe. Kirishima answered as he ran back presumably towards the dorm. Will he be fine? Hagakure asked. Dunno, Ejiro follow him for me will ya? Mina answered then Ejiro just let out a sigh. I wanted to watch them too. He said as he followed Kirishima. When will you be free Tsuyu Asui? Tokoyami asked as he handed her the roses. After the sports festival is fine, Ribbit. She answered. I shall wait then. He answered. And call me Tsu, Ribbit. She added. You understood TTTTTS, I cannot do it. Forgive my incompetence. Tokoyami yelled as he dashed towards the dorm like Kirishima but with an intense blush on his face. Wait up Tokoyami. I want to ask you how it felt to become a man. Zero said as he ran after him. Well guess we'll be heading back now. See you at the dorms everyone. Sato added as he, Aoyama and Kota began to walk back. That's it. You would have given us what we wanted and just land a kiss you know. Mina said. It is immoral to do so, Mina-san. Momo replied with a dignified look on her face. Oh please ya Momo, you kissed Izuku, heck you even slept with him already. Hagakure answered with a playful tone. That is different. Momo said. How so? Kyoka asked with a sly grin. Oh, if I recall correctly, you have kissed Izuku-kun as well, you even did it while he was sleeping. Echako added making Kyoka blush as she remembered the event. My sister has kissed him as well, she even let him touch her in forbidden areas. Shoto added as all their attention shifted to him. Would LL let Izuku-T touch me too if it'd make him happy. Momo answered as she avoided eye contact to hide her blush. Us too. Echako and Kyoka both said as they raised their arms with annoyed faces. It is improper to say that Lottie. Iida tried to say. That's right. You go girls. Mina and Hagakure said, cutting off Iida. I don't get it, they saying that my kiss is like a curse to them. Izuku asked as he watched them argue. No way Izuku. I could kiss you all day and not care. Watch. Nijira answered as she leaned over and kissed him. See? She asked as Izuku stared at her with a surprised look to say the least. That's good. I guess. Izuku answered as he stared into nothingness. Women should really ask before they do that. He thought. Anyway. It's starting to get dark. Let's head back, we need to sleep early for tomorrow you know. Mina said as she began walking back to the dorm. Mina-san is right, we need as much energy as possible. Momo added as they all nodded in agreement. What about my milk? You promised you'd make me milk if I train you. You big. Meanies. Nijire suddenly screamed out of nowhere. We're sorry Nijire-senpai, we cannot accommodate you as of now. Echako replied as she bowed apologetically. Humph. Nijire complained with an annoyed pout. I could make you milk if you want, I don't have anything to do anyway. Izuku suggested, making Nijire smile brightly. You will? She asked as he hugged him from behind and rested her head on his shoulder. Yeah sure. He answered. Well, take care of pretty boy. Nijire-senpai, I need some sleep. Kyoka said as she went over to Izuku and kissed him on the forehead. What was that for? He asked with a surprised look. I just wanted to do it. Got a problem with that? She asked back with a terrifying look on her face. And no, ma'am. He answered. How does someone that pretty make such a scary looking face? He thought to himself. Please be careful with him, senpai. Momo added as she did the same and kissed Izuku on the forehead. I'm not even going to ask this time. He thought to himself. Chill out, will you? Nothing could beat me even if sacrifice their own limbs for some crazy power-up. Nijiara said with a proud look on her face. We know that, senpai, but Midnight Sensei said the villains are powerful as well. Ochako said with a concerned look on her face. Do not worry your Raka-san, with Hato senpai and Midoriya-kun together, villains will think twice before attacking. Iida said with a proud tone. Thank you for believing in our abilities, Iida-kun. Izuku answered with a slight blush on his face. Anyway, I'll let me do this. Ochako said with a nervous look. Wah. Then it happened, his third kiss of the day, as all the others stared with wide eyes at what she just did. That's the third time. Well, I mean, she did ask this time. But it wasn't clear. Izuku thought to himself as he shot an awkward smile at Ochako as she pulled away. I'm the only one engaged to you that hasn't kissed you yet, so. Plus it could be like a good luck charm for tomorrow. Ochako tried as an excuse for kissing him. You're lucky Aizu just made me happy by offering to make me milk. It balanced out my anger, I'll let this pass. Nijiara said with her arms crossed and her famous annoyed pout. I have the right to kiss him, Nijiara-senpai. Ochako tried to explain, but Nijiara just looked away from her like an upset child. Humph. She said. Now, no need to fight ladies, let's just get some rest back at the dorm. Iida said, trying to calm down the two other girls who were now glaring at Nijiara filled with pure annoyance at the cute senpai. You're right, get back early, okay Izuku-kun. Ochako said with genuine concern. I will, thank you for worrying, Ochako-san. He answered with a bright smile, making Ochako blush even more than before. Then the class 1A students left for their dorm, leaving Izuku and Nijiara alone. You're still going to make me milk, right? No backing down, right? A lot of it, right? You'll watch me sleep after I drink, right? You won't leave in a hurry, right? Nijiara asked in rapid fire mode again. No, don't worry Nijiara, I still have a lot of time to spare, I can watch you sleep if you want. He answered. Then Nijiara jumped up and down with enthusiasm, making him chuckle a little bit. Shall we? He asked to get back Nijiara's attention. We shall, Captain Aizu. Onwards. She said as she ran towards her dorm pushing Izuku's wheelchair. She really is like a child, cute. Izuku thought, making himself smile in the process. When they got there, Nijiara kicked the main door down with how much energy she had left after running the distance. And Nijiara, you're scaring me. Izuku said with a genuinely terrified face. Don't worry Aizu, there's no way I'd hurt you, the door was just in the way is all. She answered with a friendly smile. She's a wolf in sheep's clothing, alright. Izuku thought as he returned her smile with a smile of his own, only mixed with a little hint of fear. Then a few seconds later, Mirio and Tamaki came running down the stairs and into the commons area. Nijiara. Please stop kicking the door down, there's a knob for a reason, you know. Mirio said as he approached the other two downstairs. Humph. Why do we even need a door? It's just in the way, I say kick it down and never fix it again. Nijiara replied with a grin that seemed to say. I thought of the greatest solution to doors getting in the way of people. I'm a total genius. Well, the other three just facepalmed in response to the idea she gave. I'll call the teachers about it, again. Tamaki said as he went back up to get his phone. Oh hey Izuku, didn't see you there. I see Nijiara caused you trouble again. Mirio said with an apologetic smile. No I didn't, I keep telling you guys that I train those class 1A kids and they repay me, it just so happens that the payment is Aizu. Nijiara explained with an annoyed tone. She's not causing me trouble senpai, I just wanted to repay her for helping my classmates train and she wanted milk so, yeah. Izuku explained. See. Nijiara exclaimed as she gave them a proud grin. Well don't give her too much milk Izuku, or she's going to have a stomachache later on. Mirio warned. No. I told you that's not true. My body is 70% milk, so drinking a lot of milk is my thing. It's good for me. Nijiara argued. That's not scientifically possible even if you had a quirk that uses milk. Mirio said with an awkward smile. Humph. Nothing is impossible for me, Nijiara the Great. She answered with an evil laugh. I should really change my hero name to that, you know. That's not a bad idea. She added as she continued her laugh. Let's go Izuku, we're going to make me milk. She said as she pushed Izuku towards the kitchen. When they got there, Izuku saw all the boxes of milk stacked on the corner. We may have bought a little too much of your milk Nijiara. He said with an awkward grin. Nonsense, you can't have too many milk in your system. Nijiara answered as she grabbed one of the many jars inside one box and gave it to Izuku. Make it really creamy, okay? She said as she sat down on the counter seat, waiting for Izuku to do something. Izuku just sighed and began pouring the powder in a cup. Hey. Nijire suddenly shouted. What? He asked. Put in more please, it won't be creamy like that. She answered with puppy eyes. But if I put too much you'll have a stomachache. He said with a nervous look, waiting if she'll take it maturely or she'll go psycho on him and stab him with one of the knives in their kitchen. Humph. Like I said, my tummy is made to drink milk, so just go on and put in the whole jar. She said with a proud grin yet again. The whole jar. That would certainly, 100% lead to an upset stomach. I got to change her mind, she's a bit like a child so. I'll give this a shot. He thought as he gave her a smile. Nijire, if you can control yourself and not drink this much milk tonight, I'll wait until you sleep before I go back to my dorm. He offered. No, you already promised me that earlier. She answered with a calm expression. Why you never know, I might sneak out when you're not looking. He added. You will? You're a big meanie too huh? Humph. She said with an annoyed pout. So what do you say? He asked, waiting for her to agree. She let out a sigh and put her head on the table. I guess it's fine if you're going to be a big meanie about it. She said. Thank God that worked, I wouldn't know what to bribe her with if she had disagreed. He thought as he let out a sigh of relief and finished up the milk he was making for her. It's done Nijire. He said then Nijire floated over to him and grabbed the cup. Humph. I knew it wouldn't be creamy. But I guess drinking it like this isn't half bad. She said as she took another sip and about 20 minutes later, she finished it all. She drinks milk that slow. I guess she really is like a baby at this point, kinda cute. He thought as Nijire put her cup on the sink and went behind Izuku to give him a hug. What's wrong? He asked. I'm sleepy now, and you're not getting away on my watch. She said as she yawned and placed her head on his shoulder. Let's go to your room, I won't leave, I promise. He said as he gave her a warm smile. You better keep that or I'll do something that's for sure. She said, making him chuckle a bit. Yes, now let's get you to bed. He added then Nijire sluggishly went upstairs to her room with Izuku. When they got there, Nijire tried to kick her door down again but was too sleepy to even do it. I'm too sleepy to even kick down Mr. Door. I should never fight villains when I'm tired. She said as she leaned her head on his shoulder again. You okay? Need me to open the door for you? He asked jokingly. Yes please. She said then Izuku opened the door using the normal way. I wanted to kick you down again Mr. Door, I guess you get to stand in my way in another time. She said as he closed the door while she plumped down face first on her bed, making Izuku chuckle again. What's so funny honey? She asked. Honey? I guess women tend to take these engagements really fast huh? He thought as he grinned awkwardly. Nothing, just get some sleep for tomorrow. He answered with a warm smile. Okay, don't go until I'm asleep. Okay. Hold my hand. She said then grabbed his hand tightly. She really is like a child. He thought as he let out a small giggle. 3 minutes later, Nijire was out cold. Good night Nijire. He said as he covered her with her blanket and coincidentally, Mirio opened the door and checked on them. Hey Izuku, want me to take you back to your dorm? He asked. Oh Mirio-senpai, just outside would be good. I want to try something with my quirk. Izuku answered. I see. Training, very well. Mirio replied as he entered the room and pushed Izuku out. So Izuku, I hear you're going to marry Nijire. Mirio said as they walked down the stairs into the commons area. Yeah. Izuku answered with an awkward grin. We treat Nijire like a little sister, so I guess you're going to be my brother. And I want you to know that I have your back. When you bought time for the teachers to respond back at the USJ incident, I regretted not being able to help you, so when you're in a pinch, you got me alright. Mirio explained as they approached the front door. Thank you Mirio-senpai. He answered then they were outside. You sure you don't want me to take you all the way back? You are being targeted you know. Mirio asked. No, it's fine senpai, thank you for asking. He answered with his gentle grateful smile. Mind if I watch what you want to try? Mirio asked again. If you'd like T2. It's not much, just for mobility. He answered as he asked Mirio to stand back a little. Just like at the quirk assessment test but stronger, make the air slightly denser, then make it explode like Kaken's explosions, then continue it like a rocket. Izuku thought as he bended the wind around the area to his will, then in a blink of an eye, all the air he gathered behind him exploded and he was off. Wow. That kid sure knows how to make something so simple into something so flashy. Mirio commented as he grinned and tried his best to stay on his feet. It worked. Izuku thought as he maintained his speed towards their dorm which was a good distance away. Then suddenly, he saw someone sitting on the bench on the sidewalk looking up on the sky in deep thought. What's someone doing here at this time of the night? No one's allowed out after curfew. I mean I am breaking the rule myself, but I have my reasons. he thought as he approached the woman to ask her what she's doing out so late. Excuse me? We aren't allowed out of the dorms after 7 p.m. May I ask why you're doing miss? He asked. I'm not a student little boy, I'm just thinking of stuff, I should be asking why you're out so late. She answered with a triumphant grin, then she looked down and saw Izuku's injury. What's up with him? Did he get into UA with an injury like that? Interesting, and he's actually cute if you take out that wheelchair of his out of the picture. The woman thought as Izuku fiddled with his fingers because of the embarrassment of thinking the woman was a student. Hey, what's your name? She asked to get his attention. I Izuku Midoriya ma'am. I better be going then. He answered. Wait, I didn't say you could leave, I'm Yu Takeyama, nice to meet you Izuku. She said as she pulled him back. Let's talk for a bit. She added as Izuku just stared at her with terrified eyes. Why does she want to talk to me? And it's getting late too, Nomuri-chan must be awake now, wondering where I am. He thought. You ever get the feeling of being forced into marrying someone? Yu asked, and as she said it, Izuku's eyes widened. She's the same as me. He thought. My mom said if I can't find anyone by next year, I'll be married to some stranger for a company deal, and I guess it doesn't feel right being priced just because no one would be good enough to charm me. They'd sell me out. She added, and as she said it, Izuku's head was filled with rage. He knew how it felt for your worth to be decided like that. That doesn't seem fair. He screamed suddenly, and Yu was looking at him with a surprised look, then he realized what he did. Sorry for screaming, Yu-san. Then suddenly he heard her breaking into a laugh. Why are you so emotional about this? She asked as she continued to laugh. Weird guy, it's not like he's going through the same thing, he looks too young to be caught up in complicated engagements. She thought with a little giggle. Sorry about that, I've also been a victim of something like that, they put some kind of worth on me too, just because I can't do the one thing every one of them can. Izuku said, and as he said it, Yu's laughter slowly died down, as if all her attention was dragged in by what she heard. What do you mean? She asked, now intently listening. It's just I didn't have the best life growing up, my parents died early, USC. And I was considerably weaker than other kids with flashy quirks, so I'd always get bullied for that, since then I always find it unfair that I was ganged up on every day just because I wasn't blessed with a strong quirk. I didn't ask to be born this way He answered, and as he did, a small tear started to form around his eye, barely visible under the dim light of the moon, but she saw it. I guess he does. Understand me in a way, that's just plain harsh though. She thought, and before she realized it, she was already hugging him. Why Yu-san? He asked with an insane blush on his face. It's fine now, you're in UA, that means you're stronger, you can't be bullied now, but I do feel sorry about your parents. She said as she rested her head on his shoulder while she hugged him. Thank you, but why are you hugging me all of a sudden? He asked. I don't really know, it just feels right Not like that marriage thing my mom arranged, it's caused this, it feels right. She answered, still not letting go of the green-haired student. After 2 minutes she finally pulled away. Hey, are you fine now? Izuku asked. I should be asking you that, but whatever. Get back to your dorm little boy. It's getting late. She said as she stood up and walked away. Weird, it all felt right, being with him felt right, talking with him felt right, holding him felt so right, and this night somehow felt right. She thought with a grin on her face as she disappeared from the boy's line of sight. I should head back too. Izuku said as she used his quirk again to cross the distance in about 5 minutes. When he got there, Midnight, Achako, Momo, and Kyoka were waiting outside. Welp. I'm sneaking in, they look like they'll kill me for breaking the curfew. Nomuri-chan even has her whip with her. Izuku said to himself as he hid behind a bush. How do we do this? He thought, then the gears in his head started turning. He saw an open balcony window on the 2nd floor. Hey, that's a boy's room, right? At least I hope it is. Then he proceeded to the side where the girls won't see him fly in. When he was ready, he willed the air to lift him up, it went smoothly. Until one of the wheels in his wheelchair got caught up in the bushes, causing him to fall down face first on the grass with the wheelchair on top of him. When the girls heard it, they rushed to where the crashing sound came from, only to find Izuku struggling to get back up. That definitely went better inside my head. He thought as he let out a sigh while the 4 girls approached him with death glares pinned on him. Then he blacked out. 3rd person POV. The next morning, Izuku woke up with an insanely bad headache. What happened? Last night? He asked himself as he placed his hand on his forehead. When all of a sudden, he felt something squishy underneath him, particularly 2 squishy round things under his head. Don't tell me. He thought as he looked over his shoulder to see what it is, then she saw her hugging him, her legs around his waist from underneath. He was on top of Midnight's whole body facing up towards the ceiling. Nomuri-chan. Why are we sleeping like this? Wait, more importantly. Why are you sleeping here? He asked. Then Midnight began to wake. Oh. Hey Aizu, I just couldn't resist, sweetie. She said as she hugged him tighter. Then someone suddenly kicked down his door with enough force to shake the whole room. I knew you'd sneak in and do something. Get away from my fiancé sensei. Momo said as she held her staff, still wearing her pajamas by the way. Momo. My door. He said with a sad expression. I love that door. Why are women so mean to doors these days? He thought. Yaoi Rozu, that is not how a woman acts. Midnight replied as she continued hugging him. That's not how a woman should act as well, sensei. She answered with an annoyed pout as she approached them. See, calm down and put the staff away before you step it any further, Momo. Izuku said with terrified eyes as he saw the creation quirk user walk towards them. I swear to God, if she busts out those staff moves and starts swinging that thing around, this whole room is a goner. He thought. Then Momo grabbed his arm and started pulling him away from Midnight, who in turn hugged him tighter. Please. Let him go. She said. Why should I? Midnight asked. Why you rip me? Izuku said, but the two kept pulling until a few minutes later, Momo stopped and threw her staff to the ground. Okay then, if you won't let go. Then I'll just have to join you. She said with a triumphant grin. Why, you know, the saying doesn't really make that much sense. Before he could finish his sentence, Momo jumped, landed above him and hugged him tightly, making him blush intensely. A threesome? I didn't know you were into this. YAOYOROZU, Midnight said with a sly grin. Humph. Momo answered with another annoyed pout and a slight blush as she buried her head on his chest. SSO. Many things. TTT touching. Izuku thought with wide eyes. Hey ladies, it's getting a bit tight around some places. Izuku said, still with an insane blush over his face. That's the idea, baby, Midnight whispered from behind. Let me stay like this, Izuku, it's actually very comfy when I sleep on top of you. Momo added as she snuggled her head more on his chest. Really? He asked with genuine curiosity. I wouldn't know that anyway because it'd be impossible to sleep on top of my own body. I wonder how it feels though. He thought. Then 2 minutes later, a voice came from the doorway. Midoriya-kun, Kyoka-san sent me to get you for brief. What happened to the door? And what are you doing to him? Iida said when he saw the situation Izuku's dealing with. Oh. Hi Iida-kun, how's your morning? Izuku asked with a nervous grin. If he starts telling people about this, I'd be marked as the class pervert forever. Izuku thought as Iida stared at the three of them with wide eyes. Calm down, Iida, we're just having a little fun with Aizu. Midnight said as she bit Izuku's ear. I'm not FF Food Namiri-chan. He said as another wave of intense blush spread across his face. Oh honey, believe me, you always look very tasty, she added as she moved down to his neck and started chewing as he squirmed around to try and stop her. Stop. PP please. He begged, but that only fanned Midnight's sadistic nature as she continued on. Stop moving, Aizu, I can't sleep with all this moving happening. Momo scolded as she held Izuku tightly to try and stop his movement. I'm sorry Momo BB, but a lot of stuff is touching my neck right now and it tickles a bit. Izuku answered as he patted Momo's head to calm her down as Midnight continued to chew on his neck, making him close his eyes to focus on not moving. This is something, he thought. Stop taking advantage of Midoriya-kun's inability to move properly, sensei. Yaoi Rozu-san, please get off him, it is unbecoming of someone like you. Iida said as he waved his arms around. Iida-kun, I woke up at 2 AM in the morning, waiting for an opportunity to break into his room and see if Midnight Sensei would attempt something. Don't tell me to stop sleeping because let me tell you, I can be very, and I mean very violent towards someone who disrupts my sleep, especially if I'm sleeping on top of my fiancé. Momo answered without even lifting her face off of Izuku's chest to look at Iida. You heard the woman, Iida, now be a good boy and not tell the others about this. Midnight added as she continued her chewing activity. Sorry about this, Iida-kun. Izuku said with an apologetic smile. If I side with Iida-kun here and tell them to get off me, Momo will definitely go berserk and cut off my head, right here right now. He thought. Don't tell us what? A voice suddenly asked from the doorway behind Iida. I knew there was something fishy going on, she added. When Iida and Izuku turned to where it came from, they saw Kyoka with a look that could scare even All Might with the glare alone, and behind her was Ochako with a blush over her face as she saw what was happening. Hey Kyoka-san. How was your morning? Izuku said, trying his best to redirect Kyoka's attention but never did. Don't you, how was your morning? Me buddy, come on Ochako. She replied as she grabbed Ochako's arm and walked towards the other three on the bed. What are we going to do? Ochako asked as they stopped on the side of the bed, looking down at Izuku who had a terrified look on his face. Ochako. We're going in. Pretty boy. Spread your arms open to your sides. She said. Why? Are you going to crucify me on my bed? He asked with an evidently terrified look on his face. No. Just do what you are told, honey. Ioka answered as she changed her face from a scary glare into a fake smile to calm the poor guy down. I know that's a fake smile, Kyoka-san. He thought as he spread his arms to the side and closed his eyes, bracing for the incoming pain which to his surprise, never came, only two masses landing on each side of the bed. When he opened his eyes, Kyoka and Ochako were each on one side of him, burying their faces on his chest, and hugged him beside Momo, who was still asleep on top of him. This is wrong, ladies. I understand that you like Midoriya-kun, but taking advantage of his injury and his fear of getting hurt is wrong. Iida scolded, then Kyoka looked over and glaring at him, making him back up a little. I don't like him, Iida, who'd fall for someone like him. She said with a slight blush and an annoyed pout as she turned around and buried her head in his chest again to hide it. Why are you marrying him then? Iida asked with a confused face. I just want the R ring. Not him. She answered, hugging Izuku tighter. I can get you a ring if you want, then you won't have to mar. Izuku offered, then he heard a little hint of sobbing coming from her. No. She answered. I want the ring to be given by someone who would marry me, so just deal with it. She added as she buried her head deeper into his chest. Geez, how can someone be so dense? Making his fiancé cry and all that. And I bet he was gonna say that I wouldn't need to marry someone like him, I can buy a ring whenever I want, dummy. I want you. She thought as she stopped her light sobbing and hugged him a little tighter than before. Did I make a woman cry? Why would she cry though? I guess she really likes Rin, never mind that. If you're watching this, mom and dad, I didn't do it on purpose. He thought he patted Kyoka's head a little to try and calm her down, then he noticed all four of them had fallen asleep. He turned to Iida in the corner. Iida-kun, they all fell asleep, I'll wake them up later. What time do you guys have to get ready for the sports fest? He asked. Very well, we would need to all get ready by 8 AM, since it's only 6 AM, you may wake them up an hour later, and would you like me to bring your breakfast here? Iida asked politely as he swung her arms like a robot again, making Izuku giggle a little. It's fine, Iida-kun, I know how you want to start getting ready the earliest. He said with a warm smile. You know me well, Midoriya-kun, as expected of you, thank you for your consideration, I shall go now. And I'll call the school staff about the door. Iida said as he returned Izuku's smile and walked out and carried the door with him. Oh right. The door. Izuku thought with a sigh. An hour later. Time to wake them up, but how? Do I wiggle them off? No, that'll be the end of me, I guess I'll just poke them, I really love how soft their cheeks are. Izuku thought with a slight giggle, then he poked the girls. Midnight was the challenge. He had to move the arm Kyoka was resting on, and she punched him unconsciously. Damn. You annoying. Pink, fluffy. Bunny, get out of my dream. She said. Okay, ouch. He thought as he held the cheek she punched, then he poked Midnight's cheek. They all have soft cheeks. He thought as another giggle escaped his mouth and the girls all started to wake up. What are you laughing about, Aizu? Did you do something to us when we were asleep? Maybe something dirty. Midnight asked seductively as she rubbed her eyes, making him blush. I couldn't move, even if I wanted to, a W would be impossible. He said. We're not ready for that, Izuku-kun. B, but if T that's what you want we circa. Ochako tried to offer. No, I could never do that T to you. Izuku said as she looked away, trying to hide his blush. What do you mean? Of course we're going to do it eventually, we're all getting married, you know. Ioka said as she looked at him. She's right. I didn't think the whole marriage thing through. He thought. Anyway, what time is it, Aizu? Momo asked, snapping him out of his nightmare. Oh yeah, you're supposed to get ready for the sports fest right about now, so I woke you up. He answered, then all three of them slowly pulled away from him and stretched. That was a nice nap, we should do this again. All three of them said. Izuku asked with a tilted head and a confused look, then Midnight pushed him upwards a little, only managing to make him sit up with her hands as back support. You're heavy. When you're lying down, Aizu. She said as she looked at the other three. Help me get him on the wheelchair. She added as they all put their hands on each of his limbs, Momo on the legs, Kyoka on the right arm and Ochako on the left, then they lifted him up together. I feel like a corpse. He thought as they hauled him over and placed him on the wheelchair. Let's get going, Aizu, I'll make you breakfast, you girls go get ready. Midnight said. Yes ma'am. They all said as they each kissed Izuku on his forehead, making him blush yet again, then they walked out towards the girls' side of the dorm to get ready for the sports fest later. Midnight then began walking towards the commons area and into the kitchen with Izuku. "What do you want for breakfast, honey?" she asked. "I really have to get used to these nicknames they keep firing off out of nowhere," he thought as he let out a sigh. "A pancake would be nice, Namuri-chan, thank you," he said. "You're very welcome, sweetie," she said with a bright smile on her face as she pushed him towards the table, put on an apron and started making pancakes for the both of them. Then a minute later, Shoto came down and joined Izuku on the table. "Hey brother," he said as he sat down. "Why, you can call me Izuku for now, Shoto-kun. Your sister isn't married to me yet," Izuku replied with an awkward grin. "We're not even sure. Maybe she'll change her mind when she sees how much of a nerd I really am," he thought. "As you wish, Izuku. Who's cooking?" he asked. "Namuri-chan, do you want some too?" Izuku replied. "Only if you'll cook it," he answered. "I'll get a taste of that good tasting pancake again before everyone else does, let's call it one of the perks of being his brother," he thought as he grinned mentally. "Okay, will you take me to the kitchen then?" Izuku said and Shoto nodded, then pushed him into the kitchen. "Namuri-chan, may I cook some pancakes for Shoto-kun as well?" Izuku asked. "Why? I'm already making some," she asked. "I only eat pancakes made by my brother-in-law," Shoto answered. Then Midnight let out a sigh. "This guy really reminds me of Fayumi back in middle school, and it's annoying," she thought. "Only if you make me some too, Aizu," she answered. If you would like, Namuri-chan, but my cooking isn't that good," he answered with genuine concern for the two of them. "What if I mess up and give them a stomachache? Shoto-kun has the sports fest later, and I think Namuri-chan is the chief umpire for the first year," he thought. "I'll eat anything you make, Honey," she said in a seductive tone, making him blush again. "Please refrain from seducing my brother, you will need to marry him first for anything to happen, or something Fayumi related will happen," Shoto said in his usually calm demeanor. "Believe me, I know that would happen, so I'll be sure to marry him before we make something besides food, right Izu?" she replied, earning herself an intensified blush from her beloved. "He's so cute when he does that," she thought as her sadistic flames slowly light up. Making. If that's what I think it is," Izuku thought. Anyway, I'll call you when it's done, you can wait in the dining area," he said as they both nodded and walked out the kitchen, but not before Midnight gave Izuku a hug from behind, intentionally pressing her assets against the back of his head, making him blush yet again. "Teasing him is the best," she thought as she pulled away and walked towards the table. Then Izuku got to cooking. "She really needs to stop teasing me or I'll pass out again," he said with a sigh. Then 5 minutes later he called them to help him bring the pancakes to the table. "Todoroki, carry the plates to the table," Midnight said as she ran towards the back of Izuku's wheelchair. "Why? You can carry them, sensei, I can help Izuku myself," he answered. Then Midnight gave him a glare. "Do it or I'll lower your grades," she threatened as Shoto just sighed in surrender and picked up the plates. "She really likes using her power as a teacher," he thought as they walked out of the kitchen and into the dining area where they all sat on the table with Midnight beside Izuku and Shoto in front of them. "Say for me, baby," Midnight said as she held a pancake piece skewered on a fork in front of Izuku's mouth. I can move my hands perfectly, Namuri-chan, my legs are another story though," he joked, but Midnight wasn't amused and kept poking his lips with the fork, waiting for it to open. "Come on already, Aizu, let me feed you," she screamed loudly, scaring Izuku. "She's holding a fork, Izuku, I repeat, she's holding a fork. Open your mouth," he thought as he did, and Midnight fed him. While that was happening, Shoto kept staring at his pancake. "It's here. Izuku's pancake, I can eat it again. But it's too good to eat. No, it's good so I should eat it. No, it would hurt his feelings if I damage his work. It's food, eat it," he thought as he hesitated to take a bite but still did in the end. "It's delicious. Now I can proudly say that I'm his brother, I was the first to taste his cooking again because I'm a family member. Yes, that's right," he thought with a crazy mental voice, but on the outside, he looked like his usual calm and emotionless self. When they finished eating, the three of them sat on the couch and watched some TV, until 5 minutes later Izuku realized something. "Shoto-kun, you should be getting ready. You only have 15 minutes. He said as Shoto looked towards the clock on the TV. "You're right, then I'll be going. I'll be back in 5 minutes," he said plainly as he stood up and walked towards the boys' side of the door and into his room to prepare. Then Izuku turned his attention back on the news. "Now that we're alone, let's do something, Aizu. 5 minutes would be fine," Midnight said as she looked at Izuku, who was absorbed in the news about the pro hero. Best Jeanist with her eyes like a predator looking at her prey. What did you say, Nemur?" He tried to ask but was cut off when she jumped on his lap and started sucking on his neck again while holding down his hands, so he can't stop her from doing so. And Nomuri-chan, why you're doing it again and it hurts. He said. Please, stop. He added, still not aware of Midnight's sadistic nature. I loved you because you were different than guys who just look at women with lust, but you sure are tasty, Izuku. She thought as she lifted her head to face him, looking him in the eye. Don't worry, Izu, this is just how much I love you, she said as she continued sucking on his neck. But it hurts. And Nomuri-chan. Izuku said as he squinted through the pain for the next 3 minutes. Love hurts, honey, this is normal. She thought to herself. Then a few minutes later, she stopped, then she looked up and saw the pained look on Izuku's face and the painful looking mark she left on his neck. She suddenly felt incredible guilt as she broke into tears and hugged him, burying her face into his chest. I'm sorry, Izu. I couldn't control myself when you told me to stop. I just felt like I wanted to continue. I didn't mean to hurt you, I swear, forgive me. She said as she continued to cry on him. He saw this and patted the back of her head to try and calm her down. Looks like I made another woman cry. That's 2 times in just one day. Just what is it that these beautiful women see in someone like me that they'd stick close, even when I hurt them sometimes without even knowing what I did? I'm absolutely horrible. He thought as he let out a disappointed sigh. It's alright, Nomuri-chan, why you just need to ask first next time, I'll write. He said as she looked up at him. Really? Why you don't hate me for this? She asked. And no, I guess I've gotten used to it because of all the times you girls teased me. He answered jokingly and gave her a warm smile as she buried her head into his chest again. This is just what we like about you. She thought with a wide smile on her face. Then later, Midnight wiped her tears and got off of Izuku and looked at the mark on his neck again. I'm sorry about. She said. Don't worry about it, it'll be gone soon enough. He replied with a bright smile as he returned his focus on the news again. Still. I'll control myself from now on, I don't want to hurt you again, even if it's by accident. She said, facing the ground with shame as Izuku looked at her with pity. She's going to force herself to do that just because of what happened. It wouldn't feel right for her to change like that, she just felt like she wanted to do it, and making her stop enjoying things just because it hurts me in little ways would be being selfish. I just need to suck it up. True heroes are the ones supposed to endure stuff so others can enjoy themselves. At least that's what I remember from my dad. He thought as he let out a small chuckle as he remembered how enthusiastic his father was whenever he said that line in the past. You don't need to control yourself, just be you, but please ask before you do something, Nomuri-chan. He said. Then Midnight looked at him with a surprised look. What? You let me do that to you if I ask kindly? She asked. I don't think you'll take no for an answer whenever you ask me to let you so. He thought. Why yeah, sure. Just not as painful, okay? He said with an awkward smile. Sure. You enjoyed it, didn't you? She asked with a playful tone. That's why you're going to let me do it again, you bad boy, she added as she stroked his chin, teasing him and making him blush. Then a few moments later, the other Class 1A students came down to the commons area with determined looks. Looks like you're all prepared. A voice said from the doorway. Aizawa-sensei. Did you perhaps see what happened earlier? Izuku asked with a nervous look on his face. Don't worry, kid, my lips are sealed. He answered as he gestured a zipper on his lips. What happened earlier? Kyoka asked. And nothing real. Izuku tried to explain but was cut off by none other than Momo. What happened to your neck? She asked as she looked at the mark Midnight left earlier. That's a hickey. Who'd you do it with, you sweet-talking curly-haired bastard? Mineta asked as he ran at him but was restrained by Sero yet again. Sorry about that, Izuku, but what did happen to your neck? He asked. Then Midnight coughed to get their attention. Izuku just had a little trouble with his wheelchair earlier. She tried as an excuse. What? He landed on his neck? Kyoka asked as she walked over towards Izuku. Why yes, he landed on his neck earlier. Midnight answered with a nervous grin, hoping they would believe the dumbest excuse she had ever come up with. Hold out your hands for me real quick, pretty boy. She said as she stood in front of him with everybody watching. Why? He asked. Just do it. She answered, so he just let out a sigh and stretched his arms out towards Kyoka. I apologize in advance for what I'm about to do, honey. She said as she grabbed both of his hands tightly and leaned over to the side of his neck without the mark. Not a guy. Before he could finish the sentence, the familiar pain on his neck appeared again. Kyoka was sucking on it this time as everybody looked at what she was doing with widely open mouths and eyes, even Aizawa. Sorry about this, pretty boy, just gotta check. And I guess I wanted to try it too. She thought as she continued to do so. After about a minute of painful sucking, she pulled away, leaving a similar mark on the other side of his neck. Now you have my mark too, baby, payback for making you rockin'. Fiancé cry, she said as she winked at him with a sly grin on her face. What was that about, girl? Mina and Hagakure both said as they ran towards Izuku to check on it. It's the same mark, that means. Mina said. This was made by sucking on it too. Hagakure added. But who did the other one? They both asked with mischievous grins on their faces as they looked over towards Midnight, who was avoiding eye contact while blushing intently. What did you do to him? Momo asked. Just marked him for keeps. Kyoka answered. Wanna try it too? She added as she looked at her with another grin. No. B, but just curious. H, how do you do it? Momo asked when suddenly, Ochako ran towards them and listened in. Okay, I'll tell you gals how to do it, but you have to promise that you'll ask him first before you do it, alright? Then they both nodded. You just have to suck at it hard until it leaves a mark when you pull away. It's like claiming your man in a way, but in our situation, claiming our man. She said as the other two blushed as they heard it. Sucking his body. Claiming. They thought. Then suddenly someone announced loudly. Midnight. Guide the students outside, leave Midoriya behind, I'm going to have to tell him something. Aizawa said as he approached Izuku, who had a terrified look on his face. Is Aizu in trouble, senpai? Kirishima asked. Don't ask any questions and get moving. You're all going to be late. Aizawa said as Midnight leads them all outside the dorm, leaving a terrified Izuku face to face with Aizawa. I'm going to tell you one thing, problem child, so you better listen. He said as Izuku nodded rapidly. He was scared to death when Aizawa said he needed to talk with him about something. Those kinds of girls are going to be deadly in the long run. I'm guessing they don't like you ever refusing to what they want, right? Aizawa said, catching Izuku off guard. He's right. He gets me. He thought. Lock your doors every night and don't ever sleep with clothes that are easy to remove. If possible, set some traps by your bed, alright? He added. What? Why? Izuku asked. Trust me, those beasts aren't going to stop until they get what they want from you. They're going to want to seal the deal and claim you for themselves ever so often, so watch out for what they do every now and then. Be warned, confusing Izuku. Beasts? He asked but got no answer as Aizawa pushed his wheelchair outside to meet with the other students. Hey, Aizu bro. Kirishima said as he and Ejiro ran over to meet him. Did you get into trouble? He added. No, just got some advice. I guess. Izuku answered with an awkward grin. We got him, sensei, we'll bring him over, you should lead the class. Midnight sensei left because she needed to practice her lines, so the class doesn't know where to go. Ejiro offered. Right, thanks. He answered as he handed Izuku over to Kirishima and Ejiro and went in front to guide the class. Hey, Aizu bro. You think we have a chance at winning this? I mean, we trained, but the whole school is filled with strong people and the whole class lost against Hato senpai alone back then. Kirishima asked with a hint of doubt in his voice. Don't worry, Kirishima-kun, Najire might not look it, but she's powerful enough to be one of the top 3 students in UA during her second year. It should be a surprise if we could beat her even with all of us working together. But you guys have gotten stronger, I'm sure you all have a shot at the top, and I have to catch up with you guys when my legs heal. Izuku answered with such sincerity, the two guys behind him couldn't help but smile. We're the ones trying to catch up to you here, little bud. They both thought. Then Aizawa guided the class towards their designated room for the sports fest. Proceed to the stadium by exactly 8:30 am, got that? Aizawa said. Oh yeah, Midnight will come over and pick up the problem child later. He added as he walked out the door. Seriously, when did Aizawa-sensei make that nickname for me? Izuku thought. Then all of them dispersed into their own spaces as they went over their tactics. This leg better get healed quickly or I'll be left behind. Izuku thought as he watched all of his classmates planning their sets of moves for the events. Then suddenly, someone came over and tapped on his shoulder from behind. Hey Aizu, what are you doing? Momo said. Oh nothing, just thinking about the future, I guess. He answered as Momo's face turned red over what she heard. Thinking about the future. Together. Maybe he wants children and all of those other stuff. She thought as her mind skyrocketed with imagination as she went back to her seat, drooling everywhere with heart-shaped eyes. Then 30 minutes passed and someone knocked on their door. Are you all ready? Midnight asked as Kirishima opened the door and she ran towards Izuku immediately. Now let's go. She said as she began walking with a nervous class 1 of students following her and Izuku. You go ahead, Izuku's going somewhere else. Midnight said as they arrived at the tunnel entrance leading to the arena. I am? He asked. Yes you are. She answered. Wish us luck, Izuku-kun. Ochako said as the whole class turned towards him, waiting for him to speak. Yeah, good luck all of you, give it your all and go. He said as they all raised their arms. Plus ultra. They all cheered as they began walking through the tunnel and into the center of the arena. The UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, alright. The miraculous new stars who got out of the USJR8 with newfound resolve. Hero course, Class 1A, alright. President Mick announced. What's with that introduction? Kaminari asked as they all looked around the crowd cheering for all of them. Will we be able to live up to their expectations? Iida asked. He went overboard with that intro bro, I'm getting all nervous here. Kirishima commented. It's only natural you idiots, remember that we didn't got there, the nerd got us out. So quit your fan tour attitudes and focus. We're going for an indisputable win with all Class 1 on the leaderboards. I'm going to crush all of you, so don't slow me down you stepping stones. Bakugo suddenly screamed. Guess that's his way of saying we can do this. Shiro asked with a chuckle. He's right. Let's do this boys. Sato said as all the boys pumped up their fists and cheered. We won't fall behind, right ladies? Achako asked as all the girls turned to their secondary class representative and answered a big right. All together. They haven't been getting as much airtime, but this class is also full of talent, alright. Hero course, Class 1B. He added as another wave of students flooded into the arena. Next up, General Studies classes C, D, and E. He said next. Support course, classes F, G, and H are here too. He said thirdly. And business course, classes I, J, and K. He said lastly. All of UA's first years are here now. President Mick concluded. We're just here to make the hero course look better, huh? A brown-haired guy from General Studies asked. I'm not really feeling it. A brown-haired girl answered. Back with Izuku. Hey Namuri-chan, where are we going? You didn't answer me earlier. Izuku asked with a nervous grin on his face. The arena of course. She answered with a mischievous smile which made Izuku even more nervous. Then why didn't we just go with T the others earlier? He asked. Oh you'll see honey. You'll see. She replied. I don't like where this is going. He thought as they walked through the corridors and came to a stop once they arrived in front of a big entrance tunnel leading to the arena. Time for the player pledge my dear listeners. Representing all the students, he's handsome, he's kind, and he has a lot of women around him. President Mick announced. No way. All of Class 1 as students thought as they waited for the rest of the announcement. The one who got the top score in the entrance exams, Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. He added. Izuku. They all asked as Midnight came through an entrance tunnel with Izuku. I knew this wouldn't end well. Izuku thought as he panicked to put together an impromptu speech. Wow, President Mick Sensei wasn't lying about him being handsome. One of the girls from General Studies said as they watched him going up the stage. What happened to you honey? Did someone bully you back in hero course? Another girl asked. If they're mean to you back in the hero course you could always come to my room at night so we could have a little fun to ease all the pain baby. Another girl screamed in an almost seductive tone. Looks like you're getting injured a lot in the hero course, just transfer to the General Studies branch and I'll show you a good time. Another random girl exclaimed. I don't know about transferring B but if why you want to have fun, I'll come over whenever why you like. Izuku answered over the mic as the girls squealed in excitement. As expected of UA. All of its students are friendly, they even go so far as to invite you over for some games. He thought as he gave them a warm smile, making them fawn over him more. Knowing him, he probably thinks it's just playing card games and whatnot. Every Class 1 student thought as they face slapped themselves. Then Midnight faked a cough to get his attention. The speech, Aizu. She reminded. Right the speech. He answered. Alright. Just pretend you're talking to Chisai when he says how he wants to be the #1 hero. It wouldn't sound great, but it's the best you got so just do that and fire away. He thought as he took a deep breath. In a competition, there would always be a winner and a loser in the end, give it your all and aim for the top, don't say you'll settle for what place you could get, no matter how far it is from no. 1. People who aim for the top and people who don't, that slight difference in attitude, could determine who will rise to the top and who will sink to the bottom, so pour everything you have into every competition, and go beyond plus ultra. He said as everybody cheered. That speech was so awesome, I can't even hate him for swooping in and stealing my crush. A random guy said. When did Aizu get that confident? Hagakure asked as they all wondered the same. Outside of the arena. Mount Lady was watching the speech from the big screen outside with pro heroes. Kamui Woods and Death Arms. It's him. He finished with the highest score. That must mean it's just a temporary injury. Wait, he's not going to participate. That means he's not going to get any good requests for the hero work studies. She thought as she remembered last night and looked at him with pity. That's one awesome kid right there, even though he's just a student, he knows what it's like to aim for the top, he must have had quite a heavy life as a child to know the importance of it that early. Kamui Woods said. Yeah, but he's got natural charisma too. Not to mention he passed the entrance exam with the highest score, so he must be somewhat powerful, he's pro hero material even at his young age. Death Arms commented, and when she heard these, the gears in her head started turning. Don't request a work study from him, alright? He's mine. Mount Lady said with a mischievous grin. Let's see if I'll get to experience how right that night felt with you again, little boy. She thought. Back inside the arena. What an inspiring speech from Mr. Popular. But sadly, he won't be participating in the event because of his injury. President Mick announced as Izuku and Midnight got down the stage. We're sitting at the teacher's area, okay? Midnight asked him. Oh really? I'm just a student, I shouldn't be there. He answered sheepishly. Now I know there are pro heroes outside guarding the place, but I still have to keep you close so I can guard you personally. She answered. If you insist. He replied, then Midnight led him to where the teachers were sitting. Now let's get started right away. Present Mai continued. A lot of students swim in their pools of tears after this qualifier event, so give it your all. For the first event we have. He added as a projection popped up in front of the students. Obstacle race. He announced. Obstacle race course, huh? The guys with mobility quirks are definitely at an advantage. Kirishima said. All 11 classes will participate off course. It will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers, listeners. As long as you stay on the course. Everything counts. President Mick explained as all the students grinned at the thought of using their quirks on others to take the lead later on. Now everyone take your butts and haul it over to that big red gate over there. He continued as they all turned to a big tunnel leading outside with a red opening and what seems to be like a traffic light at the top, acting as the go signal. 3, 2, 1. Start. President Mick said over the microphone as all the students ran to try and get an early lead. Let's get to the play-by-play commentary. Are you ready, no sleep-kun? President Mick asked Aizawa, who was actually sitting beside him the whole time. Whatever, you're going to do all the talking anyway. Aizawa answered with a bored tone. Okay then. President Mick replied and turned his attention on the race. All the students were still stuck inside the tunnel, unable to move because of their large numbers. I can't look incompetent in front of my brother's eyes, so forgive me for this. Todoroki said as he stomped his right foot on the ground and froze almost everyone's feet along with the whole tunnel. Then he used his fire to propel himself and fly over the frozen students and take the lead. You're not getting away that easily, half and half bastard. Bakugo yelled as he and other Class 1A students followed his lead over the other students of UA, and for a brief moment, only the Class 1A students were the only ones on the move. Well, they are my classmates, so I guess they knew what I would do. Shoto said as he looked back while continuously creating an ice path and sliding over it, with his flames propelling him from behind. What are you feeding these students of yours, Eraserhead? They're crazy wild. President Mick said as they witnessed the grand display of Class 1A's quirks, as the other students from other classes tried their best to keep up. Back to Izuku. When they arrive at the teachers' area, Izuku was greeted by a hug from his first ever quirk sensei and the number 1 hero, All Might. Good to see you're doing well, young man. Nice speech, by the way. He said, then he leaned over to whisper into Izuku's ear. And if you're going to accept those offers from those ladies from general studies about sexual intercourse, I advise you wear protection. He added. Sexual intercourse. Protection. Ladies from general studies. Izuku asked a little too loudly as All Might just face-palmed in response, then all the teachers turned to him. All Might. Please don't ruin Midoriya-kun's innocence. Principal Nezu said as the other teachers nodded in agreement. I didn't. All Might tried to explain but stopped mid-sentence as he felt a glare pierce the back of his head. All Might senpai, you dare recommend illicit sexual intercourse with random women to my soon-to-be fiancé? I will not let this pass. She said as All Might turned to face her with a terrified look on his face. It's alright, Namiri-chan. All Might sensei probably just misheard the girls earlier. They said they wanted me to come over and have fun and play with them on some nights, though I found it weird earlier that they wanted to do it at night, but then I thought maybe they considered the fact that we have classes in the morning and didn't want to disrupt my studies. They even kindly asked me about my injury too. Izuku said with a warm smile as all the teachers stared at him. So dense, yet so pure. They all thought. No, actually, young Izuku, what the girls meant to boo. All Might tried to correct Izuku's interpretation, but was cut off by the sound of a whip being busted out. Care to continue, All Might-san? Midnight asked with an intense glare aimed at him. And no. He answered as he returned to his seat to watch the race again. Midnight then sat on her seat and placed Izuku on her lap. And then Namiri-chan, I can sit on the wheelchair just fine. He said with an intense blush on his face as she hugged him from behind and intentionally pressed her breasts against his back. But I want you to sit on my lap, Aizu, would you want to make me cry again? She asked in a fake sad tone as he just let out a sigh and stopped struggling to get off, he just focused on the race. Back at the race. Shoto was in the lead, with Bakugo, Iida, Uraraka and Momo following after him. They all stopped as they felt the ground shake violently. The 5 of them looked around to find out what was causing it, as the other students of Class 1 caught up with them, leaving the rest of UA's first years behind by a great margin, and felt the similar vibration beneath them. The first obstacle. Present Mick said over the mic, catching all of their attention. Robo Inferno. He added, and as if on K5 giant faux villains like the ones in the entrance exam appeared in front of them with a bunch of smaller ones too. Hey. Those buckets of bolts are from the entrance exam. Mineta said with a terrified tone. Where did they get the money to fund such things? Momo asked. Most likely another sponsor family behind it. Uraraka answered, both with calm expressions. This isn't the time to think about money, you rich girls. How do we get past this? Kaminari asked, then Shoto stepped in front. Class 1A, prepare to run when I start to act. He said, then all of them wondered what he was talking about. You insulted my brother's capabilities the moment you put these things against him in the entrance exams. You will crumble beneath my ice. He said as he placed his hand on the ground and a spiral of ice formed on the ground beneath him. Then he raised his arm and swung it in a large arc facing the faux villains. Then a giant piece of ice erupted, blocking all of the robots' attacks and freezing them in place. Don't get in my way, you stupid scrap metal piece of shits. I am going to crush the rest of UA, and I need these wanna bastards as stepping stones. Bakugo yelled as he propelled himself upwards and aimed both of his hands towards the frozen faux villains. Die. He said as he ignited a large explosion, blowing all the giant robots to bits and pieces. I'll take care of the small villains then. Kaminari said as he walked in front and placed his palms on the ground as all of his classmates stood back a bit. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. He said as he channeled his lightning outwards, making the small faux villains explode. Go. You idiots. Bakugo said as he ran ahead with Todoroki. The others looked back and saw a bunch of other students catching up. They took the hint and followed the 2 in the lead. They wanted all of Class 1 to pass this time. A temporary truce was in place. This has turned into a Class 1 concerto, folks. The whole class is working together to secure the top 19 spots for the qualifiers. Your students really are playing their music loudly in this year's Sports Fest, Eraserhead. Present Mick said. This class is strong, and I think I know what made them stronger than the other classes. All Might thought as he looked over to Izuku, who was being hugged by Midnight on her lap. Maybe you really are worthy of my quirk, young Izuku. He thought as he grinned at his so-called successor. Then after a short run, Class 1 ran into a bit of trouble. The next obstacle, ladies and gentlemen. Present Mick announced. The fall. They were presented with a huge pit with a bunch of small patches of rocks connected by ropes. Todoroki-kun, can't you just make an ice path over to the other side? Iida asked. No. That'll give the ones behind a path and that'd ruin my indisputable victory over all of UA. Bakugo replied. He's right. Momo agreed. Okay, let's do this my way. Their secondary class representative, Ochako, spoke up and caught their attention. Tsuyu, Ajiro, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shiro can use their quirks for jumping from rock to rock. She said as the 5 of them nodded in agreement. Ajiro used his tail as jumping force from rock to rock. Shiro used his tape to pull himself towards the rocks. Tsuyu jumped easily from one rock to another. Todoroki used his flame strong enough to propel himself upwards and onto the next rock foothold. Hurry up or my win won't count as indisputable cause your sorry asses couldn't keep up. Bakugo said as he propelled himself straight to the other side with his explosions. I'll make us all float, and Iida could propel all of us together. Momo-san can make a rope to keep us all together, so it will be easier for Iida-kun to maneuver in midair. Ochako added, and they all thought it through for a moment. Let's do it. They all said as the other 5 already crossed to the other side and waited for them. Then Ochako used her quirk on all of them while enduring the nausea. Momo produced a rope, and Iida tied them all together. Then the other students began popping up from behind. Iida immediately activated his Recipro and propelled the whole class to the other side. Release. Ochako said as all of them fell on their feet. Let's go. Remember my indisputable win, you stepping stones. Bakugo screamed as he ran ahead, while the others follow with a slight chuckle. That guy really is too obsessed with winning, yet he wants us all to pass the qualifying round. They all thought. Another splendid connection of heartbeats from Class 1 people. Class representatives are stepping up and taking charge, alright. Present Mick said over the mic. Damn. Those wanna guys are going to be in the lead till the end. A guy with silver hair from Class 2B said. Focus, we just need to pass the qualifying round, remember. Another guy with blonde hair and an evil-looking grin said as he and his class crossed the second obstacle, slowly but surely. This is the result of their hard work. Even when we had days off, they asked Najire to train them to the bone. They set their sights on getting to the top from the beginning. This is what it means to go plus ultra, heroes. Aizawa thought as he gave his students a proud grin for how dedicated they were the past 3 months. After another short run, Class 1A halted when they saw small indents on the ground in front of them. The third and last obstacle is here. Present Mick said over the microphone. It's the exciting minefield. The explosions won't injure you, but it'll definitely push you around. He added. Alright, since it's the last test anyway, and Mick Sensei seems pretty proud of it, step back for a sec people. Kyoka said as she grinned. I'll blast this stupid obstacle off the map. She thought, then she stepped in front of the group. What are you going to do, Kyoka-san? Achako asked, with the rest of the class wondering the same thing. Just a little something I thought of earlier. She answered with a grin as she drilled her earphone jacks down on the ground. Here we go. She said as she projected her heartbeat to trigger a small vibration around a wide radius, barely felt by her classmates, but soon enough, the first wave of mines exploded, then some after that, then another one. And finally all the mines around the area were triggered, and the whole track in front of them was covered in pink smoke. Good work, rockstar woman, let's get moving and get me my win. Bakugo grinned as he disappeared in the cloud of smoke. I have a name, buddy. Kyoka replied. Let's get moving, the others are catching up. Kirishima said as they all followed through. Hey. I knew we shouldn't have made those mines that sensitive. Well, whatever. Looks like they secured the top 19 spots. And the first one through. Present Mick said as the crowd turned their attention to the tunnel, waiting for the first student to come through. Katsuki Bakugo. Followed by none other than the hot and cold guy of Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki, flanked by the rest of the class. The whole competition turned into their own party, folks. Present Mick added as the crowd cheered for the whole class, with Bakugo basking in his self-proclaimed victory over UA. Then a few moments later, the other first years came through the tunnel. Damn. I wanted us to be first and show off for once. The silver-haired 1B student said as he breathed heavily. Don't worry, we'll have the time to show off later. Believe. The blonde guy who came right after he did said with another mischievous grin. Alright students. Here are the list of all the students proceeding to the next round. Present Mick said as all the students turned their eyes towards the monitor. The 42 students are basically all of Class 1A without Izuku, all of Class 2B, Mei Hatsum, Hitachi Shinzo, Katsuka Yuri, General Studies. All of the students who qualified return here after the 30-minute break for the second round of the Sports Fest. He announced, then all of the students dispersed and went to their respective places to rest. All of Class 1A decided to gather back at the room assigned to them. Namuri-chan. Can we go back to the room earlier? Izuku asked Midnight. Sure, honey. You probably want to congratulate them, huh? She asked as she placed him on his wheelchair. Yes. He answered with a warm smile. We'll be going back for a moment, everyone. Midnight said as all the other teachers nodded in approval. Then Midnight and Izuku walked towards Class 1A's resting area, and on the way there, they coincidentally ran into Izuku's first fiancée, Fayumi Todoroki. Hello there, honey. She said as she walked over and gave him a hug. I never really noticed it, but Fayumi's body temperature is very low. I guess it has something to do with her quirk. It feels good though. He thought as he melted into the hug. Your body feels good, Fayumi. He said, not aware of what other meanings it could bring. When Fayumi heard it, she couldn't help but blush. Yes. This body is all yours, Izuku. You may do what you like with it whenever you want. She said in response. Then Midnight faked a cough to get their attention back. Fayumi, may I know what you're doing here? She asked with a slightly jealous attitude. My body feels good too, Aizu. She thought. Oh, the family wanted to watch Shoto in action, and I tagged along to see my fiancé. Is there anything wrong about that, Kayama? She asked with a sly grin. He said my body feels good. That means he likes me a little more than the other girls. She thought as a mental laugh echoed inside her head. Then she noticed 2 marks on Izuku's neck. It was barely visible now, but small traces still remained. Who made these marks? She asked as she looked Izuku dead in the eye, seeing if he'd lie to her. They were silent for a moment, but then Izuku broke and just sighed in surrender. KK Kyoka-sana and Namuri-chan. He answered. Would it be okay if I do it too? I've always wanted to try it. Fayumi said with a blank expression. But. Izuku tried to answer but stopped himself when he saw how serious she was about it. Another one won't hurt, right? I mean, I've already got 2 and. It looks like she won't take no for an answer anyway. It's okay. It won't hurt. It won't hurt. He thought, trying to reassure himself. Okay, but please be gentle about it. Izuku said as Fayumi shot him an amused grin. Now that's a good boy. She said as she leaned over to his neck and started to suck it lightly at first, then it got rough later. It hurts. And never trust yourself when you think it won't hurt. It will hurt. He thought as he squinted through the pain. It went on for a good 5 minutes, then Fayumi finally pulled away, breathing heavily as she grinned. Thanks for the meal Honey, she said, making him blush and look away, trying to hide it. Now that that's done, want to come with us to where your brother is? Midnight asked. Yeah, sure, I want to tell Shoto how sloppy his movements were and see his reaction. Fayumi answered with a mischievous smile. Then all three of them walked towards the direction of Class 1A's resting area. When they got there, they heard a loud scream from the inside. I'll get another indisputable win next round, alright. Then Izuku just sighed. Kakin again, huh? Well, this is going to be fun. He thought as Fayumi opened the door and all the attention was directed on the three of them. Congratulations everyone. He said with a warm smile, making everyone in the room smile too. Even Bakugo gave off a grin, but hid it by looking away from them. Thanks, Aizu bro. Kirishima said as he walked over to give him a hug, but stopped midway as he saw a new mark on Izuku's neck. You got another one of those hickey thingies, bro. Are they just appearing out of nowhere now? He asked as he observed the marks closely, only to be pushed away by Mina and Hagakure. Sorry about that, babe, just gotta get a closer look at this. Mina said as Kirishima gave her a thumbs up while he stood back up. Who do you think made this? Mina asked with another one of those mischievous grins of her. Gee, I don't know. Todoroki's sister might have a clue about it though. Hagakure answered as they looked up at Fayumi, who glared back at them, making them melt back into the rest of the class again. Fayumi ni wa. Shoto tried to say but was cut off by none other than Momo. Yuss sucked on his end neck as well. She asked with an annoyed grin on her face. Oh, did I make my co-fiancé, if you would call it, a little jealous? Fayumi asked as she shot her a triumphant grin. And not at all. I'll probably do it too at some point. She answered with an annoyed pout. Midnight Sensei, Kyoka-san, Fayumi-san, they've all done it. I need T to step up and match them if I want Izuku-kun T to appreciate my existence as much as them. Ichako thought as she stared with determined eyes at him. I'll make you love me, Izuku-kun. Thought to herself yet again. As I was going to ask earlier, what are you doing here, Fayumi ni? Don't tell me. Shoto said with a nervous look as Fayumi grinned at him. Yes, the others watched how you performed, they think you were doing fine, but I on the other hand, thought you were sloppy. She said as Shoto looked down on the ground with shame. I thought I was doing just fine as well, but, he thought. Izuku saw this and spoke up. I think Shoto-kun did great, Fayumi. He was able to assess how the class should act, and he initiated their temporary truce by assisting the whole class during the first obstacle. He said, and Shoto looked up at him with disbelief. He noticed that. He thought. If you say so, Aizu. But please don't go easy on him when you're his brother-in-law, okay? He needs to get stronger. Fayumi said as she patted Izuku's head. Looks like they're getting along well. Aizu really is nice. I just want to eat him up right now, but that stupid marriage is still not in effect, so I won't. She thought. Oh, that's right. I want you to meet my family while they're here, Izuku. May I borrow him, Kayama? Fayumi asked. Return him to me at the teacher's area when the second round begins and I'll let you. Midnight replied. Sure. Fayumi answered. Why your family? The endeavor. Izuku asked with a mix of excitement and fear in his face when he thought about meeting the number 2 hero. Of course, you're going to marry me, you need to meet my parents and brothers, cause we're all going to be family, you know. Fayumi said as she chuckled a bit and grabbed the handles of Izuku's wheelchair. Well, we'll leave you guys to your preparations for the next round. Fayumi said as she took Izuku and walked out the door. Unfair. I'll have to make a mark on him too. Momo and Uraraka both thought as all of class 1 returned to their preparations. Fayumi-san, why your father agreed to this engagement, right? Izuku asked with a nervous expression. Of course, don't worry, he's a kind man. People just see him as someone scary because of how he is when he's fighting crime. Fayumi replied with a reassuring smile. I hope so, or I'm going to be Kentucky Fried Izuku later. He thought as they walked through the halls, heading towards the room especially assigned for the Todoroki family. When they got there, Izuku heard laughter from the inside. He took a deep breath and smiled at Fayumi to let her know he was ready, then she opened the door, and the laughter died down as all their gazes fixated on him. Fayumi, sweetie, is he the boy you? Her mother asked, and she nodded with a bright smile in response. So you're going to marry Fayumi, huh? Her mother said as she approached Izuku and stared at him intently, making him blush. You look very handsome if I do say so myself, mind if I take him for a test drive? Her mother asked her with a mischievous grin. Mom? Fayumi replied with an annoyed pout. Aw, come on, I have to get to know how good he is before he touches you. And from the looks of it, his body is to die for. Her mother said, still with her mischievous grin painted on her face. What are they talking about? Test drive? Body? Izuku thought as he unconsciously stared at Fayumi's mother, making her blush in turn. This young man can really sweep you off your feet. She said as she gave him a kiss on the cheek and slipped him a piece of paper. Call me alright. It could be fun. She said. Cut it out, Ray, you're making the poor boy uncomfortable. Endeavor said as he approached them. Sorry about that, son. You can call me Enji, by the way. I wouldn't feel right being called Endeavor by my son-in-law, wouldn't I? He said as he chuckled and offered his hand, then Izuku shook it. It's alright, Mr. Enji. He said as he smiled. He really is as pure as Shoto described him. Endeavor thought as he gave him a warm smile. Hey bud. I'm your brother-in-law, I guess, Natsuo Todoroki. Nice to meet you, little brother. He said as he shook his hand with a bright smile on his face. I hope he's as fun as Shoto described him. Natsuo thought. Then the other guy walked towards Izuku. I'm Tuya Todoroki, nice to meet you, Izuku. He said as he gave the greenette a warm smile like Endeavor's. Pro hero. Dabi. And nice to meet you, sir. Izuku answered, making Tuya chuckle. I didn't expect you to know about me, I am new and all that. He said as Izuku looked at him with admiration. Nonsense, sir. Your name is widely known these days, you have climbed to the top 12th in the hero popularity ranking during your first year in service, even rivaling Hawks for the fastest ranking climb in hero history. Izuku said, making Tuya laugh more. Well, I'm going to be your brother-in-law as well, so you don't need to call me by sir, you can call me Tuya Nyasan if you would like. He replied as he patted the little fanboy's head. Anyway, I haven't introduced myself properly. Fayumi's mother said, catching Izuku's attention. I'm Ray Todoroki, I'm going to be your mother-in-law, cutie, but even though I'm basically your mother, you can still enjoy me if you'd like to. Honey, she said with a wink as Endeavor, Tuya, and Natsuo face laughed at the statement. Don't mind her, Izuku, Ray is just fond of you, I guess. Endeavor said with an awkward grin, the same with Natsuo and Tuya. Well, you can't touch him, mom. I want to marry him and I would appreciate it if you keep your distance. Fayumi said with an annoyed pout. Oh come on, don't be like that, Fayumi, the boy is too pretty for one woman alone, he'll devour you for sure, let me share the load, sweetie. Ray answered. What? Devour? I don't have a quirk tea that eats people, ma'am. Izuku said. It's best if you just ignore her, Izuku. Natsuo said as he and Tuya patted his shoulder. It's time for the second round to begin. Return to the stadium, Golden Eggs of UA. Present, Mick said over the microphone. I guess I'll take Izuku back to Kayama now. Fayumi said. Nomuri-chan is here? Ray asked enthusiastically. Yeah, she's with the teachers. Fayumi answered, then Tuya and Natsuo's eyes lit up. Teachers? Then Uncle Tashi is over there? They both asked. Yeah, don't fanboy on him too much, alright. The last time you did, we had to spend a whole day following you guys around cause you insisted on following him all around Tokyo. Fayumi added as the two Todoroki boys nodded their heads excitedly. I guess I can pay Toshinori a visit then. Endeavor said. Then let's go, that woman can go full-blown psycho if I don't return baby Aizu there. Fayumi said as she kissed Izuku's cheek while ruffling his hair as all of them walked out and towards the teachers' area. When they got there, Ray immediately ran at midnight and hugged her from behind. You look as sexy as ever, Nomuri-chan. She said as she clinged onto her from behind. Oh hello there, Ray-san, how are you? And where's Fayumi with my Aizu? Midnight answered. Oh, she's over there. Ray said as she pointed towards Fayumi and Izuku. By the way, you wouldn't mind if I taste him a couple of times, right? Ray asked with another mischievous grin. Hey, are you sure about that, Ray-san? Midnight asked with an awkward grin. Oh yes, girl, believe me I am. Did you notice the toned body on that man? Ray answered as they both glanced at Izuku's body and blushed intensely. If you can somehow force him into it, I'll be good as long as I'm in it too. Midnight answered. Now that's a good girl, you're a virgin, right? Ray asked, making Midnight blush even more. Why yes. She answered. I'll guide you and Fayumi on your first time. Ray replied as she giggled and hugged her tighter. While that was happening, Tuya and Natsuo both fanboyed all might. Hello there, Todoroki boys. How are you? He asked as he patted their heads. We're good, uncle, by the way, did you know? We're going to have a new brother. Natsuo said. Really? When is it going to be born? He asked. He's here. It's Izuku, he's going to marry Fayumi. Tuya said as he pointed towards Izuku while All Might's jaw dropped. Young Izuku. He thought. Ah. Tashi, how's it going? Endeavor asked, but All Might just kept staring at Izuku with his eyes and mouth wide open. Come on, Izuku, want me to show you my quirk? Fayumi asked. Oh yeah, I never saw your quirk, I bet it's an emitter type like Shotokun's ice. He answered enthusiastically. Well, let's just say I have better control over it. She replied with a bright smile. Hey Principal-san, can I use my quirk for a little bit? I just want to show Izuku something. She asked Nezu. Of course, your quirk is something I would like to witness again. He answered delightfully, then Fayumi grinned and placed her hand on the floor as a small piece of ice erupted. She then moved her fingers, and the ice started to move. It shifted its form until it was a beautiful throne of ice with roses and thorn vines. As an added feature, as Izuku saw this, his jaw dropped big time. So that's what you meant by more control. It's true that Shoto-kun can produce ice, but he can't control it like that. He said as Fayumi walked over to him and brought him to the throne she made. She sat on it first and put Izuku on her lap, hugging him like Midnight did earlier. "I'm your queen," she said. "I'll let you do that to him this time. After all, I did it earlier than you," Midnight said triumphantly. "Humph." Izuku said, "My body feels good though." Fayumi answered with an annoyed pout. "Oh yeah? I think he'll like my body more when he actually feels it," Midnight replied as they glared at each other. Then Present Mick announced. The next event has been determined. It's the all-important cavalry battle. And as he said it, all the crowd's attention was dragged in. How will that work though? We're all enemies now, the truce was during the race. Kaminari said with a worried expression. "Let me explain," Present Mick said. "The participants are required to form teams with 4 people. Just like the regular cavalry battle, the only difference is that the points are based on the result of the last game. Each person will have a point value, which means each team has different points based on who's in the team," he added. "Here are the points, my dear listeners. It goes up by 5 points every next rank," he said, and a projection showed the ranking from the last game and points assigned to each person. "Those at the top will suffer. You'll hear this many times as you attend UA, cause this is what plus ultra means, listeners. Katsuki Bakugo, who placed first in the qualifier, is worth 10 million points." Then all of the participants looked at Bakugo with eyes of a predator eyeing its prey. "What do you want, you extras? You have the balls to look at me like that, huh?" Bakugo screamed, but their eyes remained glued at him. "Hakin's in trouble," Izuku muttered to himself. "My dad and uncle told Tuya something about this." "Tuya, could you tell me what they told you about the top and wetnet?" Fayumi said as she placed her head on Izuku's shoulder from behind while hugging him. Tuya came over to them and spoke. "Yeah, it was about how the top heroes are always carrying a heavy load on their shoulders, and this test, the cavalry battle, is meant for the students to experience that burden," he said. "Yes, that's the one. Did you understand what he meant, Izu?" Fayumi said. "'Cause I sure as hell didn't," she thought. "Why yes, it means All Might and the other top heroes have point values that are higher than the others, making them a target for villains looking for fame and heroes who want to climb to the top." Izuku answered while Tuya looked at him surprised. "It's nice to know that at least 2 of my brothers are smart," he said as he patted Izuku's head while laughing at his joke about Natsuo being the odd one out. Then the students began grouping up under the 15-minute timer. "Todoroki-kun, can we team up with you?" Echako, Momo, and Kyoka asked. "I want to impress Izu, so I'll be using your abilities to win," Momo said with unintentional insult. "No, I'll be using you to impress my brother, don't misunderstand," Shoto answered. "Enough with the using. Let's just win and ask pretty boy if he was impressed later." "Team?" Momo Rider. Shoto. Kyoka. Echako. "Kiri, babe, let's team up with Ajiro and Hagakure," Mina said, but Kirishima's attention was directed at Bakugo right now. "That guy would be too prideful to ask anybody to team up, guess I have to take a dive here," he thought. "Hey Mina, I'm going to team up with Bakugo on this, he's in a pinch, and I gotta help him, you know," he said. Then Mina looked at him weirdly for a moment, then Hagakure came around. "Hey guys. Ajiro ditched me earlier to team up with his friend in general studies, guess it's just us," she said. "Alright, guess let's team up with Bakugo over there," he said. Then they walked towards him. "Hey Bakugo, wanna team up, bro?" Kirishima said as Bakugo looked at them with a surprised yet somewhat soft expression. "Why yeah. I need a stepping stone, why you bastards," he said as he faked a laugh and the other 3 just face slaps. Then Bakugo turns around. Thank you, I guess," he said as quietly as possible. "Team?" Mina. Hagakure. Kirishima. Bakugo Rider. Then 15 minutes passed. "It's time to begin the cavalry battle. Everyone ride your horses and find a spot," Present Mick said as all the student teams scatter. 3, 2, 1. Start. Present Mick announced. Then a huge glacier of ice appeared. "So he started with separating himself, huh? Very nice move, Sho," Tuya said. "We just need to hold on to the 10 million points and we win," Shoto said. "That half and half is in the way of my indisputable win. We'll get other people's points first, then we'll go after him," Bakugo said as they ran around with Kirishima's hardening as a movable shield, Mina's acid for mobility, and Hagakure's stealth for stealing headbands. 3 minutes was left on the timer. Bakugo and his team got to second place with 1050 points, while Shoto and his team is still separated from the others with their 10 million points intact. Run towards the ICU extras. Bakugo said as his 3 teammates sighed and did what they're told. When they were close to the ice, Bakugo stood up and grinned. "Catch me or I'll kill you," he said. "Wah." Before Kirishima could ask, Bakugo jumped. "Howitzer impact," he said as he rotated his body mid-air using his explosions heading for the ice and shot a huge explosion at the last second, breaking the ice. Then the 3 rushed towards him and caught him. "Nice work Bakugo, but please give an explanation first," Hagakure said as they ran towards Shoto and his team. "Such fragile ice," Fayumi said. "Hey, Sho's doing his best Fayumi, go easy on the guy, he's plenty powerful for his age," Tuya said as Fayumi just sighed and continued to watch the match. "Get ready for a fight," Shoto said as Momo created a metal staff and took a stance. Shoto used his ice to try and stop them, but Kirishima just broke through it and got close. Momo created a shield and held it with her left arm and a staff on the right. Bakugo tried to use explosions but were blocked by the shield, then he gets clobbered by her staff in return. He gets agitated and grabbed her staff making her lose her balance a bit, then Bakugo aimed his hand at her, but Kyoka found an opening and inserted her earphone jack on Bakugo's ear and projected her heartbeats making Bakugo shake and scream at the pain. While that was happening, Shoto froze Kirishima's feet. "Uraraka," he said, then Ichako used her quirk on all 3 of them and Shoto used his flames to propel them away from Bakugo's team. "Damn you half and half, give my indisputable win," Bakugo yelled as he jumped from his team and propelled himself towards Shoto's team with his explosions, but before he could reach them. "Time's up people," President Mick announced, then Bakugo fell to the ground and started banging on the floor with his head down. "My indisputable win," he screamed. "That was a nice match students. Now return to the middle of the arena for the results," he added as all the students returned with Kirishima holding Bakugo back to stop him from attacking anyone. "You all ruined my indisputable win, I'll blow you up," he said. Then the monitor hologram popped up and showed them the results. First place: Shoto, Momo, Kyoka, Ichako. Second place: Bakugo, Kirishima, Mina, Hagakure. Third place: Kendo, Tetsutetsu, Tokoyami, Hatsum. Fourth place: Shinzo, Hajiro, Kitsuka, Satsuna. Now, eat lunch kids. We'll announce the next round later, and for the students who didn't pass, we have a fun event for you and you get to have fun with the green-haired handsome guy from earlier, President Mick announced. "We do?" Almost all the girls from other courses asked. "They do?" Izuku and his class asked. "Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you earlier because you were with Fayumi, but you'll have to do something grand later honey, the teachers voted on it," Midnight explained. "Looks like you have it rough there little bro. But I think the ladies love ya. Though," Natsuo said. "His misery really is amusing," he thought. "I can help him out." Tuya volunteered. "You will?" Fayumi asked. "Yeah, I kinda grown protective of the little guy you know," he answered with a warm smile. "Yeah, protect him cause if I see any random chick touching any part of his body, I'll freeze them on the spot," Fayumi replied with a deadly glare at the ladies entering the cafeteria below. "Touching will be involved," Izuku thought to himself. "I want to help too. It'll get me popular with the ladies when they see I'm with the pro hero Dabi and the school's chick magnet," Natsuo said. "Well that's fine right principal?" Midnight asked. "Of course, the Todoroki children are known for having very dazzling fire and ice quirks, I'd like to see that too," he answered happily. "Then it's settled, you'll be helping him later, now. And my Aizu and I'll feed him," Midnight said, but Fayumi hugged him as if she's protecting him from her. "No way. I want to do that too," she said. "Can I get in on that ladies?" Ray butted in with a mischievous grin on her face. What?" they both asked. "Here we go again," Endeavor said as he sighed and walked towards them. "Just agree to it Fayumi, I don't know how to stop her," he said as all of them turned to him. "You're agreeing to this? She wants another man," they all said. "Oh it's fine as long as it's this little green-haired cinnamon roll right here," he answered as he ruffled his son-in-law's hair. "Thanks dear," Ray answered. "I can see so many things wrong with that." All the teachers and Todoroki siblings thought while Izuku stared blankly into space, thinking about the touching they were talking about earlier. "Well anyway, let's just order something to eat and go back to the room they gave us earlier," Ray said as she turned around and started walking towards the room assigned to the Todoroki family. "I want pizza," Natsuo said as he followed. "Pizza is awesome. I'll get that too. And a burger as well," Tuya said as he walked with Natsuo. Then All Might walked over to Izuku and leaned into his ear. "Young man, remember to wear protection and if you don't know what that is, please look it up before doing anything." Sexually inclined activities if you would prefer that. He said, adding to the things Izuku needed to think about. Protection. From what? He thought as All Might patted his back and went to talk with Endeavor. Well then let's go. Fayumi said with a surrendering sigh. What do you want for lunch, honey? Midnight asked but got no response. Izuku was still in a daze until Midnight decided to poke his cheek, knocking him back to reality. Are you alright, Izu? She asked. Why yes, sorry about that. Just thinking of stuff. He answered. Well, I asked you about lunch, did you think about the answer to that as well? Midnight asked. Pizza would be fine, Namuri-chan. He answered politely, then Fayumi brought her phone out. Hello, yeah, it's me, Fayumi. Please stop calling me ma'am, anyway I need 3 insanely tasty pizzas and a burger delivered to UA. She said. Thank you. She added as she hung up the phone. Who did you order it from? Midnight asked. You know that Italian restaurant, Joey's? She asked. Oh yeah. Those pizzas are going to be heavenly. Midnight answered as Izuku stared at the both of them while they talked about other fancy restaurants he didn't know about. Then Tui and Natsuo turned around to face them. They're talking about fancy restaurants again. We must put Izuku on our side. We must defend the greatness of fast food chains and not let him be tainted by their fanciness. They both thought as they ran at them. Fayumi. Where did you order the food from? Natsuo asked. Joey's. Why? She answered as the boys' faces turned to dread. We wanted to order from MC. Donald's though. They both said. And please don't influence Izuku with all those fancy food joints. Guys are supposed to enjoy the greatness of fast food places. Tuya said with an enthusiastic tone. There you go again with that fast food junk. I'll freeze you if you ever bring some close to me. She answered, making the boys turn around and mutter something about understanding its beauty and all that. Don't listen to them, Izu, fancy food is good food, honey. Remember that. Fayumi said as she gave him a kiss to the cheek and Midnight nodded in agreement. If you say so. Izuku answered with an awkward grin, then suddenly, a small mass collided with him and when he looked at what it is, he saw Chisai Yaoirozu, giving his legs a hug. Hello big brother Izuku. He said as he climbed him until he was sitting on his lap. Hi Chisai, you've grown so much since the last time I saw you. Izuku said as he lifted the child up, making him giggle. It hasn't been that long of a time, big bro, I'm also good at math now too. Chisai said. Oh really? That's good then, so what brings you here? Izuku asked as he puts Chisai on his lap. I'm here to see big sister Momo, mother and father are with her right now, but I wanted to look for you. He answered. So basically you ran away again. Izuku thought. Who's the little guy Izuku? Natsuo said as the Todoroki siblings and Midnight looked at him. Oh, forgive me for my rudeness, I am Chisai Yaoirozu, I'm big brother Izuku's brother-in-law. He answered. I feel like he's smarter than us from the way he talks. Natsuo and Tuya both thought. So that means you're our little brother as well. Tuya said. Indeed, I was told that big brother Izuku will be marrying Lady Fayumi Todoroki, making me your little brother. He answered. Hey Izuku, if we make a child now, this little guy would be his uncle, right? Fayumi asked bluntly. Make a child right in and now. Izuku replied with an intense blush. Oh, did that perhaps motivate you to do things with my body, sweetie? Fayumi whispered into his ear from behind, making his blush intensify. Anyway. I need to return Chisai to his parents. Izuku said with his intense blush still noticeable, making Fayumi giggle, then Tuya and Natsuo's eyes lit up. One of us will go with him and tell him about the beauty of fast food, then Fayumi and Namuri will believe us that fast food is better than their fancy crappy food. They both thought, then Tuya raised his arm quickly. I'll go with him. He said. Then Natsuo looked at him with a smile. Nice move Tuya. He said silently. Why? We can go with him. Midnight said. Because you know. Why you have T2. To receive the pizza you ordered. That's right. You have to do that. Natsuo said with a nervous smile. And why can't you do that instead? Fayumi asked coldly. We hate the pizza delivering dude. And we might kill him on the spot for delivering fancy food. Natsuo explained, still nervous that the girls will see through his lies, but to his surprise, Fayumi just sighed. You and your fancy food hating thing. Whatever, we'll let Tuya do it. She said. But Natsuo is coming with us. We're stuffing one of those fancy pizzas in your mouth for the fun of it. Midnight added, then Tuya looked at Natsuo who was now giving him a salute. I'll take the blow Tuya. Prioritize the mission. He said as Tuya nodded. But Izu, we'll be leaving you to Tuya and don't let him sway you, okay? Remember, fancy food is good food. Fayumi said as she gave him a kiss. That felt good, we should do that instead of just on the cheeks, honey. She said as she winked at him. That was unfair, Fayumi. Midnight said. Want to do it too? She asked. Okay. Midnight answered delightfully as Fayumi stepped to the side and let her do her thing, while Izuku was still in a daze, unaware of what was happening. Natsuo? Covered Chisai's eyes. Tuya said as Natsuo ran at the kid and covered his eyes, while Midnight gave Izuku a very passionate kiss and pulled away. You're right, that felt good. Much better than just hugging. Midnight said. See what I mean? Anyway, we'll be going now, come on Natsuo, you're eating a whole pizza, fancy pizza. Ayumi said with an evil grin as she and Midnight walked away with Natsuo following hesitantly. Let's get moving Izuku, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoirozu might be worried sick about Chisai's sudden disappearance. Tuya said as he pushed Izuku's wheelchair, knocking him back to reality in the process. What just happened? Izuku asked himself. A lot of ladies are very fond of you big brother Izuku. Chisai said as he sat on Izuku's lap. On the way there, Tuya kept talking about pizzas and burgers from fast food chains being better than the ones in fancy restaurants, with Izuku surprisingly agreeing, which made him happy. I gotta tell Natsuo that the mission was a success, he's on our side. He thought. Then they stumbled upon a room with a gold plate on the door that said Yaoirozu. In bold black letters. Sheesh, the Yaoirozus really take richness to a whole nother level huh? Tuya said with a chuckle to match the joke. Indeed, father and mother never know how to properly use their wealth because they have an absurd amount and still have as much coming in on a daily basis. Chisai explained, then Tuya knocked on the door, then it flung open, revealing Izuku's beautiful fiancée, Momo Yaoirozu and her parents having tea. Chisai. She said as she lifted the child from Izuku's lap with an angry but relieved expression. Sorry Izu, he must have wanted to see you and ran off when we weren't looking. Momo explained as she leaned in and kissed Izuku's forehead. Izuku my boy. How's your injury? Mr. Yaoirozu said as he and his wife came over and greeted him. I think it's healing quite well Mr. Yaoirozu. He answered with a warm smile. Oh, Izu, what did we tell you to call us? Mrs. Yaoirozu said as she shot him a fake frown. Oh yeah, mama and dad I guess. Izuku answered with an awkward smile as Saki Momo's mom smiled and hugged Izuku. Now that's a good boy. She said. Nice to see you again Mr. Shin Momo's father. Tuya said. Do you know him, Tuya Niasen? Izuku asked. Yeah, during one of dad's silly parties at home with his friends. He explained. Hello there Tuya, is Enji here too? Shin asked brimming with excitement to meet up with his friend. Yes sir, would you like to join us for lunch? Ayumi, Namuri and mom wants to eat with Izuku, so if you would like, you could join since your daughter will be marrying my brother-in-law as well. Tuya offered, making Momo blush with the thought of her in a wedding gown standing in front of Izuku. Your face is turning red big sister Momo. Chisai said bluntly. It's just the heat. She said as she placed Chisai down and faced the other direction to try and hide it. But the room temperature is quite low. He replied then his mom picked him up. It's best if you don't ask her about it sweetie, she's in a very complicated state. Saki said with a grin on her face. Then what are we waiting for? Shall we? The next event would start in about 40 minutes. Shin reminded. Very well. Tuya replied as they all went out of the room and walked back towards the Todoroki area. By the way, congratulations Momo, you were amazing standing toe-to-toe with Kaken earlier. Izuku said making Momo blush yet again. I can understand why a lot of women fall for him, my brother-in-law is awesome. Tuya thought to himself as they headed towards their room. When Tuya opened the door, they saw all of them surrounding Natsuo as they watched Endeavor stuff pieces after pieces of fancy pizza into his mouth. What in heavens are you doing there Enji? Shin said. Shin. Oh. I volunteered to stuff the fancy pizza Natsuo hates, and it's fun to say the least. He answered as he stuffed the last piece of pizza into Natsuo's mouth which he can barely chew on. Ray. Saki exclaimed as Ray ran towards her and tackled her into a hug. You smell really good today Saki. Ray replied. Why thank you. She answered with a warm smile, then Ray shot her a mischievous grin. What? Saki asked uncomfortably. So. Izuku's really hot you know. She replied, making Saki blush. We are both married women Ray. Why you mustn't think of our daughters. Fiancé I'll like that. She said as she looked at Izuku with guilty eyes. Forgive me for even thinking about it Izu. She thought. I talked it over with Namuri-chan, she said it was fine as long as she's in it and maybe add my daughter to the mix as well, if you want, your daughter could be in it too to at least lessen the guilt. Ray whispered into her ear, making her blush at the thought yet again. And no. We shouldn't do such a thing to such a sweet pure. Handsome. Charming. Hot. Young man. Saki said, slowly loosening her chains. P+M my husband wouldn't allow it, ever. She said as her last attempt to convince Ray and herself to not even consider the idea. Oh I'm not so sure about that. Ray said then she walked over to Shin. Hey Shin, you approve of Rei trying out Izuku's smoking body, right? She asked, then Shin smiled. Of course, Izuku is such a splendid young man, if it's him, I'm fine with anything. He said as Saki's jaws drop. That was an approval, was it not? It definitely was. She thought, then Rei walked over and leaned into her ear. So? What do you say? She asked, not trusting her words. Saki simply nodded a yes. Hey sweetie, you're back. Did Tuya tell you anything influential in some ways? Fayumi asked as she gave him a kiss on the forehead. No, just things about pizzas and burgers being better in fast food places than fancy restaurants. And as he said it, the three girls around him gasped. I can't believe he would tell you such a thing. Pizza and burgers in fancy restaurants are little drops of heaven compared to that of fast food places. Momo said as Fayumi and Midnight smiled at her. You understand us. I'm glad to be sharing my man with someone like you, sweetheart. Fayumi said as she hugged her. That's not true. Right, Izuku? Tuya asked as he and Natsuo looked at Izuku with pleading eyes, begging him to side with them on this one. Of course I love burgers at fast food places, but I also like the pizzas in fancy restaurants, they both have different charms in my opinion. Izuku answered with a bright smile. Grab the two fast food geeks, they have tainted Izuku's minded, only the best prepared delicacies shall touch his mouth from here on out. Midnight said as she readied her whip. Momo created a staff, and Fayumi placed her hand on the ground, ready to erupt some ice at any moment. Hey. He said he liked both. Natsuo said as he swallowed the last piece of pizza in his mouth. What's wrong? Izuku asked as he saw the girls preparing for a fight. Nothing, Izuku, I won't let anything filthy touch you from now on, you will remain as pure as the whitest snow you could find. Fayumi answered. Fast food is not filth, Fayumi. Tuya argued with a hint of fear in his tone. I may be a hero, but to hell with that when you're facing this woman. He thought. Okay, calm down kids, let's just eat, alright? Endeavor said as he stood in the middle, then the girls just sighed and went to the table while fawning over Izuku, who had no idea what just happened. Thanks dad, Fayumi was about to clobber us again. Tuya said as he sighed with relief, while Natsuo nodded furiously as they joined the others at the table. Nice to see that our daughters are getting along well even when sharing the same man. Shin said as they all ate. Of course, Izuku's probably too much for one woman to handle. Endeavor said as he laughed at the thought. I mean not that good Mr. NG and Mr. Shin, why you should really begin to wonder why they wanted T to be engaged to someone like me, when they can have anyone they like with how perfect they are. Izuku said with a bitter smile. Then Fayumi grabbed him by his chin and leveled him to look at him in the eye. I don't want anyone though. I want you, she said, making him blush. As do I, but to be honest, even if I were to pick anyone by how good looking they are, it'll still be you. Momo added, making him blush even more. Yeah, that body too. I just want to take off all your clothes and touch you all over. But I won't because I'm a very gentle woman. Usally, Midnight said lastly, making Izuku so red, he looked like a tomato. Big brother Izuku, you're turning red as well. Chisai suddenly and bluntly said, making everyone except Izuku laugh out loud. While we're on the topic of bodies and sharing. Rei spoke up. Here we go again, Natsuo covered Chisai's ears, I have a feeling this isn't going to sound good. Tuya said as he moved behind Izuku and covered his ears while Natsuo stood up and did what he was told. Me and Saki want to take Izuku for a ride once in a while, of course with his wives, so it wouldn't be such an evil act, you're fine with that, right? Rei said with another mischievous grin as the two girls looked at them with wide eyes and mouths. What? They both asked. Sorry Momo dear. Why your mother has thought of doing such acts with your fiancé and I am aware that it is very unladylike especially of a woman of my caliber but I cannot hold it in any longer. I simply must enjoy him even for just 2 times a week or so, or I think I'll go crazy holding it in. Saki said, making all the people who could hear except for Endeavor and Shin drop their jaws at the statement. What the? Why you view my beloved in such a lewd way? How could you do such a thing when you have father? Momo asked. Once again, I am sorry but your father is fine with it and it would be illogical to hold it in. I want to please him and let him please me from time to time, it is a fair deal don't you think? Saki answered with a genuine smile, as if she came up with the greatest idea ever conceived. Your thinking seems clouded by your personal desires mother, it would be a fair deal between you, but it wouldn't be a fair deal between us. Momo answered with a concerned look at her mother's lustful demeanor. Please think about it dear. Or I may have to take special measures to ensure it does happen, even if it is against your will. Saki added. Father, please tell mother how unreasonable her request is. Momo exclaimed, turning to Shin for backup. Momo, why your mother wants to do it, and I think it's fine if it's just with Izuku, he's a very kind man, and I trust he won't go overboard with it. Shin answered, then Momo just let out a surrendering sigh. As long as you'll allow me to indulge in it as well, I will allow it, but he is mine and will remain mine, please remember that, mother. What? Sweetie, you're being blinded by your desires too. This is your mother we're talking about here. Are you really fine with her doing that? With our fiancé even if we're involved? Fayumi asked. Yes, if it is just me doing it with him underage, my mother and father W would not allow it, even if it's Izuku. But they will, if mother I is there, and I cannot bear to wait for another 2 years just to experience a W with him. Momo answered while avoiding eye contact. I feel so ashamed to be blinded by lust. But I simply must have him or I'll go mad. Momo thought as he looked at her fiancé. Isn't it wrong to do it when they're underaged? Natsuo asked Tuya. Yeah, but I don't think even that can stop them, good thing he can't actually hear this, huh? He answered as he chuckled. Looks like you got a lot on your plate, little bro. He thought as he looked at Izuku, who had a confused look on his face. Did my mother get you into this, Mrs. Saki? Fayumi asked. And no, I actually have been thinking about it for quite a while, though I am ashamed to admit it. It is the truth. She answered. How about you, Kayama? You fine with this? You're going to ask your parents to set up an engagement with him too? She asked. Why yeah, think about it. We don't have any experience on doing this stuff yet, but on the other hand, they have, so it's a win-win situation if you look at it closely. Midnight answered. Let your mother enjoy herself even for a little bit, Fayumi, she's very fond of him, and it's fine only if it's with him, and not any other guy, cause the moment I find out that some random sick bastard was touching you, Ray, I'll be sure to burn you with him and put your ashes down the trash can. Endeavor warned. Oh, don't worry, other guys like Izuku are basically non-existent, he's the only one I want besides you, of course. Ray said as she eyed Izuku like she was looking at her favorite food. Good. He answered. Well, whatever, but his first time should be with his fiancés only. You can join in after that, but if you insist on taking the first bite, I won't even hesitate and freeze you right then and there. Fayumi warned. Then it's a done deal. Ray answered while Saki nodded in agreement, then the two boys released their hands from Izuku and Chisai's ears and went back to their seats. What was that about, Tuya and Iasen? Izuku asked, still confused as to why they had their ears covered. It's a private deal between women, Izuku, don't worry about it. Tuya answered, trying his best to give him a natural-looking smile, so he won't read too much into it. Open your mouth for me, Izu. Momo said as she held a fork with a piece of pizza near his mouth. I can eat with my hand just fine, Momo. He said with an awkward smile only to be met by her annoyed pout, so he just followed and opened his mouth. Good boy. Momo said as she patted his head with a huge satisfied smile on her face that Izuku couldn't help but smile back. Then someone knocked on the door. Who could that be? Momo asked as they all wondered the same. Tuya stood up and opened it with his flames ready just to be safe, but when he opened it, Aizawa and Nezu were outside. We're not enemies, Dabi, you're too on guard, the security has been strengthened so you can rest assured. Aizawa said, then Tuya smiled apologetically and made way for Nezu, who walked in. Young Izuku, are you ready? Nezu asked. I'm not too sure about this. Izuku said doubtfully. We have your back on this, bro. Let's rock the whole arena with the beauty of my flames. Natsuo said proudly. Your flames aren't that beautiful, you know. Fayumi replied jokingly. Hey. It is, and there's nothing you can do about it. He answered back. If you say so. Izuku said. Okay then, follow me you three. Nezu said as he climbed up to Aizawa's scarf as he began to walk with Tuya, Natsuo and Izuku following. I'll be returning back to my class now, we'll talk more about that matter later, mother, you have some more explaining to do. Momo said as she bowed to the others and ran out the room to join her classmates back on the arena, waiting for the event to begin. How about we watch the show from the teachers' area, everyone? Midnight said, then everybody agreed. Those two better not mess up and embarrass my Izuku. Fayumi added as they all left the room and walked to the teachers' area. How are we going to do this, Izuku? Tuya asked. It better be flashy so all the ladies see my amazingly dazzling quirk. Natsuo added. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I could do it perfectly, but I do know it will be somewhat flashy. Izuku answered. Shoot, let's see if we can make it work. Natsuo said as he and Tuya leaned in for the explanation. 2 minutes later. That's a good idea. It'll surely entertain them, but you're gonna need some crazy control to pull it off, Izuku, or it could injure someone. Tuya warned. Hey. He's got this, bro, plus my flame's beauty will be recognized by the world once we're done. Natsuo said enthusiastically. I think I can somewhat manage. Izuku answered with an unsure smile as they walked through the tunnel and into the arena. Here they are, folks, out two handsome entertainers and a white-haired guy tagging along. Present, Mick announced. Hey, I may not be as handsome as them, but at least call us all handsome and not lame out my image in the introductions," Natsuo yelled. Then the three of them stepped up on the stage in front of the students in the middle of the arena. "It's the pro hero Dabi. No way. Go cutie. And about that fun we're gonna have, it can be any night, alright. He's injured, are the teachers sure he can do something in that state? Who's that white-haired guy? He looks out of place." And at that comment, Natsuo flipped out. "Hey. That's not cool." "Who said that?" he asked, but no one answered. "Leave it, Natsuo, I'm sure they didn't mean any harm," Tuya said, trying to calm him down. "Humph. They better not or I'll burn them to crisp," Natsuo added as he began to calm down. "Let's do this, Izuku," Tuya said as he and Natsuo stood at either of his sides. "I'll show you how my flames are the peak of beauty," Natsuo yelled. "Let's see what you got, pretty boys," President Mick said over the microphone as the whole crowd erupted into cheers. Izuku took a deep breath. Let's do this, I guess," he said, mustering all the courage he had in him. "That's the spirit," Tuya said as he created a huge mountain of blue flames in his left arm, while Natsuo did the same with his left with his bright orange flames, as the whole crowd stared in awe at the display of immense power. "Do it now, Izuku," Natsuo said with a mischievous grin. "All the ladies will crowd me when this is over," he thought. Izuku nodded, then raised his arm sideward facing Natsuo on the right and Tuya on the left. A powerful torrent of wind blasted at the two and took control of their flames. He willed the wind to carry the flames upwards and made a spiral, a dance of orange and blue flames in the sky. "That's awesome. Nice one, Izu bro," Kirishima said, breaking the silence of the crowd that couldn't help but stare at the display with their full attention, not even speaking, just watching the graceful control of the green-haired kid on a wheelchair. "Wish me luck, Izuku," Izuku thought as he willed the wind to disperse and break the spiral of flames into smaller spirals that closely resembled roses and lower them to revolve around the crowd. "Cool. Izuku's quirk is totally awesome," Fayumi said as they all stared at the roses of flame circling them. "His quirk shouldn't be this precise though, with stronger quirks the area it covers is extremely difficult to direct. If he's able to do this much with it, then he must have trained real hard to achieve this level," Endeavor explained, and all the people and the teachers area who could hear him looked at Izuku with more admiration than ever, except for a certain blonde hero. "Excellent, young Izuku. You couldn't even use that quirk back then, but now you can even do this much and even impress the number 2 hero," All Might thought as he looked at his student with pride. Then the roses suddenly went up and looked like they were gathering in the middle of the sky above the arena. Then all of the mini spirals collided and bursted outwards in a big radius, kind of like fireworks made of blue and orange flames. For a second, the crowd stared at the three of them in silent admiration for their quirks. Did they not like it?" Izuku asked awkwardly. "No way, your control was on point, and I'm pretty sure our flames were bright enough," Tuya added. Then suddenly someone from the crowd stood up and clapped, then another, then more after that, until the whole crowd was standing and cheering for them. "See? There's no way they'd hate it, my flames were dazzling, don't you think?" Natsuo said proudly as Tuya and Izuku just smiled. They liked it. They both thought. That was graceful, boys. It was like watching a calm dance but with no sound at all. In short, it was awesome, President Mick said over the microphone, fanning the flames of Natsuo's pride. Then the three of them bowed and walked off the stage and towards the teachers' area. "I bet Fayumi's eating her words about my flames being ugly right now," Natsuo said. Then suddenly when they were in the tunnel heading inside, they heard a voice from behind. "Izuku." Then all three of them looked back to see Najire flying towards them. "Who's that bro?" Natsuo asked. "I'm Najire, I'm one of his fiancés. Who are you? Why is your hair white? What are you doing with Izuku? Are you bad guys? Are you bullying him? If you are, I will blast you," Najire said in rapid fire. "How many girls does Izuku actually have?" They both thought as Najire hugged Izuku while sitting on his lap and wrapping her legs around his waist. And then Najire, "A lot of things are touching," he said. "What things?" she asked innocently while Izuku just sighed in response. "Anyway, how are you here? Doesn't the second year have a sports fest too?" he asked. Then Najire just gave off an annoyed pout. "Humph. They disqualified me out for asking the other contestants too many questions," she said as she buried her head in his chest. "Why am I not surprised?" Izuku thought with genuine curiosity. "Hey Izuku, we better head back or Fayumi's going to strangle me and Natsuo for not getting you there immediately," Tuya said. "Oh. That mean lady, huh? I want to see her again," Najire answered. "Why does she give off this toddler kind of vibe?" Tuya and Natsuo both wondered. Then they continued to walk towards the teachers' area with Najire sitting on Izuku's lap, making him blush all the way there. When they got there, Fayumi and Midnight shot glares at Tuya and Natsuo as they walked towards Izuku. "Why are you sitting there, Najire?" Fayumi asked kindly, trying to hide her jealousy. Because I want to, mean lady. Najira answered as she pouts and looked away from her. Why you little? Fayumi said as she desperately held herself back from strangling the cute childlike girl on Izuku's lap. Can you move? It's very unsightly. Fayumi tried to get her off. I don't want to, so I won't. Najira said as she pouts and looked away again to ignore Fayumi's demands. That's it. Fayumi yelled as she cracked her knuckles, preparing to clobber Najira, but Midnight held her back. Najira, please get off him, sweetie, or this could turn very ugly really quickly. She said. Then Najira looked at her. Is the mean lady mad? Why? Does she want to fight? Is she strong? She replied, only making Fayumi angrier. Let me at her. I can take her. Fayumi yelled as she tried to struggle off of Midnight's hold. Oh, she's mad. Izuku thought, desperately trying to find a way to calm her down, then suddenly, his light bulb lit up. Najira, if you get off me for a little bit, I'll make you milk later and lots of it. He said. Only if you put in a whole jar into one drink. She answered. Sure, he answered with an awkward smile. Okay, deal. She said as she got off him. Then Midnight released Fayumi, then she tackled Izuku and hugged him. This feels nice after getting mad at that girl. Fayumi said as she buried her head into his chest, making him blush. Why is the mean lady hugging him? She wanted me to get off so she could have him for herself. Najira said. Calm down, Najira, you had your turn. Midnight said. And I'm going to be next. She thought with an evil grin spread across her face. Then Present Mick announced. The matchups are determined, folks. He said. Fayumi, may I take a look? Izuku asked as Fayumi pulled away from the hug. Of course. Anything for you, honey. She answered as she pushed Izuku's wheelchair to get him a better view with Midnight and Najira following them. Matchups. Shoto vs Shinzo. Momo vs Tokoyami. Endo vs Monoma. Hetsutetsu vs Kirishima. Dabara vs Hagakure. Mina vs Kyoka. Bakugo vs Uraraka. Hatsum vs Yui. Where's Ajiro-kun? Izuku asked. He stepped down earlier with 2 others from that guy, Shinzo Hitashi's team, and got replaced by 3 from the 5th placer in the second event. They said something about not knowing what was happening around them during the whole event. I'm guessing it's because of that guy's quirk. Tuya explained as he looked towards a purple-haired guy. Guess I'll get the arena ready for the matches. Cemento said as he walked out of the teacher's area and into the arena carrying a huge pipe connected to the wall with him. He manipulated the cement flowing out of the pipe to make a rectangular-shaped stadium for the matches. We're all set. Thank you, Cemento-sensei. Now for the first battle. Present Mick announced. He hasn't done anything flashy so far, from general studies. Hitachi Shinzo. He added. Then the purple-haired guy walked into the stadium. I wonder what kind of quirk he has. Izuku thought to himself. Then from the hero course. He can be hot, he can be cold. Todoroki Shoto. He continued. Then Shoto walked into the other side of the stadium facing Shinzo. 3, 2, 1. Start. Present Mick announced, but neither one of them moved. Aren't you lucky? Blessed with a powerful quirk. Rich family. Somewhat good-looking and on the road to becoming a hero just because of how you were born. Shinzo said, but Shoto just kept calm and began walking towards him. You don't even feel the need to defend yourself against me cause you think I'm weak. You're just another stuck-up brat. He added, but still got no reaction. What's with that guy? He's all talk, he's not even making a move, but he keeps insulting Sho. Natsuo said. He's provoking him so he'd mess up somehow. Tuya explained. Good luck with that, Shoto rarely gets mad. And that only happened when we took stuff from him. Fayumi added. Oh yeah, that guy who finished first in the entrance exam, he's your classmate, right? Does he look down on us cause he finished with the highest score? He's just another stuck-up bastard. And on top of that, he looks like a wimp in that wheelchair of his, don't you think? Shinzo said, and at that moment, Shoto's head was filled with newfound hatred towards the guy. That's it. He's not getting away with insulting Izuku. I'll freeze. Fayumi said, but was cut off when a huge glacier of ice erupted from where Shoto's foot was placed, covering a whole side of the arena in cold ice, shaking the whole place. What the hell is that power, folks? Shoto Todoroki wins by a landslide. But man, that was too much. Present Mick announced as the whole crowd cheered. Never insult my brother. Shoto said. No hard feelings though, I know what your quirk is and why you said all that. He added as he unfroze Shinzo with his flames. Yeah, whatever. Shinzo replied as he walked away. Nice job, Sho. I was going to go down there and freeze him myself, but looks like you did it first. Fayumi yelled from the teacher's area. I see some sibling support. Anyway, on to the next match, folks. From the hero course, the beauty of Class 1A, Yayoi Rozu Momo. Present Mick announced as Momo walked into the stadium. And on the other side, it's the Dark Lord himself, Hero Course, Tokoyami Fumikage. He added. 2, 3, 2, 1. Start. Then Momo created a metal staff and what looks like round dolls that look like her in some ways. Tokoyami released Dark Shadow and made him charge at Momo. She dodged and blocked the first hits, then ran towards Tokoyami himself with the dolls she made. What's she going to do with those? Ayumi asked, then Momo threw them at Tokoyami. They cracked open, revealing a flash grenade that immediately went off, blinding Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Momo got into a good spot and slammed her staff into Tokoyami's stomach, hard enough to throw him out of bounds. It's Momo Yaoi Rosu's win, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the beauty packs a punch. Present Mick announced as Tokoyami got up, bowed politely at Momo, then walked away, while Momo waved at Izuku at the teachers area with a huge smile on her face and walked back towards the tunnel. Now for the next match, everybody. It's the fighting goddess of Class 2B, Kendo Itsuka. He said as a beautiful ginger-haired girl walked into the stadium. 2. And on the other side we have the evil-looking blondie. Hero Course Nido Monoma. He added, then a blonde guy climbed and stood on the other side of the stadium. 3, 2, 1. Start. Then both of them charged at each other. Monoma tried to grab Kendo over and over again, but she dodged successfully every time. That's one troublesome quirk you have, Monoma, but you can't use it without touching right. She said with a triumphant grin as she dodged every blow swiftly as if she's reading his mind. Whoa, she's awesome, it's like she knows what he'll do before he even does it. Izuku said as she stared at Kendo with eyes filled with admiration for the girl. Humph. Looks like someone's prone to committing adultery early. Fayumi said with an annoyed pout. And no, it's just I'm not that good at hand-to-hand combat, so it looks amazing to me. I'm not thinking of anything be bad. Izuku explained. Oh really? Well, that girl is the daughter of the family that owns the most prominent dojo in all of Japan. I know her father, I could introduce you if you'd like. Tuya said. Why you would? He asked enthusiastically, making Tuya chuckle. Yeah, what's a big brother for? He answered. Daughter of the most prominent dojo in Japan, huh? No wonder she's good. Izuku thought as his attention shifted back to the match. Kendo was now slowly getting pushed back to the edge of the stadium, doing nothing other than dodge attacks, but she was grinning. Does she have a plan? Izuku though. Then, right when Monoma went for a punch to the face, Kendo ducked to the dodge. Never damage a woman's face, idiot. She said as she grabbed his wrist from below, twisted her body, so she faced the edge of the arena with Monoma behind her, then she slammed him to the ground, knocking him out and also throwing him out of bounds. And the winner is Itsuka Kendo, everybody. Present Mick said as the crowd cheered for beautiful fighter as she walked away, waving gratefully at them, while her enemy was being hauled by robots to Recovery Girl's office. Now for the fourth battle of the day. Let's hope it's not a one-sided battle this time, folks. Present Mick said. From the right. It's the manliest guy around. Hero Course, Kirishima Ejiro. Then Kirishima entered the stadium with an awkward grin. The attention we're getting is intense. It feels very manly standing here, but it also feels like I'm in a strep naked for everyone to watch. Kind of situation. He thought. In the opposite corner. The man with a soul made of steel and a body of metal. Hero Course, Tetsu. He added, then a silver-haired guy walked into the stadium with a face that could only be described as determination at its finest. 3, 2, 1. Start the manly battle. Present Mick announced and the two activated their quirks. Kirishima used his hardening, while the Tetsu turned his whole body's skin into silver. Then they charged at each other and engaged in a brutal fistfight. No blocks, no dodges, just punch and wait for the other guy to kick the bucket and pass out. That looks so manly. Yet so stupid. Let's see who falls down first, my dear listeners. Present Mick said over the microphone. The bloody fistfight continued for the next 3 minutes until one of them got a little soft to the touch. He's losing manly power. Now's my chance. Kirishima thought as he transferred all the hardening that was left in him to his right arm and punched the guy right on his left cheek, knocking him out effectively as he stood there, panting with scratches all over his body. And the winner of the crazy no dodging no blocking fist fight is the manliest man around. Kirishima Ejiro. Give the guy some love there, folks. Present Mick said, then the crowd obliged and cheered for his win as he raised his fist high. Such a manly stance. You're awesome, Kirishima-kun. Izuku thought as both contestants got carried away by bots to Recovery Girl. Now that that's done, let's carry on, shall we? For the next match we have the ever so lovely maiden of the Garden of Eden. Hero Course, Ibara Shiozaki. Then a gorgeous girl with hair made of thorny vines walked into the stage with a calm and pure demeanor. Then on the other side, we have the girl who will stuff your plates with teddy bears when you ask her for food. Hero Course, Tori Hagakure, everybody. Present Mick added as Hagakure proceeded to stand on the opposite side of the stage. Then Izuku began muttering yet again. I wonder what Shiozaki-sen's quirk is like. I'm sure it has something to do with vines, but how she uses it could be different from what I'm thinking, and do the vines grow immediately when they get cut off somehow? It would be a waste because she looks drop dead beautiful. But was cut off by Fayumi covering his mouth. Finish that sentence and I'm going to bite at every part of your body until you're bleeding all over, then I'll lick the blood off as much as I can and bite you all over again. She threatened but with a very calm look despite her anger. Why yes, ma'am. He answered. Now sweetie, am I beautiful or not? She asked as she looked at him in the eye. Why yes you are. Izuku answered with half of his brain filled with fear and the other half filled with pure honesty. When all is said and done, Fayumi really is beautiful in his eyes, but she scares him too much. Then they turned their attention to the match. I do not wish to harm you fellow woman. Ibara said with a genuinely concerned face. What? We're going to fight so you're going to harm me? Hagakure explained with a confused tone. We shall decide the winner without harming the other. Humans were created not to break, but to complete others. She answered. I don't understand, is she a walking church or something? Hagakure thought as she began to charge at her. Let's just wrap this up sweetheart. She said, then Ibara just sighed and turned around, dug her vines into the concrete floor and spread it. I did not wish to have to resort to these actions, but you leave me no choice. She said, then suddenly the floor on the stage began to crack and vines raked around Hagakure from all directions, restraining her. What the? Hagakure asked as she tried to struggle out of the bind, but it was proven pointless. Ibara Shiozaki moves on to the next round. Those are some deadly vines right there. Present Mick announced, then Ibara turned to him. I do not wish to kill with these vines, please refrain from describing them as weapons to kill. She said. What? I'm sorry I guess. He answered, then she walked off the stage for the next round to begin shortly. Now for the next round. The hot pink lady of class 1A. Mina Shido. Then Mina walked into the stage. I'm hot alright. I wonder if Aizu thinks about me too. I mean I have Kiri but let's be honest, almost every girl would want such a charming guy to think that they're hot. Mina thought as she blushed insanely at the thought. Bad Mina. Up against the prettiest rocker girl you can find, her mother's genes are golden. Hero course, Kyoka Jiro. Present Mick said as the crowd cheered louder than ever. Pretty huh? I guess I'm gonna have to rock pretty boy's world with this pretty body soon, or I'll get dumped for sure. I bet he's just holding back that animal inside him and I'll be the one to drag it out first. She thought as she grinned mischievously. 1, 2, 3. Start. Then the two charged at each other and engaged in close quarter combat. Mina went for a high kick to the head that Kyoka swiftly dodged with a duck, then Mina used her acid to maneuver and deliver a heel kick on the chin with the foot she had on the ground, causing Kyoka to stumble back as they both regained their balance. Then they ran at each other, clashed again, this time no one able to land a hit on the other. They blocked and launched counters every time until finally, Mina tried the same move again, but Kyoka blocked it successfully and launched her fist for a counter, but Mina caught it and held Kyoka's wrist tightly. She twisted her body for a body throw, but Kyoka saw it coming and used the pole to jump over Mina and flipped in midair to land an axe kick right on top of her head, knocking her out. Now that was an awesome fight. Present Mick said as the crowd cheered at the two girls for the amazing performance they showed. And the winner is Kyoka Jiro everybody. You rock kid. He added as the crowd cheered louder as she walked off while Mina got carried away by robots to Recovery Girl's office. For the next round. We have Explosion King Murderer. Hero course, Kitsuki Bakugo. Present Mick said. I kinda like that name. Bakugo thought as he grinned at the thought of being called like that when he roams around. Up against the bubbly air of the Uraraka family. Ichako Uraraka. He added as Ichako walked awkwardly into the stage. I wanted to keep my background a secret. She thought. 3, 2, 1. Start. Then Ichako charged at Bakugo while he just backs up near the edge of the stadium calmly. He knows that one touch is all it takes for Ichako-sen to immobilize him. Is he taunting her? His chest is wide open. Izuku asked. I don't think so. If he's intentionally taunting her to mess up her game, he would have kept his hands in his pockets to make it seem like he isn't even going to try, but his hands are on his sides like he's readying a delicate one-move finish. Tuya explained. Whoa, Tuya looks like he doesn't know squat about what's going on, but he's actually observing them. Natsuo said. Then it played out like how Tuya predicted it. Ichako saw the open chest and tried to use her quirk on it, but Bakugo used an explosion on his right hand to propel himself sideways to dodge. Then he grabbed the hand she tried to use on him with his left, then turned around facing the edge of the stadium. Then he threw her with a complementary explosion to make her land further. It really did end in one move. Are you actually a hidden genius, Tuya? I thought we were supposed to be dumb. Natsuo complained. Yeah, that's just you, bro. I'm a pro hero, I need my brain, you know. Tuya answered. What the heck was that? I mean. The winner is Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mick announced as Bakugo walked away with a grin on his face, while Ochako stood up and walked off with a blank expression. Is she alright? Of course she's not, you idiot. Izuku thought. That was rough. But let's move on to the next match, listeners. Present Mick announced. She's cute, she's rich, and she turned down recommendations for the hero course just to do what she loves. It's the queen of the support department herself. Mei Hatsume. Then a cute bubbly girl with pink hair and golden eyes that had what seems to be like cross-aim on them walked into the stage. She turned down a recommendation for the hero course. Izuku asked. Yeah, her father owns the biggest support company in Japan right now, so it's only natural that she'd do that. Their popularity even rivals Midoriya Corporation in the US. Tuya answered, then suddenly he realized what he said and looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Midoriya. Izuku. Are you perhaps related to George Midoriya? He asked. Who's that? Is he a big meanie too? Do you not like him? Should I blast him for you? Nijira asked as squeezed through Fayumi and Midnight, then sat on Izuku's lap again. Why you little? Fayumi said, but Nijira just pouts and turns away from her. I don't like big meanies like you, lady. She said, then Natsuo's lightbulb lit up. Yeah. We don't like big meanies like you, Fayumi. He added as he copied Nijira's pout and turned away from Fayumi. That's it. We're taking this outside, you little twerps. Fayumi yelled as she struggled off of Midnight's desperate attempt to contain her. If I see one more fight happening around Aizu, I swear to God I'll knock you all out. Midnight warned, making Tuya and Natsuo back off. It's fine, Nomuri-chan, I don't mind. He answered with a warm smile that calmed Fayumi and Midnight down. Whatever you say, honey, they both said, not noticing Nijira's glare as they turned their attention back to the match. Izuku? Where in the 7 layers of hell are you? Someone suddenly yelled from behind. They looked back only to see Ochako with a furious look on her face. Come with me. She said as she dragged him out of the teacher's area with everybody watching. Where are you taking us? Nijira asked politely as she continued to sit on his lap. Just going to have a little talk with him, Nijira-senpai. I'll give him back to you in just a sec, so please get off him. Ochako answered with the greatest pretend smile she could muster, then Nijira put her index finger on her chin to think it through. You're not a meanie like that, lady, so I trust you. Bring him back to me quickly because I'm getting a little sleepy and I need him to sleep on. She said as she flew off of Izuku's lap and went back to the teacher's area to watch the match. Where are we going, Ochako-san? Why, you're scaring me a little bit, he said nervously. Just going to let out some steam, dear. She answered, then they came to a stop in front of a door engraved with a huge golden Uraraka. On it, she opened it and they entered. There was no one in there, just them. Is everything alright? Izuku asked as he saw Chako's face, creepily smiling at him as she locked the door. Yes, dear, everything is fine. I just have to let out a bit of steam or I might end up killing someone. I just got a bit mad over that defeat earlier. She answered as she walked over to Izuku, who had a terrified look on his face. What's going on here? Is she going to end up killing me today? He thought. Then she sat on his lap facing him, looking him in the eye as she grabbed his hands tightly. I can't move my hand, Ochako-san, and it hurts. He said as he squinted through the pain. That's good then. She said as she stared dreamily into his emerald green eyes. It's painful, but she says it's good. That means more pain equals better. Then, death equals best. He thought. Then she leaned in and kissed him, with her tongue swirling around his. They were both new at this kissing with tongues thing, but Ochako felt like it would be the right thing to do at that moment. She kept moaning while she forced Izuku into it for 5 minutes straight, then she released with a trail of saliva connecting their mouths. Why you doing? Izuku asked with a terrified tone as she smiled at him. Telling you that I love you with my mouth, but not through words, honey. She answered as she leaned into his neck and started sucking on one spot while she grabbed his hand and forced it to grab her breast. What the shush, honey, just enjoy my body with your hand for a little bit while I taste you, she said as she returned to sucking his neck and opened her PE zipper enough for her breasts to pop out while she made him feel them over her black sports bra. I don't know what in heavens is going on, but I can't say I don't lick. No. This is wrong, we might be engaged, but this is going too far. He thought, but she just wouldn't let go of his hand and kept forcing him to squeeze her D-cup breasts as she let out moans while sucking on his neck. Then she suddenly felt something hard under her. Is he getting aroused? I didn't think he was like this. Was he holding back his urges whenever we teased him? She thought, then she began grinding on it, earning small moans from Izuku which she found endearing. I feel hot. She suddenly thought, wondering what it was about. Then 5 minutes later she pulled away and looked at Izuku's slightly lustful expression and grinned. I see you enjoyed caressing my breasts and feeling my bottom rub you, huh? Don't worry, they're all yours for the taking, but this is how far we can go in the meantime. She said as she got off his lap and fixed her appearance. That felt great, he said, making Ochako blush. I'm sorry though, I was blinded with rage and committed acts I normally wouldn't, but I'm glad you were pleased with my body. She said shyly, then he realized something. What's wrong with me? Why did I find that pleasing? I shouldn't think of her in dirty ways. It's horrible. I got to get my gears back, unlock this mysterious feeling of pleasure in the deepest part of my mind, damn it. He thought as he regretted treating a woman like Ochako as someone to use to make him feel dirty pleasure. Shall we head back now or do you want to go further? She asked as she stared into his eyes, making sure he wouldn't lie. Let's head back, I'm sorry for thinking of your body as something to be used for my pleasure. He answered genuinely, making Ochako smile. He really is kind, I'm glad he's the one. But I don't like that he won't look at me as a woman. She thought as she gave him a hug from behind. Nonsense, I want you to think of me as someone who will pleasure you whenever you want. My body and heart is yours and yours alone. She said as kissed his cheek, making him blush. But that's wrong. He thought as he steeled his mind. Then they walked out of the room and towards the teacher's area. Hey Izuku, where were you? You were gone for 10 minutes and the next match will be starting. Tuya asked. Oh, we were just. What horrible being did this to your neck, bro? Natsuo asked as he ran towards him and checked the mark Ochako left. I did, is something the matter? She asked calmly, intimidating the white-haired boy. Would why you do it then? He asked with a slight hint of fear in his voice. His other fiancés did it, so why shouldn't I? She asked. How many girls do you have, Izuku? Natsuo asked with pure jealousy. I don't have girls, it's more like the girls have me. He answered with an awkward grin. They forced me into this after all. He thought. Anyway, you didn't miss any action, the last match was just full of support items and all that stuff. Tuya said as they walked towards the others. I'll be leaving him with you. I'll be joining the others, Izuku-kun, let's talk later. She said, then walked out of the teacher's area. So your rocket did it too, huh? Midnight asked as she approached Izuku with Fayumi and Najire. Did what? Najire asked, then saw the mark on Izuku's neck. What happened? Did you fall and landed on your neck? Why aren't you dead? Did the vampires get you? Najire asked, frantically flying around Izuku, looking for any more damages. I'm fine, Najire, calm down. Izuku said, then Najire landed on his lap again. Why do you keep doing that? Fayumi asked. Because I want to, mean lady. Najire answered. Chill out, both of you. Let Izuku watch the matches or I'll knock you both out. Midnight said. TCH, whatever. Little girl probably couldn't even handle me. Fayumi replied. I can beat you if I want to, just so you know, mean lady. Najire answered. I have a name, goddammit. Fayumi said. I like mean lady more. Mean lady. Najire answered with another annoyed pout as she looked away with Fayumi doing the same. Let's go, Aizu, we're going to watch the matches, I know you want to analyze and stuff. Midnight said. Thanks, Namuri-chan. He said, making her blush. Anything for you? She answered as they all proceeded to watch the matches. Bakugo vs Yui. Yui surrendered because she didn't want to get burns from the explosion. Ibara vs Kyoka. Ibara uses her vines to restrain Kyoka. Kendo vs Kirishima. Kendo damaged herself whenever she hit his hardening, so she gave up. Shoto vs Momo. Shoto froze Momo the moment the match started. Bakugo vs Ibara. Bakugo blasted her vines and threw her out of bounds with his explosion. Shoto vs Kirishima. Shoto's ice didn't work on Kirishima, so he used fire and made him give up because of the extreme heat. Bakugo vs Shoto. Bakugo blasted his ice and dodged his fire and made him fight close quarters, so Shoto lost. Then the awarding happened like it was in the anime, but the top three were Momo, Shoto, and Bakugo. Congratulations, Momo. You were so cool out there. And you too, Shoto-kun, those quick finishes were amazing. Izuku said as the whole class gathered back at the room with Fayumi, Midnight, and Najire accompanying him. Thank you, Aizu brother. They both answered. We were cool too, right, Aizu bro? Kirishima asked. Of course. I wish all of you could win, but you were all awesome in my opinion. He answered with a bright smile, making his classmates feel satisfied with their performances. Losing isn't so bad when you have Izuku complimenting you after. They all thought. Haha. What matters most is my indisputable win. Bakugo yelled from the back. There he goes again. They thought as they all sighed simultaneously. Anyway, I hate to say this, but I have to go, honey, I still have a lot of things I have to do when I get home. Fayumi said as she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. See ya. "Show, congrats on being second place," she said as she walked out the door. "I gotta go to Aizu, I'm required to write a stupid report about the sports fest, so I'll catch you later baby." Midnight said as she gave him another kiss on the cheek and left. "You still have to make me milk by the way," Nijire reminded. "Why yeah I got you," he answered with an awkward grin. "Damn you Izuku. Catching all the ladies yet again," Mineta yelled from behind the group. "That's about enough out of you buddy," Shiro said as he wrapped tape around Mineta's whole body to shut him up and restrain him. "Move out of the way people," Mina said as she and Hagakure ran towards Izuku and knelt down and looked at his neck. "You've got a lot of them Aizu. This isn't healthy," Mina said. "How many are these?" "Counts. 4 of them," Hagakure added. "Whoa bro. You're on fire today." Ejiro joked only to be glared at by Hagakure and Mina, Izuku's big sisters in class. "Who gave you those pretty boy?" Kyoka asked. "Why you, Fuyumi, and Nomuri-chan. And Ochako," he answered with an ashamed look on his face. "I feel like I've been used today," he thought. All of them looked at Ochako. "Oh come on, his other fiancés did it. Why shouldn't I?" she asked as they all smiled awkwardly at the thought. Oh that reminds me, I have to have a talk with Nijire-senpai, Kyoka, and Ochako taunting," Momo said with a thick tint of blush over her face as all the girls agreed. "Let's have a sleepover then," Hagakure recommended. "Can we go?" "Just the girls Sparky." Mina cuts off Kaminari. "Very well, we can have it at my room," Momo suggested. "Let's head back to the dorms then, we can get the stuff ready for the sleepover, Ribbit," Sayu said. "Yeah, can I bring my Izuku back with me to our dorm? I still have to get my milk," Nijire said. "She's like a toddler." They all thought. "Sure, we'll be waiting for you at my room, and don't bring Aizu there okay? It's kind of a sensitive subject for just us girls to dwell in," Momo said with another wave of intense blush flushes over her face. "Sensitive subject?" Izuku asked curiously. "Don't worry about it honey, it doesn't concern you," Momo answered with an apologetic smile. "Let's go Aizu. My milk isn't going to make itself," Nijire reminded. "Oh alright, see you later I guess," Izuku replied as he gave Momo a pained smile that made her feel guilty as he and Nijire went out. Did he think I didn't trust him with the information? I did say it rather harshly when I said it didn't concern him. Will he think I would and never trust him in the future and think I don't my love was Jay just another fake? Those thoughts ran through her head as she saw his pained smile. "Yeah Momo? Are you good?" Kyoka asked, knocking her back into reality. Oh yeah, let's head back." Then all of them went back to the dorms and set up Momo's room for the sleepover. "So Izuku? About those marks?" Nijire said in a serious tone that took Izuku by surprise. Why is she always childlike but suddenly gets serious from time to time? He wondered. "Why yeah?" he asked nervously. "Those are hickeys right? That means those ladies sucked your neck," she added making Izuku more nervous than he already is. "Why yes," he answered. So they marked you huh? Ioka, Midnight Sensei, Ochako, and Fuyumi," she continued. Do you want to say something?" Izuku asked trying to push her to say it clearly. "I think we all know where this is going," he thought, then he felt Nijire's breathing on the back of his neck. "May I?" she asked. Atlas do Ichi gently, "It's already painful as it is," he said. "I've never done it so I'm not the best at it." Nijire answered, then began sucking on it, moaning with pleasure at the thought of her lips touching her beloved's bare skin. After 5 minutes, the sun was already setting and Nijire pulled away, leaving a mark on his neck. "I don't need milk tonight Aizu. Let's head back," she said in her normal childlike self. She's back to normal, he thought as he rubbed his neck to ease the lingering pain as they headed back to Class 1A's dorm. When they got there, all of the guys were partying in the commons area. "Hey, Aizu bro. Join us," Kirishima said as he chugged a spiked punch juice and looked a bit tipsy. "I will, just have to check on something," Izuku answered as Kirishima nodded and continued partying with the others. "Let's go Aizu," Nijire said as they went to Momo's room. When they got there, Nijire opened the door and revealed a bunch of girls putting on their PJs. "What the? You like what you see, Izuku?" Yumina said as she flaunted her assets, while Izuku got a nosebleed. "I'll take that as a yes, now get out before I call the teachers about your perverted actions. If you want to see these bodies, just ask politely next time," she added. "You have a boyfriend Mina," Kyoka said. "I just want to please Izuku, nothing wrong with that besides if I push him enough, he may act on his own," she replied, as all the girls blushed at the thought of Izuku dominating them. When they were done, Momo opened the door. "May I talk to you Izuku?" she asked with a sad look on her face. Sure." Then she closed the door leaving them alone by themselves in the halls. I'm sorry for being insensitive earlier," she said, which caught Izuku by surprise. When I told you it doesn't concern you, I felt like I was a bit harsh and thought you think that I don't love you as much as the others to trust you with information. It's just. She added. And no, don't worry Momo, we all have things we need to keep to ourselves. It's no big deal. It's a big deal to me. I thought you hated me when you gave me that look. It may be small to you, but it affected me in a huge way. She said, then realized she just yelled at him and covered her mouth and broke into tears. Then something happened. Izuku got up from his wheelchair, a little wobbly but still managed to. I can stand. Nice timing legs, now let's do this Izuku, don't you dare mess up. He thought as he walked up to Momo, who had no idea, then he hugged her. Izuku. You can walk now? She asked through tears. I guess so. It's still a little painful but I can manage. He answered. Then Momo buried her head into his chest and cried a river. My actions really do hurt people even when I don't mean to. I'm a horrible man. He thought as he rubbed Momo's back to calm her down. I have to let him know I love him as much as the other girls. She thought. Then she leaned up to Izuku's neck and started sucking on it like the others. Mo. Before he could protest, he felt his lips touching hers. Be quiet for me Izu, I don't want anyone to see me doing this. Then she continued, 2 in a row. He thought. Then she pulled away with a look of satisfaction at the mark she gave him. Good night Izuku. She said as she gave him another kiss and went inside her room to talk with the other girls. I'll go party with the guys. Izuku said as he walked down to the commons area. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.